Tangled, a sweet best friends to lovers romantic comedy. Moonlit Lake Matchmaker Series Book 6, written by Kristeen Groth, narrated by male and female simulated voices. Chapter 1. Junie. Present-day Moonlit Lake, Minnesota. Weddings highlight two things: eternal love and the eternally single. One guess which applied to me. If you picked the one with emergency inhalers, pit stains, and a lifetime supply of romantic misfires, congrats. You've been reading my diary. I stood in my spot next to the other bridesmaids, last in line, as always, but genuinely grateful to be a part of Rowan's big day. My big brother was finally marrying his true love, Elle. And yet, standing there wrapped in sunset colors and self-doubt, I couldn't help wondering, what if some people just weren't built for forever? Everything about this day had been absolutely perfect. Gina, Elle's best friend and the wedding planner, had nailed it. The weather was too cold for an outdoor wedding, but the lodge's full wall of windows overlooking Moonlit Lake allowed a spectacular sunset to be a breathtaking backdrop. And how they managed to choose bridesmaids' dresses to perfectly match the colors in this particular sunset boggled my mind. The guests stood in anticipation of the bride, while smooth tones of the string quartet drifted through the evening air. I stole a glance down the bridesmaid line next to me, Raven, Sky, and Gina, and let my eyes trail beyond them to the shimmering lake ahead. The dresses glowed in the amber light, blending one into the next like they were stitched from the very sky in front of us. Gina stood at the head of the line, radiant in a gown that didn't whisper so much as smolder. The magenta fabric clung to her like a whispered dare, flaring into a thigh-high slit that caught every breeze like it was begging for an encore. From shoulder to hem, the color burned, fiery magenta into hot pink like a sky on the verge of combusting. She didn't just wear the dress, she commanded it, bold, passionate, electric. Next came Sky, glowing in a blush gown that faded into soft orange, like sunlight warming the edge of a cloud. Everything about her was effortless, beautiful in that casual, goddess-who-gardens kind of way. She moved with the calm assurance of a tide that knows exactly when to crash and when to shimmer, graceful, powerful, and grounded. Raven, ever the icon of quiet rebellion, stood like a flame refusing to flicker. Her coral gown blazed into gold at the hem, sleek, sharp confidence wrapped in fire. Chin-length black hair framed her face in fierce asymmetry, fearless and unapologetic. While others might try to blend in, Raven curated herself into a living canvas and dared anyone to question it. I'd always admired that about her, not just the way she turned everything she touched into art, but the way she moved through the world like she owed no one an explanation. And then, me. My dress shimmered from a whisper of gold into lavender dusk, its hem kissing the earth with the sigh of the twilight sky surrendering to night. It was lovely, romantic, the kind of dress meant for a girl with glowing confidence, wind-blown curls, and a mysterious past. Instead, it got me mildly sweaty, definitely overthinking, and praying my strapless bra didn't stage a slow-motion escape mid-ceremony. I tugged subtly at the bodice, forcing myself to look out at the lake, at the way it mirrored every radiant hue from our gowns and turned it all into magic. I was part of the sunset, technically. I matched. I belonged. And yet, it still felt like I was watching from outside the frame, like I was the lavender at my own hem, the final streak of color fading into nothing. Pretty, maybe, but easy to miss. I stood in this perfect line of vibrant women, bold, elegant, magnetic. And I was the soft-spoken sidekick, the small-for-her-age girl with good intentions and a backup inhaler, the one who got asked to dog-sit while everyone else got proposed to. Looking around at the twinkle lights, candles, tulle, and flowers adorning the space, breathtaking, magical, and somehow a little bit heartbreaking. Then Elle appeared in front of Rowan and time seemed to hush. She glided into view like she belonged to a different world altogether, one where fairy tales weren't just stories, but well-tailored, couture-wrapped promises. Her dress, which she designed herself, of course, shimmered like moonlight and silk had made a secret pact. Rowan's face when he saw her said it all. Awe, devotion, and the kind of joy that cracked something deep in my chest. I was happy for them. I was. I just couldn't stop wondering if I'd ever get my turn. Maybe some people weren't meant for forever. Maybe some people were just meant to stand in perfect sunset-colored lines, clap for other people's happy endings, and hope the champagne didn't run out too soon. Somewhere behind me, someone sniffled. Probably Mom. I felt the prickle of emotion before a rogue tear slipped down my cheek. Without turning her head, Raven murmured,
"If you start ugly crying, I swear I'm switching places with Sky."
I blinked and wiped the tear away, trying to play it cool. It's called emotional depth. You should try it sometime. Raven smirked.
I have depth. It's just buried under sarcasm and waterproof eyeliner.
As Rowan and Elle said their vows, I casually scanned the crowd, more out of habit than hope. Maybe my knight in shining armor was out there somewhere, probably lost, possibly late, and definitely terrible at directions. My eyes caught on Will. He was standing near the back, tall and relaxed in a charcoal suit, his longish, light brown hair pulled into a casual man bun that somehow made him look both effortlessly cool and annoyingly attractive. Blue eyes, sharp, mischievous, familiar, found mine instantly. And that lazy half-smile curved at the corner of his mouth, the one that always meant trouble. When he caught me looking, he raised his brows and made a face, an exaggerated, slow-motion version of romantic swooning that made me snort-laugh through my nose. Typical, I could always count on him to lift the mood with perfectly timed ridiculousness. He was steady, constant, safe, my best friend. And if he ever found out I'd once dreamed of kissing him under the mistletoe in 8th grade, I'd have to move to a new planet, or at least a zip code without his face in it. So don't you dare tell.
Chapter 2. Will. Junie was glowing, not in a metaphorical, poetic kind of way. No, she was literally glowing. The amber light strung above the reception tent cast a soft halo around her hair, turning those long curls into something downright luminous. She was laughing at something Raven said, one hand pressed to her stomach, the other waving a fork with a suspicious chunk of cake on it. Her light brown curls were twisted up on her head, a little loose in that way she probably thought looked messy but actually belonged in a museum. A few tendrils framed her face, brushing against her cheekbones and neck, completely innocent, completely disarming. Her dress shimmered when she moved, catching the light with every shift of her shoulders, slight, delicate, as if she'd been made to fit into small spaces and big hearts. And the way she kept tugging at the bodice told me she was probably overthinking it. She always did that, played everything down, never realizing she was the most captivating person in the room, which made pretending not to notice feel more impossible by the second. I knew that expression by heart, eyes crinkled at the corners, laughter spilling out unfiltered. Open, unguarded, her. I took a long sip of my drink and tried not to stare.
"Dude,"
a voice muttered at my side.
"if you don't make a move soon, someone else will."
I turned to find Declan, one of the guys I worked with at the station, elbowing me with that signature smirk that meant trouble.
"She's your best friend, right?
He said, not waiting for an answer.
But you're looking at her like you want to skip dessert, toss her over your shoulder and bolt into the sunset."
I rolled my eyes and shook my head. But yeah, he wasn't wrong, and with the probability of med school pulling me halfway across the country in a matter of months, the window to do something about it was closing fast. Junie had always been beautiful. That wasn't new. But tonight, something was different. Maybe it was the dress, or the way she laughed with her whole body, or maybe I was just finally letting myself see what had been in front of me for years. Not that I planned to do anything about it. Not tonight. Not ever, probably. What would be the point? I'd be gone soon, starting over, leaving everything and everyone behind. Because here's the thing, falling for your best friend is a little like juggling lit torches over a kiddie pool of gasoline. Sure, it might look cool for a second, but the odds of getting burned? Pretty high. And if things go sideways, there's no getting the friendship back. Junie was the one person in my life who'd always seen me. Really seen me. Even back when my mom bailed and I was just a scrawny kid trying not to fall apart, she never treated me like I was broken. She was my safe place, my person. So yeah, I kept my feelings locked up tight, behind jokes, behind just friends, behind an actual wall of other dudes too blind to notice how amazing she was. I started to wonder how much longer I could keep pretending, because if I didn't do something soon before life pulled me in a different direction, I'd lose my chance for good. But then I saw her, really saw her, standing there in that gold and lavender dress looking like summer wrapped in starlight. And for a second, the noise in my head just stopped. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkled with something unguarded, and that laugh, the real one, the one that tumbled out when she forgot to be careful, hit me square in the chest. She was radiant, and I wasn't the only one noticing. Across the ballroom, Tillie was in the middle of a one-woman conga line, snaking between tables and chanting,
"This train don't stop till everyone's kissed."
She winked at me as she passed. I took that as my cue. So, yeah, I moved. As I reached Junie's table, I caught Tillie slipping the DJ a 20 and whispering something that sounded like,
"Just cue up the slow stuff. I've got love matches to seal."
"Dance with me?" I asked, holding out my hand as Junie licked a bit of frosting off her finger. Which, okay, might have been an innocent move, but my brain hit the emergency shut-off switch and forgot what words were. She gave me a mock suspicious look.
You hate dancing.
Only when you're not doing it with me. That earned me a grin and her hand in mine. We'd danced before. Weddings, parties, random kitchen moments when a good song came on. But this time, I didn't keep the usual space between us. I slid my hand to the small of her back and pulled her in. Her breath hitched. It was so fast, so subtle, anyone else might have missed it. But I felt it, and when I looked down at her, her eyes darted away. Maybe, just maybe, she wasn't as immune as she seemed to be. The song changed, and then again, and we didn't stop. Her hand stayed tucked in mine, her head tilted just enough to rest against my shoulder now and then. I didn't want the moment to end, but eventually she laughed and pulled back, breathless.
Okay, I need air and possibly more cake.
We wandered off the dance floor and someone from her table flagged her down.
Junie, tell them your big news.
Junie's mom, Honey, called out, waving her champagne glass like a wand. Junie's face lit up like someone flipped a switch.
I was gonna wait until after the wedding.
She was practically bouncing.
But I can't hold it in any longer. I got the job.
Cheers and hugs erupted, but I froze.
The wilderness school?
Jasper asked. Junie nodded like she might burst.
Yep, I'm going to be teaching there this summer. It's a new program the district is trying for kids who've struggled in traditional classrooms, focused on outdoor learning, emotional healing, and all kinds of amazing things. And the best part,
she wiggled her brows,
I'll be working with Joe Mahoney.
Skye gasped, practically fanning herself with her napkin.
The Joe Mahoney? Well,
Raven smirked.
Looks like the summer's heating up already.
They all laughed. I clenched my jaw. I'd never seen her this lit up, this alive. And every word out of her mouth felt like another mile between us. It hit me all at once. How far away I already felt. How far away I'd be soon. And how badly I didn't want either of those things to be true. I knew Joe. Everyone did. Co-owner of an outdoor adventure company. Part-time hotshot, wildfire wrangler. Full-time heartbreaker. Always ready with a flirty smirk and flexing muscles. He was the kind of guy women swooned over and the kind that never stuck around. Junie giggled and said something else, but her voice barely registered. I was already backing away, heading toward the bar before I said something stupid. Tillie materialized beside me like she'd teleported. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past her.
"Jealousy makes your ears turn red, sweet William,"
she said, nursing a cup of tea instead of the champagne everyone else had. She'd called me Sweet William for as long as I could remember, after a flower in her garden. Not jealous, I muttered. She gave me a look.
Uh-huh. And I'm not a meddler with excellent aim and zero shame.
I laughed under my breath, but it came out tight. She leaned a little closer.
Look, you and Junie have a good thing going, a bond that most people wouldn't understand. And don't give me that just friends nonsense. You're not fooling me. And for the record, that's what the best relationships are built on.
She turned and pierced me with her gaze. Even standing 2 feet shorter than me, she was a spitfire.
You deserve love, my dear, and Junie deserves a man like you.
I almost laughed. If she really knew the mess in my head, she'd be rethinking that statement. Truth was, I didn't think I'd ever be good enough for someone like Junie. She poked her wrinkled finger at my chest.
Don't let the bad decisions of others determine your worth.
Oof. Tillie knew how to hit where it hurt. But then her expression changed and her eyes twinkled with amusement.
That's like using a banana to perform CPR. Doesn't make sense, doesn't help anyone, and just leaves you with a squishy mess.
The EMT in me winced, but the metaphor still landed. Hard. I stayed quiet, my fingers wrapped too tight around my glass. She bumped me gently with her shoulder.
Don't let fear and subconscious lies keep you from something real. Not when it's what you've been waiting for your whole life. Your time is now, my boy. Don't let the perfect opportunity pass you by.
And with that, she slipped away, disappearing into the crowd like the magical matchmaking ninja that she was. Med school still loomed in the background, a decision I hadn't voiced yet. But standing there, listening to her talk about opportunity and timing, I felt something shift. For the first time, leaving didn't feel like the right kind of brave. It felt like giving up. I looked back at June, the girl I'd been trying not to love for years. And suddenly doing nothing didn't feel like an option anymore.
Chapter 3. Junie. Weddings were emotional catnip to my romantic soul, true love sealed with vows of forever, kissing sparked by the clinking of glasses, slow dances that dipped into more, unless that dance was with your best friend. I stretched across my bed as the morning sun streamed through my window, still wearing the faded t-shirt I'd changed into after the reception. It was my Team PETA t-shirt, the one I'd owned since middle school and could never quite bring myself to get rid of. Something about his soft, loyal, boy-next-door vibe still got me. Some girls outgrew their teenage crushes. Apparently, I upgraded mine to wilderness guides. Not that PETA had been my only crush, far from it. Mom teased that I had crushed on the doctor who delivered me. All I know is that my romance radar was always locked on and rarely calibrated. If a guy so much as helped an old lady cross the street, I was halfway to planning our wedding. Maybe it was the romantic wedding haze, the champagne fountain, or the sheer gravitational pull of other people's happily ever afters, but by the end of the night, I'd gone from tragically single to mentally writing vows with a man I'd only met once. I stared at the ceiling like it might offer answers. My cheeks still ached from smiling. Rowan and Elle had looked so deliriously in love all night, like their hearts had finally clicked into place. It was magic. Actual, honest-to-goodness fairy tale magic, and not just for them. I smiled, remembering the laughter, the music, the conga line led by a very determined Tillie. But then my thoughts slipped to our dance. Me and Will. We'd danced together 100 times over the years, at family weddings, at holiday parties, even once barefoot in my parents' kitchen, just goofing around. But last night was different. I could still feel the press of his palm against the small of my back. The way he pulled me just a little closer, like he forgot we were just friends for half a second. My breath hitched, sharp, sudden, and my lungs gave that familiar flutter, the one that always made me wonder, was this a swoon or a warning sign? Most people don't realize this, but love and asthma attacks had eerily similar opening acts. The tingles that shot up my spine at every touch, though, yeah, those were definitely real. And that's the problem. Will was my best friend. Safe, steady, dependable Will. I was not about to catch feelings now, of all times. Not when I was about to start a summer job that could change everything. I loved teaching, but got cabin fever being cooped up inside all year. The opportunity to teach outdoors was something I couldn't pass up. A dream come true. This job wasn't just a summer adventure. It was a chance to prove to everyone, maybe even myself, that I was more than my unpredictable lungs, or, as I prefer to think of them, my cranky little air sacs of doom. That at age 26, I didn't need a babysitter or bubble wrap. Just space to breathe and to do something that mattered. And I was ready. I'd been jogging, light jogging, and swimming every morning for weeks to build my endurance. I'd grown up on a farm, where dirt and hard work were part of daily life, and I'd always felt most at home outside. In college, I'd spent every summer as a naturalist/camp counselor at a mosquito-infested day camp. And if I could survive that, I could survive anything, especially with an inhaler in my pocket and a backup in my bra. I sat up and reached for the notepad on my nightstand, the one I always used for lists I'd never finish. I flipped to a fresh page and wrote across the top in bold letters, Wilderness School Prep. Pack for the summer. Cute but functional outfits. Get new hiking boots, not the blisters-making devils from last year. Gather field journals. Bring extra inhalers. Emergency snacks for me and for hangry campers. Don't forget lip gloss, a girl can hope. Be normal around Joe Mahoney. Yeah, right. I paused on that last one. Joe Mahoney. Even his name sounded like a movie character. Wildfire fighter. Flirt. Legend. Part superhero, part Greek god. He was also co-owner of the outdoor adventure company the school had contracted with for this pilot program, and I would be working closely with him all summer. No wonder my stomach flipped a little. It had nothing to do with Will. I'd looked up the outdoor company's website. Don't judge. It was pre-employment research, not stalking. Scrolled through every photo of past retreats and spent an embarrassing amount of time analyzing a blurry group shot to confirm that yes, even pixelated, Joe Mahoney had forearms that could inspire poetry. Possibly sonnets. Professional. I was going to be so professional. Eventually.
Juniper.
Tillie's voice rang through the house before I heard a rhythmic knock on my bedroom door.
Are you decent?
Fully clothed and semi-productive, I called back. Tillie breezed through my door, already glowing with her usual mystical mischief. In her swirling skirt and moonstone earrings, and likely crystals stashed in her bra, she looked like a boho fairy godmother on a matchmaking mission. Now that my siblings had all been matched, I hoped it meant I was next.
I brought muffins and moon-blessed wisdom,
She declared.
and I cannot tell you which is more exciting this morning.
She plopped onto the edge of my bed and handed me a warm blueberry muffin wrapped in a paper towel.
I just wanted to say how thrilled I am for you.
She said, her tone softening.
This job is going to be big. I can feel it in my elbow.
Your elbow? I asked, breaking off a piece of muffin.
My left one.
She said seriously.
It's always right about life-altering change. Also rain.
I grinned. Well, I'm excited too. Nervous, but excited. She tilted her head.
For the job or the handsome boss who has half the town clamoring for wilderness adventures?
I didn't bother pretending I didn't know who she meant. Both, I guess. Joe seems nice. Should be good to work with.
Nice.
She repeated, clearly unimpressed.
That's how people describe orthopedic shoes and flavorless soup. You can do better than nice, Junie Rhodes.
Then help me do better. I leaned in, lowering my voice like we were about to share a secret. Please, Tillie, tell me you drew some cards for me. Her eyes twinkled instantly.
I may have consulted the universe on your behalf.
Yes, finally. I'd been begging Tillie to pick my oracle cards for so long, but her answer was always the same. She'd pat me on the hand and say, all in divine timing. I'd begun to hate that phrase, but it was finally my time. From the folds of her skirt, she pulled 3 oracle cards and fanned them out on my bedspread. Hidden in plain sight. Take a risk. Love will find a way. My heart did a giddy little flip. Oh my gosh, they're totally about Joe. Tillie arched an eyebrow.
Are they?
Of course. I scooped up the cards, holding them like a winning hand. He's totally the hidden in plain sight part. I mean, I've known who he is forever, but we'd never really met until now. And the risk is obviously me saying yes to this job, and the last one is a no-brainer. She hummed non-committally but said nothing else. I, on the other hand, felt my spirits lift. Last night I might have been spiral sobbing into the wedding cake lamenting dying alone. But today, I had a new job, a summer in the woods, and a potential relationship with a hot wilderness demigod who just might be the father of my future children. Emotional whiplash. It's a talent. Closing my eyes, I envisioned how this summer would go. Joe reaching for my hand beside a campfire, his voice low and gravelly as he murmured, "I've been on millions of meaningless dates, but Junie, you're the one I've been searching for." Okay, maybe I needed to get out more, but hey, campfire kisses, a hot boss, and wild outdoor adventures. What could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 4. Will. A knock sounded on the door, and I looked up from tying my boots. It opened before I could say anything.
Don't worry,
Tillie said.
I only knock for dramatic effect.
She breezed into my living room, an exhibit of everything safe and colorless, like she owned the place. Beige walls, beige carpet, a couch with more history than charm. The big screen TV was my one splurge, but the real treasure hung on the walls. Photos of me and Junie through the years. Every memory framed. Always us. Tillie stopped in the middle of the room and gave a theatrical gasp.
Wow, I love what you've done with the place. So minimalistic, like a monk who secretly binge watches ESPN.
I tugged my bootlace tighter, smirking. Thanks, I was going for sterile but sad.
Well, nailed it.
She dropped into the armchair like a Technicolor explosion. Floral robe, sparkly earrings, yoga pants that could blind a man at 20 paces. Her crystal earrings were like little disco balls that tossed rainbows over my blank walls. Classic Tillie. I blinked at her. To what do I owe the pleasure?
To you moping. You've been broody ever since the wedding, and don't try to lie. I can smell emotional constipation a mile away.
She wasn't wrong. The weight in my chest hadn't let up since Junie dropped that bombshell about her summer job. With Joe Mahoney, out in the woods, together, alone, and me, still here, still silent, still too afraid to risk everything I wanted most. I stopped. There was no winning with Tillie. It's just complicated. Complicated wasn't even the half of it. Junie hated conflict, always had. If something cracked, she'd cover it with a joke and call it fixed. And me? I let her. Because rocking the boat felt like asking for the one thing I couldn't survive. Being left behind again. At least this way, she stayed. Even if it wasn't the way I wanted. Our friendship wasn't about messy truths. We shared movie marathons and emergency ice cream runs, not feelings. Silence was safer. She nodded solemnly.
Ah, yes, love. The original hot mess.
I froze. Who said anything about love? She just smiled.
You do. Every time you look at her, you're like a walking emoji with heart eyes.
She demonstrated by forming a heart with her hands and holding it over her eyes like a lovesick owl. I rolled my eyes, but the heat crawling up my neck gave me away. Sighing, I rubbed a hand over the back of my neck. It doesn't matter, Tillie. I can't risk ruining what we have. Junie's? She's everything.
But what if staying quiet means losing her anyway?
She asked gently.
You think Joe Mahoney's going to sit around politely waiting for her to realize you're the one? Or allow her to stay best friends with another man once they're married?
My jaw clenched. My fingernails bit into my closed fists as I contained my urge to hit something. The thought of Junie with someone else, laughing, sharing secrets, building a life that didn't include me, slammed into my chest like a punch I didn't see coming. I felt the room sway and was glad I was sitting down, and it wasn't just the risk of losing a possible future, but potentially losing her entirely. My best friend, my anchor, the only person who ever truly saw me. And if I kept doing nothing, I might watch her slip away for good.
Look,
She said, her tone softening.
you've spent your whole life playing it safe, doing what was expected of you, not making any waves and trying to prove your worth. Maybe it's time you stood up for what you want. It's okay to want something, sweet William, especially if it's love.
Wanting was dangerous. It meant admitting I wasn't content with being the reliable one, the steady hand, the fixer. Sure, my training made me good at patching things up, splinting breaks, stopping bleeds, staying calm under pressure. But this? Not something easily fixed with stitches or tape. If I messed things up with Junie, if I broke us, there'd be no bandaging it back together. No second chance. Just a hole where my best friend used to be. And that was the worst part. Wanting her meant opening myself up to something I might never deserve. Because just wanting something didn't mean you were worthy of it. And what if I wasn't enough to keep it, even if I got it? I leaned forward and focused on the boots in front of me. It's not that easy. Junie and I didn't do deep talks. I fixed stuff, carried the heavy pack, made her laugh when the world went sideways. She needed peace and calm. I needed safety and control. And somewhere in the middle, we convinced ourselves silence was the same as understanding. Words? They felt like landmines. One wrong step, and I'd blow up the only good, steady thing in my life.
Nothing worth having ever is,
She said. Then she leaned forward, elbows on her knees, forcing me to look up and meet her gaze.
Do you happen to know if the camp has a medic?
What?
The wilderness school,
She said, waving a hand like this should be obvious.
they're taking a bunch of kids into the woods. Surely they need someone with rescue and first aid skills like, oh, I don't know, an EMT with a protective streak and a swoon-worthy jawline?
I laughed. Tillie, no, I already have a job. She raised her brows.
One you're planning to leave in a few months anyway.
I hesitated. She had a point. The clock was ticking. Med school decisions were looming, and every mile I moved away would stretch the silence further. Once I left, everything between us would stay exactly as it was, safe, unspoken, unfinished. The thought made my chest tighten, because if I didn't do something now, this summer might be my last chance, and the idea of Junie building a life that didn't include me? That felt worse than rejection, worse than risk. She leaned back, satisfied.
I sense the wheels turning.
They probably already have a full staff, I said slowly, even as my brain started drafting emails and rewriting my summer plans. And Junie would never forgive me if she thought I was just showing up to babysit her.
Then don't make it about her. Make it about the kids, the job, the chance to save a few lives, and maybe your own heart while you're at it.
She stood, smoothing the folds of her robe.
Consider this your cosmic shove, sweet William. The rest is up to you.
And with a whoosh and a twinkle, she left. Disco ball earrings swaying, robe trailing like a magician exiting stage left. The door clicked shut, leaving me in the beige silence. I stared at the door for a long time, then looked down at the boots I hadn't finished tying. How do you rewrite a friendship built on everything unspoken? One wrong word and it all burns. I could face blood, broken bones, even death. But this scared the crap out of me. My pulse wasn't calm anymore. Maybe it was reckless. Maybe it would ruin everything. But for the first time in a long time, doing nothing felt worse than the risk. But maybe it was time to stop being such a freaking coward and go for it.
Chapter 5. Junie. When you pack 15 people into one farmhouse dining room, 5 siblings, their partners, a precocious 4-year-old, 1 mystical meddler, and the 2 lovebirds who raised us, you don't get quiet meals. You get chaos, laughter, and at least 3 simultaneous conversations, just the way I liked it. The smell of roasted vegetables, garlic, and something gourmet I couldn't identify hit me the second I reached the bottom step. Jasper's fiancé, AJ, was at the stove, plating something that looked suspiciously 5-star for a casual family dinner.
I couldn't help myself,
she said, shrugging one shoulder when she caught me staring.
Jasper told me I was off duty tonight and not cooking for the restaurant, so naturally I brought truffle oil.
That's why we keep you around, I said, dropping a kiss on her cheek. Well, that and your tolerance for Jasper.
Hey,
Jasper called from the dining room.
I am a delight.
You are a handful,
AJ muttered fondly. By the time dinner was served, every seat at the long wooden table was full. Siblings, significant others, laughter, and chaos. Our family was in full form. Mom had made a lentil shepherd's pie with roasted root vegetables and garlic mashed potatoes on top. It smelled amazing. Storm's girlfriend, Serena, brought homemade breadsticks and a salad that looked too pretty to eat. AJ's gourmet truffled something was already being devoured. I didn't know what it was, but I was sure it would ruin me for the wilderness.
You know they don't serve truffle risotto in the woods, right?
Storm said dryly, raising a brow at my plate.
Don't ruin her fantasy,
Raven added.
She's clearly hoping her new boss grills salmon shirtless over an open fire.
Jasper wiggled his eyebrows.
Joe Mahoney does seem like the type to chop wood while whispering sweet nothings to his axe.
Heat rose in my cheeks, but I smirked. You're all just jealous that I'll be spending the summer with a hot wilderness guide while you're stuck here working your boring jobs.
Hot doesn't equal trustworthy,
Storm muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Serena, who just grinned and fed her daughter, Sadie, a bite of pie.
Trustworthy doesn't always equal fun,
Serena countered with a wink. Let the girl live a little. Rowan cleared his throat.
Just, maybe pack bear spray.
Or plenty of lip gloss.
Sky smirked.
A girl needs to be prepared and have her priorities straight.
For emergencies, of course.
Elle added, waggling her eyebrows.
Like unexpected photo ops or impromptu declarations of love.
Well,
Raven said, popping a roasted carrot into her mouth.
You might not even need it if the rumors I've heard about Joe are true. The man may look like he walked off the cover of a romance novel, but he has the attention span of a flea.
So you don't think I could get a guy like Joe to be interested in little ol' me? I tried to make it sound like I was joking, but her comment hit a little too close to my own insecurities. Maybe he's just been searching for me all this time. Which sounded ridiculous, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to believe it. Sky raised a brow.
You want to be the exception to the rule and reform the player?
You never know. Joe could be the one, I said with a mock sigh. Hot, outdoorsy, emotionally available. Okay, maybe 2 out of 3.
You've had like 20 the ones.
Jasper said, grinning.
Remember Trevor? The guy who only spoke in movie quotes?
Oh, yeah.
Sky raised her finger as the memory hit her.
He told her, I wish I knew how to quit you. And Junie swooned so hard she dropped her textbook and broke her toe. But turned out he was stuck on level 87 of Candy Crush. His follow-up was, I feel the need for speed, as he launched back into the game.
Trevor had depth, I said, crossing my arms, and exceptional cinematic taste. Storm shook his head.
And don't forget Super Stevie, grade school. Wore capes every day like it was his job.
He had a different cape for every day of the week,
Jasper said with mock gravity.
If I remember right, Tuesday was the lightning bolt. Friday was stars. Seemed heroic, all right. Until he leapt off the jungle gym yelling, Super Stevie to the rescue, and broke his leg.
I pointed a breadstick at him. He believed in something bigger than himself. Nothing wrong with aspiring to be a hero. The world definitely needs more of them. Jasper snapped his fingers.
And then there was Tanner, a medieval knight born in the wrong century. Made himself chainmail out of paper clips and pop tabs. Got suspended for dueling over the last mozzarella stick at lunch.
Raven pointed at me.
Junie, you wished you were that mozzarella stick. I caught you doodling Lady Junie of Mozzarella in your math notebook.
Okay. I raised my hands. So I've had a few minor crushes over the years. Big deal. This is different.
Totally different,
Raven said, deadpan.
You'll just be isolated in the middle of the woods with a flirty, shirtless demigod. What could go wrong?
Nash scowled over his coffee.
Demigods,
Raven smirked.
Relax. You're still my favorite hero in a flannel cape.
His jaw ticked, but his ears turned pink.
Better stay that way,
He muttered. Raven rolled her eyes and blew him a dramatic kiss, then turned back with a grin and a quick wink. Men, am I right? Before spearing another bite like the contest was over and she'd won. Mom reached over to squeeze my hand, her smile warm and worried all at once.
Just promise me you'll be careful, sweetheart. With your asthma, I don't want you too far from help if something happens.
I've got everything packed, I assured her. Inhalers, backups, laminated emergency plan, and everything. Dad nodded approvingly.
That's our girl, prepared and fearless.
Also easily distracted by dreamy men in flannel,
Raven added with a smile. She looked over at Nash, her husband, whose flannel shirt was rolled above his elbows, revealing exceptionally nice forearms.
But who could blame her?
Listen, I said, lifting my glass. I am excited. Nervous, yes. But this summer is going to be amazing. I get to help kids, teach outside, try something totally new. And who knows? Maybe I'll come home with a great story. Or at least better calves.
Maybe even a marriage proposal from Joe,
Ella added.
Or a restraining order to...
Storm muttered. What am I going to do without you all harassing me? I said, laughing. I might not even have enough phone signal for your annoying group chats. Imagine that. Better get your digs in now while you can.
You'll miss us,
Jasper said.
It's going to be way too quiet. No sarcastic wisdom, no gourmet muffins, no weekly retellings of your romantic misadventures.
And you'll miss Will,
Sky said softly, catching me off guard. My heart hiccuped. Not a full-on swoon, just a quiet little thud, like my emotions had tripped over their own shoelaces. Of course I'd miss him. He was my best friend, my emergency contact, the only person who knew exactly how to make me laugh, and which brand of inhaler didn't make me sound like a chipmunk. I always missed him when we were apart. But this felt heavier. Different. Like something unspoken was shifting between us, and I had no idea how to stop it. Or if I even wanted to. Will and I weren't the heart-on-your-sleeve kind of friends. We spoke in sarcasm and snacks, in quiet loyalty and shared playlists. Big feelings? We folded them up and shoved them in the glove box. But we were always there for each other. Yeah, I said, aiming for casual and probably landing somewhere between wistful and wildly unconvincing. Of course I will. My thoughts flashed. Will's hand on my back during our dance, the way I didn't want to let go, the way it felt too like something I wasn't supposed to want. I mean, he's been busy saving lives. I've hardly seen him since the wedding, I added quickly, shrugging. I doubt he'll even notice I'm gone. There was a pause. Just long enough to sting. I forced a smile and reached for another breadstick I didn't need. I'll text him once I settle in. Raven twirled her fork.
So what's Will going to do when you're off in the wilderness all summer?
Oh, working and saving money for med school, I said, waving a hand like it was no big deal. He's applied to a bunch of places, but I'm sure he'll end up staying close to home. I hoped so, at least. The universe owed me that much, just this once. Probably the University of Minnesota. I'll have to drive to visit him, but other than that, not much will change. The table went suspiciously quiet. I glanced up and caught Raven and Sky exchanging a look. What? I asked. Raven arched a brow.
Nothing. It's just, you sound really sure.
Well, yeah. I reached for my water glass. I mean, I'll still stop by on weekends, bring him coffee, keep him sane. Rowan coughed into his napkin.
Right. Because med school is super chill like that.
From the far end of the table, Tillie stood, her silver hair catching the light like a halo, a blueberry muffin in one hand and a steaming mug in the other.
To Junie,
She said with a grin.
may the forest teach you more than just how to tie knots and swat mosquitoes. May your journey surprise you in all the right ways, and may your heart be wise enough to risk what your eyes keep missing, because love has a funny way of sneaking up on you.
Everyone raised a glass, even Sadie, who clinked her milk cup against Serena's. I smiled, warmth blooming in my chest. This summer was going to be magic. I could feel it in my bones, hopefully not in my cranky lungs or my defective romance radar, just my bones. And if Tillie's elbow was trustworthy, and let's be honest, it always was, that had to be a good sign. Unless I tripped over a tree root, face planted into a patch of poison ivy, and scared off true love before the first s'more, which, knowing me, was entirely possible.
Chapter 6. Will. After Tillie's pep talk, I tried to shake the thought, the one she'd planted with that infuriating mix of logic and cosmic sass. Why not sign on as the camp medic? Tried going for a run. Tried organizing the med kit in my truck for the third time that week. Tried cleaning the already clean bathroom like the queen was coming for a visit. But the idea kept creeping back in like smoke under a door. Me, Junie, the woods, the whole summer. No matter how many reasons I had for it being a terrible idea, they couldn't stack up against the one reason it wasn't. I wanted to be where she was. I'd spent years convincing myself that what we had was enough, that her friendship was worth the ache of wanting more, that keeping quiet meant keeping her close. But now, with her heading off to the wilderness with some flirty action figure of a man who probably had perfect stubble, six-pack abs, and zero intentions of sticking around. Nope. Not this time. So I applied. Didn't even let myself think about it. Just found the job listing, filled out the application, hit submit, and tried not to throw up. For someone who prided himself on calm under pressure, I was unraveling like an emergency bandage roll. Because if this didn't work out, if I didn't get the job, then what? I'd stay behind while Joe Mahoney got a front row seat to everything I'd been quietly holding in for years? My whole maybe slightly crazy plan hinged on a single yes. A reply pinged back an hour later. Hired. Just like that. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. No backing out now. Apparently a licensed EMT with backcountry rescue experience and a glowing reference from the county fire chief is hard to pass up. Go figure. Junie was going to lose her mind when she found out. And not in a good way. But hey, better to ask forgiveness than permission, right? Still, I needed to tell my dad. I found him out in his garage sanding down an old dresser for a neighbor. I stepped into the warm sawdust-scented air, heart thudding like I was about to confess a crime. And why was I nervous? I was 26 years old, technically an adult. But when your dad's superpower is quiet disappointment instead of big feelings, you learn to hear entire monologues in the silences.
Surprised to see you here this time of day?
He said, flipping off the sander without looking up.
Everything okay?
Yeah. Well, sort of. He glanced at me. I'm taking a different job for the summer with the new wilderness school. His brow lifted, but he didn't say anything, just waited. It's temporary. They needed someone with medical training and field experience. I would have been quitting the EMT job at the end of summer anyway once I go to med school, assuming I get in somewhere. Dad gave a short nod, the kind that meant he was listening but not offering an opinion yet.
Med school's a solid path. You always were steady in a crisis.
I exhaled. I haven't told many people. I applied to a bunch of med schools, some nearby, a few long shots. Stanford was kind of a dare to myself, if I'm being honest. I let out a slow breath. I hadn't even told Junie about that one. It felt weird even mentioning it to my dad now. I'm sure I won't get in. Didn't even want to talk about it, just in case. You know, hope hurts. He didn't say anything for a moment. Just folded his arms and looked past me like he was sorting through thoughts he wouldn't say out loud. Typical, but then he gave a small grunt. His version of approval. Maybe. Or maybe just that he understood. Anyway, figured spending a few months working in the woods would be a good experience. Good for the resume.
Junie's gonna be there,
he said, not asking. Yeah. He set the rag down on the workbench.
You've loved that girl since you were 12.
Longer than that, actually. I looked away. She's my best friend.
Exactly,
he said, like I'd proved his point.
That's the kind of love worth risking everything for.
What? His words hit like a slap, sharp and disorienting. I actually stepped back like I needed physical space to absorb them. I can't believe you said that. My chest tightened, breath catching somewhere between disbelief and panic. This was the man who once told me love was a fairy tale for people who didn't think things through. And now he was suddenly team risk it all for romance? A weight pulled at my chest. And what if I do? What if I tell her how I feel and lose everything? What if she doesn't love me back? I swallowed hard. How can you stand there and tell me to go all in after what love did to you? The question came out sharper than I meant, but it had been waiting there for years, unspoken and raw, because she hadn't just left my dad, she'd left us. One day, my mom was humming in the kitchen, baking banana muffins and kissing my forehead like nothing in the world was wrong. The next day, she was gone. No note, no reason, just empty drawers and a silence that never stopped echoing. The banana muffins have never tasted the same. And my dad? He didn't fall apart. He just froze in place. Shut down. He'd kept the lights on, showed up at work, made sure there were groceries. But emotionally, he was a ghost. Like part of him left with her and never came back. And I spent years trying to be easy, helpful, good, hoping if I was enough, no one else would leave. So yeah, I didn't understand how he, of all people, could believe love was worth the risk. He was quiet for a long beat. Then he sat on the bench across from me, elbows on his knees, hands knotted together.
I was angry for a long time,
he said finally.
At your mom, at myself, at the universe, I guess. She left and didn't come back. No warning, no explanation, just gone. And I didn't know how to talk to you about it. I didn't know how to talk to anyone.
He ran a hand over his face like trying to rub away the memory.
I tried to be steady, provide, keep things going, but I know I wasn't the dad you needed back then. I didn't show up emotionally. I didn't teach you what love should look like. And I'm sorry for that.
The breath stalled in my lungs. I'd never heard him say anything like that. This was the man who taught me how to fix a leaky faucet and jump-start a dead battery, but never once talked about feelings. Suddenly, I could see how much of his own heartbreak he'd carried in silence.
I didn't think I'd ever believe in love again,
he continued.
But here's the thing. If I hadn't taken the chance on your mom, I wouldn't have you. And despite everything, I don't regret loving her. Because of you. Not for a second.
I focused on the grain of the bench between us, hoping maybe the wood would absorb the ache in my chest. He looked at me, eyes a little glassy.
Pain doesn't mean it wasn't real. Sometimes the best things in life break your heart a little, or a lot, but they still matter.
I let that one settle. Deep and sharp and true. I stared at him, throat tight, watching to see if he meant it. He did. Every word. And for the first time, I saw not just the man who'd fixed the broken things around the house, but the man who'd been quietly carrying his own broken pieces too. Maybe that's what love was. Not perfection, not certainty, just the courage to try, even when the outcome wasn't guaranteed. I stood and reached for my keys.
Where are you going?
My dad asked. To get a camping duffel and find my lucky headlamp, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I've got a summer to prepare for. And maybe finally a heart to risk.
Chapter 7. Junie. The first thing I noticed about the wilderness school was the quiet. Not the absence of noise kind of quiet, but the deep, pine-scented, birdsong-filtered, holy cow, I can hear my own thoughts kind of quiet. The kind that made you breathe deeper, stand a little straighter, and wonder if you were about to discover something important. The campus sat on the edge of the boundary waters. Towering pines, tangled underbrush, and mist rising from the lake. It was wild and still and brimming with possibility. There were 4 log cabins, a large communal lodge with a stone fireplace and trails that disappeared into the woods. Just what every asthmatic girl with a sketchy sense of direction dreams of. Squirrels chattered overhead. A deer stepped into the clearing, took one look at us, and bolted. Probably smart. It was beautiful, untamed, a little intimidating. The lodge and cabins served as home base for the wilderness school, but once the campers arrived, we'd be splitting into small groups and heading out, canoeing, hiking, portaging, and camping in tents. This wasn't a cushy campfire sing-along setup. It was real wilderness with real challenges, and I couldn't wait. This was the kind of place where you earned your mosquito bites and made peace with the dirt under your fingernails, where you built campfires, faced your fears, and maybe, if you were lucky, found the version of yourself that could do hard things. I was all in. And then I saw him, Joe Mahoney. He stood near the lodge, chatting with another instructor like he belonged in the wild. Blonde hair tousled just so, a sun-warmed tan that practically glowed, and muscles that looked carved out of solid wood. His blue eyes caught the light like the lake did, sparkling, inviting, maybe a little dangerous if you got too close. And his arms? Let's just say I had a new appreciation for the phrase sleeves are a crime against humanity. He laughed at something the other guy said, and it was a good laugh. Easy, unforced, the kind of laugh that made you want to be in on the joke. He moved like someone who knew exactly who he was and didn't care if anyone else approved. I was not prepared, not for the golden boy outdoorsman vibe, not for the full visual impact, not for the way my stomach tried to rewrite its own script. Reminder, I was here to teach, to inspire, to make a difference. Definitely not to ogle. Still, I couldn't help thinking, if emotional growth looked like Joe Mahoney, I was about to have a very enlightened summer. The staff gathered in a loose circle outside the lodge. The sun filtered through the trees in golden streaks. Someone had brewed coffee that smelled of hope and slightly burnt optimism, like it was ready to fix all my life's problems. I took a cup and sat on a stump, notebook in hand, ready to meet the people I'd be surviving the summer with. A stocky, muscular woman stepped forward.
Okay, welcome to orientation. You've got 1 week to bond, train, prep, and try not to scare each other off before the kids arrive.
She stood in front of us with a clipboard and an exhausted ponytail.
I'm Gretchen, the program director, as you all know.
She wore Tivas with socks, a camp logo windbreaker, and the tired smile of someone who'd wrangled both bears and budget cuts.
Let's do quick intros, name, role, why you're here. You've got 30 seconds, no trauma dumping. Save that for your journals.
Our motley cast was perched on logs, boulders, and folding camp chairs, like a summer camp lineup for grown-ups. Gretchen nodded at the guy sitting closest to her.
I'm Eli,
he said with a gentle smile.
Canoe guide and psychologist. I'll be helping with team dynamics and trauma response, and probably offering unsolicited paddling advice. Sorry in advance.
His voice was calm, warm, like someone who kept a Zen garden in his soul. He had shaggy brown curls, a light beard, and soft eyes that looked like they'd seen everything and decided not to judge any of it. He wore a faded shirt that said, "Paddle your feelings."
"Danny,"
said the woman next to him, her arms crossed over a graphic tee featuring a snarling wolverine.
"Wildlife rehab specialist. If it has feathers, fur, or fangs, I've probably bottle-fed it or stitched it up. Word of advice, don't feed the raccoons. Ever."
Buzzed cut, ball cap, tattoo of a bird skeleton wrapping around her forearm. Someone you'd want beside you during both a bear encounter and a breakup.
I'm Seth.
Said the guy with the full mountain man beard and a carabiner holding 3 different types of moss samples clipped to his belt.
Geology and botany. I talk rocks, plants, and ecology. Anyone who disrespects that will be pelted with a pine cone. You've been warned.
He already had one pocket of his cargo shorts filled with the prickly ammunition.
Jordan,
said a woman with a sharp salute of posture and a no-nonsense tone.
Marines, on leave. Figured I'd see what all this tree hugging was about. Covering math. Also running morning workouts and self-defense drills. Just in case.
She didn't smile, but her raised brow dared anyone to test her. I blinked at her, trying to process. Wait, so you're on leave? And you chose this? You could be sitting on a beach somewhere drinking piña coladas. Jordan didn't flinch. She crossed her arms and gave a slow, deliberate nod.
Thought about climbing Everest instead, but this came with s'mores.
A few people chuckled nervously. The woman on the other side of Jordan looked like she must have taken a wrong turn on her way to the mall.
And I'm Mariah,
she said, flipping her dark hair over one shoulder.
Language arts teacher. I love manicures, fine wine, and poetry. I'm here to find the meaning of life in nature, or at least good coffee.
She raised her hot pink insulated tumbler in salute. Her yoga pants were cleaner than anyone else's shoes. Seriously, what was she doing here? Then the guy everyone was already watching stood up and gave a lazy salute.
Joe Mahoney,
he said with a grin that probably had a fan club.
Adventure coordinator. Hikes, climbing, paddling, emergency s'mores operations. Basically, if it's outdoors and slightly dangerous, I'm your guy.
He winked. Actually winked. And a squirrel nearby fell off a branch. Coincidence? Gretchen added,
Joe is also your leader. You all report to him and he reports to me.
Then she motioned to me. My turn. Gulp. Hi, I'm Junie Rhodes, I said with an awkward wave, trying to sound casual and not like my brain had short-circuited 5 minutes ago. I teach science and English. I'm here to help kids connect to nature and their emotions, and hopefully not get poison ivy in any super personal areas. They laughed. Good. Deflection. Achieved. Gretchen glanced at her clipboard.
Looks like we're still waiting for one late arrival. Hired last minute. Should be here any moment.
Cue the breeze, cue the birds chirping, cue my life flipping upside down. Because 5 seconds later, someone jogged into the clearing. Duffel bag slung over one shoulder. EMT badge on his shirt. Familiar half-smile on his face. My stomach dropped. My face flushed. My brain short-circuited. Emotional wiring fried. No, absolutely not. I clawed for my inhaler, already drafting a strongly worded complaint to the universe.
Sorry I'm late,
he said, breath a little winded.
Got held up at the station.
Will Tucker, my best friend, my dance partner, my supposed-to-be-in-town saving lives safety net. Standing in the middle of the forest, smiling like he hadn't just shattered my entire summer plan with one charismatic entrance. Of all the clearings and all the forests in all the world, he had to jog into mine.
Chapter 8. Will... I hadn't even set down my duffel bag before I saw her. Junie. Standing in a beam of sunlight like some kind of forest goddess. For half a second, I almost turned around. Thought maybe this was the dumbest idea I'd ever had. But I didn't. Because walking away from Junie had never been an option. Not since I was 8 and she handed me a juice box and showed me I mattered. Junie stared at me, her mouth slightly open. Eyes narrowed with betrayal, looking like she wanted to throw a log at my head. Or possibly a whole tree. Great start. I lifted a hand in greeting, trying for casual. Hey, sorry I'm late. She didn't smile. Didn't move. Her arms crossed, her brows drawing together like storm clouds gathering fast.
What are you doing here?
She asked, her voice low and sharp enough to slice bark. Silence followed. Heavy, awkward, the kind that made birds stop singing and beavers question their life choices. The rest of the staff shifted in place, clearly rethinking their seating choices and whether they could fake a bathroom emergency. A guy with messy brown hair glanced at his coffee like it might offer insight. The woman who looked like she'd just ambled out of a yoga studio took a very loud sip from her tumbler. And Joe, the one person other than Junie I recognized in the circle, raised an amused brow. Like this was the best episode of wilderness drama he'd seen all year. And me? I swallowed hard, wishing I had brought a second inhaler. One for her and one for me. After clearing my throat, I introduced myself. I'm Will Tucker, EMT. I'll be your on-site medical provider and emergency responder this summer. Gretchen nodded and made a note on her clipboard.
Perfect. We needed someone with trauma response training. Glad to have you, Will. Let's get you settled, and we'll start the first orientation activity in 15.
Junie didn't say a word. She just turned and marched toward the cabins. I sighed and followed. She didn't wait for me to catch up. I found her near the firewood stack, arms crossed, fire in her eyes. And not the cozy campfire kind.
You followed me here.
I held up my hands. I didn't follow you. I applied for a job.
At the same exact wilderness program I told you about? The one I said I was excited to do on my own?
Her voice was sharp, clipped. I wanted to explain. Really explain. But all that came out was, you needed someone who could watch your back. Junie let out a bitter laugh.
There it is. Everyone thinks I need a bodyguard because of my asthma, because I'm the baby, because I'm not built for chopping wood and peeing behind trees.
That's not what I think, I said, stepping closer.
Then what?
She snapped.
Why are you here, Will?
Because I love you. Because I couldn't stand the thought of you disappearing into the woods with someone like Joe Mahoney. Because this might be my last chance to finally tell you what I should have said years ago. But I didn't say any of that. Because I wanted to. Her eyes searched mine, and for a second, I thought she saw everything. The years of quiet longing, the way just being near her made the world tilt into place. But then she shook her head and walked away. The breath I'd been holding escaped in a rush, leaving a hollow ache in its place. I'd known she'd be mad. I'd braced for sarcasm, for eye rolls, even for her famous frostbite-level silent treatment. But somehow this was worse. That shake of her head, it wasn't anger, it was disappointment, and that gutted me. Because for one brief second I thought maybe, just maybe, she understood why I was really here. But of course she didn't. Not yet. We spent the next 2 hours after I'd learned the names of the rest of the staff, doing trust-building exercises that mostly involved blindfolds, ropes, and tripping over tree roots. I spent half the time pretending not to watch Junie, and the other half pretending Joe didn't exist. At one point, she laughed at something he said, tossed her hair over her shoulder. He leaned closer and adjusted her grip on the climbing rope, brushing her arm like it was no big deal. I walked straight into a low-hanging clothesline and managed to catapult someone's damp socks directly onto my face.
Nature's trying to humble you,
Danny muttered, yanking the socks off and tossing them aside as she slapped a cold pack to the growing welt across my forehead. Joe, meanwhile, was good at what he did. Confident, strong, charming in that effortless way. Yeah, I hated the guy. As my rotten luck would have it, my next partner was Joe himself. For a trust fall, because the universe has a sense of humor. Turns out, letting myself fall into the arms of my new enemy was harder than I expected. I readied myself, but then hesitated and got a drink of water. Then tried again, but needed to stop and take off my sweatshirt. Joe wasn't fooled.
You don't trust me.
I scratched the back of my neck and grumbled. No offense, man, but I've seen the way you flirt. I figured you might get distracted mid-catch. I'd rather not end up on the ground. Junie snorted from across the clearing.
Just fall already, drama queen.
Gretchen clapped her hands.
This is the whole point, folks. Building trust, not just with each other, but with yourselves. Now let's see some actual falling.
I rolled my shoulders, took a deep breath, and let myself fall. Joe caught me. Barely.
See,
he said, steadying me with a grin.
Only mildly distracted.
He looked over at Junie and winked. Jealousy burned low in my chest, hot and uninvited. I kept reminding myself that Junie wasn't mine. She was allowed to flirt, to laugh, to live her life. But every time she looked at him like he might be more than just a pretty face with wilderness credentials, something sharp pulled at the edges of all the feelings I'd tried to keep stitched up for years. She was here to grow, to prove something to herself. And I was here, standing on the edge of that truth, wondering if I'd already ruined my chance to be part of it. Next up was a two-person navigation challenge through the woods. Of course, I was paired with Junie, because the universe also seemed to enjoy irony. Not that I was complaining. Hopefully it would give me a chance to explain and make amends. Gretchen handed each pair a compass and map.
Your goal is to locate 3 flag checkpoints using only these tools and your highly questionable sense of direction. Remember, communication is key.
Junie didn't look at me as she grabbed the map. Her jaw was tight, her movements brisk.
Try to keep up.
The first 20 minutes were mostly silent, punctuated by passive-aggressive comments about how I folded the map and how she clearly knew where north was. Thank you very much. Pretty sure we passed that stump already, I said, brushing a pine branch out of my face and ducking to avoid a spiderweb. She turned, hands on hips, eyes sharp and brow raised with indignant disbelief.
Are you saying I can't read a compass? Just another way I'm incapable of taking care of myself?
The defensiveness in her voice hit me in the gut. She wasn't mad about the map. She was mad about me, about everything I represented right now. Doubt, interference, not believing in her. I raised my hands, palms out. I'm merely suggesting that log has a snapping turtle on it, and he's giving me the kind of look that says, mess with me and lose a toe. I'd rather not pass him again. That got the smallest twitch of a smile. A flicker at the corner of her mouth. Victory? But then her expression sobered. She turned away, staring out at the forest.
You still shouldn't have come, Will. This was supposed to be mine.
I know, I said quietly, my voice catching more than I meant it to. I didn't want you to be out here alone.
I wasn't alone. I had a team. I had me.
We reached the first checkpoint and she marked it with a punch tool. Her hands were steady, but I saw the way her throat bobbed when she swallowed hard, like she was holding back everything she didn't want to say out loud. I'm sorry, I said. It's not that I didn't think you could do this on your own. I swear that's not it. I just thought it would be fun to do it with you, like old times. And if something went wrong, I wanted to be here just in case you needed me. She looked at me for a long moment, the forest hush stretching thick and heavy around us. It seemed like she was trying to figure out which parts of me she could still trust.
You're not my brothers,
she said finally, voice low and guarded. The words hit harder than she knew, because if there was one thing I never wanted to be, it was her brother. I wanted to be the one she turned to, not the one she shrugged off. The one she reached for, not the one she outgrew. I know. I forced a crooked smile. And I promise not to call you Squirt or threaten to beat up your prom date, I said, trying to mask too much truth behind the joke. That earned me a glance, but not much more.
You can't protect me from everything, Will,
Junie muttered through gritted teeth. Her shoulders were tense, every inch of her body bristling like she was holding herself together through sheer force of will. I know, I said, softer this time, but it doesn't stop me from wanting to. She turned without another word and headed toward the next checkpoint. Her pace was brisk, determined. I followed, not because I thought she needed me, but because I needed to walk beside her. She was my true north, and it had nothing to do with the map.
Chapter 9. Junie. The air smelled like pine needles and lake water, with a hint of wood smoke drifting from the cabin chimney. Somewhere in the trees, a loon let out its haunting call, echoing through the canopy. Pine cones crunched underfoot, and the sun filtered through the branches like golden latticework. It was the kind of place that begged you to breathe deeper, assuming your heart wasn't already winded from emotional whiplash, and your lungs weren't staging a slow-motion rebellion over the pollen count. The next challenge was a communication game that required everyone to cross a pretend lava pit using only wooden planks and teamwork. Naturally, Joe volunteered to lead.
We'll create a bridge using body weight and leverage,
he said, flashing a confident grin as he squatted to demonstrate, biceps flexing.
I've done this many times on survival challenges.
I definitely did not stare, at least not for more than 5 seconds. Will, standing beside me, muttered,
Survival challenge or dating show audition?
Shh.
Mariah whispered, stepping a little closer to Will.
Let the man flex.
Will blinked down at her, clearly baffled.
I wasn't trying to stop him.
Mariah gave him a wink.
Good. I like a man who knows when to watch and when to lead.
I rolled my eyes so hard I saw my childhood. No surprise Mariah was flirting with Will, even in the testosterone-charged presence of Wilderness Joe. Will had never had any issue attracting attention. We split into teams and Joe, Will, and I ended up on the same one. Joe took charge, positioning the planks, coaching us across, tossing compliments like skipping stones on the lake.
Great balance, Junie,
he said, catching my hand as I stepped onto a wobbly plank. A jolt zipped through me like I'd grabbed a live wire instead of his hand. Totally unfair. I blamed the adrenaline, and maybe the biceps. I smiled, relishing his attention, until Will cleared his throat and added,
She took gymnastics all through grade school. Best balance beamer in the class. Don't treat her like she's new to this.
Joe grinned.
Didn't realize her fan club came along for the trip.
More like the founding member,
Will muttered. I blinked. Seriously? Fan club? What was he even talking about? Was this a joke? A jab? Or was he trying to start a testosterone-fueled turf war in the middle of a lava game? Heat prickled at the back of my neck, not from the imaginary molten doom beneath us, but from the second-hand embarrassment crawling up my spine. What was he doing? This wasn't Will. Not my steady, level-headed, always has a snack in his backpack Will. This was some flailing, passive-aggressive middle school version with a jealous streak and a fragile ego. Will and I had spent years perfecting the art of unspoken things, sideways glances, dumb jokes, and shoulder bumps that said what we couldn't. But suddenly that language wasn't working, and I was pretty sure I'd missed the memo on whatever this was. Was there a full moon? Some secret competition? Jealousy Olympics, maybe? Boys, I said through clenched teeth. Focus. Lava. Death. Danny and Jordan, watching from the sidelines, exchanged amused looks. Once we finished the lava pit challenge, with minor bickering and only one accidental plank joust between Will and Joe, we moved into a cabin for the afternoon strategy session. Gretchen projected a map of the surrounding area on the wall.
This program, the Wilderness School, is a pilot. We've got one shot to make it work. If we fail, this doesn't just disappear. It sets the tone for every outdoor education program trying to help kids like ours. We need to be all in.
Joe leaned forward, his tone serious.
Some of these kids are behind on credits and have dealt with trauma and instability most of their lives. This summer is a second chance for them. It might be their only shot to graduate, to forge a different path.
There was something in Joe's voice when he talked about second chances that struck me. Something raw and real that didn't match his usual grin. Maybe there was more to him than flirty campfire charm and Instagram-worthy muscles. I thought about the kids who would be arriving soon, the ones depending on this program to give them a shot at a future. They didn't care who flirted with who or which camp counselor had trust issues. They needed real support, real guidance. And for the first time all day, my heart stopped spinning long enough to remember why I was here.
We'll also need to prep activities and lesson plans,
Gretchen added.
Focus on connection. The goal is healing through challenge, academic, emotional, relational. Think about what would have helped you at 15.
Everyone murmured their agreement. Seth raised a hand.
I could lead a moss and plant identification walk. Maybe talk about mutualistic symbiosis and lichen courtship rituals. Very underrated romance.
Eli perked up.
As strange as that sounds, he might be on to something. We could pair it with journaling, have them reflect on what they see, connect it to how it makes them feel, and their relationships.
Danny scoffed.
Just don't make them write haikus about tree bark. Teenagers are already dramatic enough.
Oh, yes, haikus,
Mariah said, completely missing the sarcasm as she scribbled in her notebook.
Great idea. Jotting that down.
Jordan glanced at her, shook her head, and said dryly,
I'll take the ones who need to punch their feelings out. Nature therapy via push-ups.
Everyone was offering ideas, and for the first time, the group felt like a team. Then Gretchen clapped her hands and said,
Let's split up into pairs for the next activity, nonverbal cooperation. One person is blindfolded, the other has to guide them through a short obstacle course using only claps and whistles. Trust me, the kids love this one.
Perfect. Exactly the kind of activity Joe and I could have nailed if Will hadn't shown up and rearranged my entire summer like an uninvited plot twist. And then Gretchen paired me with Jordan. And Will with Mariah. Of course. I should have been relieved. Will wasn't paired with me, no awkward tension, no unspoken history. But the second Mariah looped her arm through his like they were about to co-star in a wilderness rom-com, something ugly flared in my chest. It was simply because she was being ridiculous, obviously.
I love a good challenge,
Mariah said as Will reluctantly handed her the blindfold.
Just don't let me walk into a tree, handsome.
I'll do my best,
he said, scratching the back of his neck like he wanted to vanish. Watching Mariah blindly grope her way between trees while Will clapped awkwardly from 10 feet away was almost enough to make me laugh. Almost. Until she veered directly into him, arms flailing, and he caught her in a full-on accidental hug. Mariah gasped, dramatically clutching his shirt.
Oh, Will, I feel so safe.
I threw up in my mouth. Will gently untangled her.
You're supposed to be listening for the claps.
I was listening to your aura,
she said dreamily. I looked away, unable to take it anymore. Jordan, bless her, snorted beside me.
If that girl gets any more dramatic, we're going to need to start charging admission.
There's an idea, I said with a smirk. Maybe we don't need additional funding after all. Then Mariah looped her arm through Will's, and that wiped my smirk away entirely.
You'll help me prep my poetry hikes, won't you, willy-nilly?
She asked sweetly as she hung on him and trailed her finger along his bicep.
We could go over verses in the moonlight, or by candlelight, or in a hammock.
Will opened his mouth, clearly flustered. Will's really busy, I blurted. He's probably got trauma kits to organize, or, I don't know, tourniquets to alphabetize. Mariah flashed me an annoyed glare.
I'm sure he can multitask.
She gave his arm a light squeeze that lingered just a second too long, and Will, saintly, awkward Will, managed a strangled laugh that made me want to throw a pine cone at both of them. I crossed my arms and started stacking rocks beside the fire pit, as if I was building a monument to self-restraint. The rocks smacked together a little harder than necessary, each clack a not-so-subtle protest of my spiraling frustration. Joe wandered over, eyeing the growing cairn of rage. He crouched beside me and rescued one of the rocks from the top of the stack.
What did these poor rocks ever do to you?
He asked with a grin.
They look like they're being punished for someone else's sins.
They just might be. The corner of my mouth twitched upward. I'm fine, just getting used to group dynamics. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he leaned in just slightly, his voice low and smooth.
Well, if you ever want to escape the drama, I know a great trail with a waterfall, no witnesses, just trees.
Of course he did. A secluded trail. A waterfall. He was practically a walking romance montage. My heart should have been doing cartwheels. Just last week I was doodling Mrs. Junie Mahoney on my packing list. This was exactly the kind of moment I used to daydream about. Joe Mahoney, adventure guide and certified heartthrob, inviting me on a private hike. A flirty smile, a sparkle in his eyes, a chance to be the mysterious, outdoorsy girl he couldn't resist. And yet, all I could picture was Mariah leaning into Will like she owned him, her perfectly manicured fingers trailing along his arm like they had rights. Will not pulling away. Will laughing at something she said. Will being looked at like that. Why did that bother me so much? I turned back to Joe, my mouth already moving before my brain caught up. Thanks, I said, forcing a lightness I didn't feel. Maybe another time. I think I need a little space to myself first, to settle in. Joe blinked, surprise flickering across his face before he tucked it away behind another easy grin.
Offer stands.
I gave him a nod and walked off right past Will, who was reorganizing the first aid kit with the focus of a man trying to solve world peace via gauze rolls. He didn't look up, and I didn't stop. Because suddenly I needed air and answers, and maybe a signpost labeled, "What is even happening with me right now?" This was supposed to be the summer I found clarity, independence, my emotionally evolved, wilderness-savvy self. Instead, I was spiraling because my best friend let another girl touch his arm, while I turned down a private waterfall walk with my actual crush. So yeah, off to a stellar start. Apparently, Groth came with confusion, contradictions, and the emotional equivalent of hiking in circles with one boot full of gravel. And possibly, a heart that had packed for the wrong trip.
Chapter 10. Will. Sleeping in the great outdoors was supposed to be peaceful. You know, crickets chirping, wind in the trees, the occasional owl hoot for ambiance. Turns out, sleeping in a cabin with wilderness guides is more like being trapped in a very rustic zoo. Seth snores like he's trying to communicate with bears. Eli's a sleep farter, which I didn't know was a thing until I nearly suffocated in the bunk beneath him. And Joe? Joe takes longer to get ready in the morning than most prom queens. Hair tousled just so, shirt sleeves rolled up to scientifically engineered bicep exposure. It's like watching a wildlife documentary on the mating rituals of adventure dudes. By the time I rolled out of bed and pulled on my boots, my neck was stiff, my patience thinner than my well-worn socks, and my heart was still trying to recover from the sight of Junie joking with Joe the day before. After breakfast of oatmeal that somehow managed to be both crunchy and soupy, we kicked off the day with another team-building activity. Gretchen called it Backwoods Pictionary, but really it was just a competition to draw survival gear in the dirt with sticks while blindfolded. Mariah went first. She drew what she claimed was a flint striker. Jordan guessed it was a confused moose. Seth thought it was a pine tree giving up on life. Then came Joe, who sketched something oddly accurate that turned out to be a bear canister. Jordan demanded a bandana inspection to rule out cheating. When Junie's turn came, she blindfolded herself and knelt on the ground with determination.
"Please let it be a tent,"
she whispered, drawing a card. It was a tent, but her triangle looked like it had a midlife crisis. Abstract, but emotionally moving, I offered.
"Careful, Will. You start talking about emotions, and next thing you know, you'll have to actually share some."
The group cracked up. Even I laughed, because what else could I do? The sting landed quick and clean, straight to the ribs because she was right. I never shared what mattered. Not about Stanford, not about her. Not about how every time she looked at me like this, it felt like both a gift and a goodbye. Humor was safer than honesty. Always had been. And then it was my turn. I drew a card, blindfolded myself, and attempted to sketch what I thought was a camp stove.
"Sasquatch in a hat,"
Junie said.
"Haunted waffle iron,"
Mariah added.
I rest my case,
Seth said.
We're all doomed.
Laughter rippled through the group, loud and real. By the end, my cheeks ached and my face felt stuck in a smile I wasn't ready to let go of. For a few golden minutes, the tension melted. We weren't walking on eggshells or stepping around unspoken things. We were just here. Just a group of oddballs learning how to survive together. laughing, messy, weird, alive. And for a moment, I let myself believe it could stay like this, that maybe Junie and I could find our way back to easy, even if nothing felt easy anymore. We had more training that morning, wilderness safety drills, de-escalation role plays, and some kind of scavenger hunt that Seth made unnecessarily competitive by turning it into a fungi identification tournament. Joe was in his element. Junie laughed a lot, not with me though. I kept my cool, mostly, but I couldn't stop watching them. Joe tossed her a carabiner at one point and she caught it one-handed, grinning like she'd just won a gold medal. He winked. She laughed. I died a little. Around lunch, the mail arrived and included 2 packages, one with my name, one with Junie's, both labeled in Tillie's flamboyant handwriting, sealed with floral washi tape and a sprig of lavender. While the others were distracted by Mariah trying to order an iced latte from the camp percolator, I opened mine. Inside was a small tin labeled Speak Freely, Tillie's homemade lip balm that smelled like peppermint and sage. A compass nestled beneath it, with a faint heart etched at north. Next to that was a small wooden heart, hand-carved and smooth, no bigger than a walnut. A tiny velvet pouch of honey drops sat tucked in the corner, and a Ziploc bag of homemade blueberry scones filled the rest of the box. There was a note that read,
Sweet William, focus on what matters and let your heart guide you. Speak your truth. She's worth it. And so are you.
I swallowed hard and tucked the note into the pocket of my flannel shirt. My fingers lingered on the little heart. The second I brought it to my nose and caught that woodsy citrus scent, I knew. Of course, it was juniper wood, a not-so-subtle nudge from Tillie. I rubbed it with my thumb, the grain already smoothing beneath my skin, and closed my fist around it. It grounded me, reminded me of everything I hadn't said yet. Everything I still hoped for. Then I slipped it quickly into the front pocket of my shorts before Junie could see it. She wandered over, her own box tucked under her arm like old times, when she'd show up uninvited, raid my snacks, and act like she was doing me a favor.
Did she send you essential oil?
Nope, lip balm, blueberry scones, and instructions to stop being a coward. She smiled. A real one, even if it didn't quite reach her eyes. Typical Tillie. I nodded toward her box. What did you get? She sat down beside me, cross-legged in the grass, and peeled it open. Her box held a willow branch bent gently into a heart shape, with a tag tied to it that read,
Flexible but strong, it bends but doesn't break.
A smooth riverstone etched with the word trust sat nestled beside a pouch of floral tea labeled Breathe Easy. A folded slip of paper tied with lavender ribbon peeked out from underneath, and tucked along the side was a bag filled with apple cinnamon scones. She picked up the branch first, ran her fingers along the curve of the wood, and turned the tag over. I watched her read it. Her breath hitched, just slightly. And then she gave the smallest nod, like maybe something had settled in her chest. Goosebumps rose along my arms. A hush spread through me, quiet and reverent. Seeing that willow branch stirred something in me, deep and old and aching. Junie used to call me Willow when we were kids, when everything felt simpler and softer before the world got weird. She stopped sometime around high school. Maybe because I told her it was silly, or maybe because everything between us had started to shift. I couldn't even remember, but seeing her holding that branch, something twisted in my chest. I missed it. Missed her calling me that. Missed the version of us that hadn't yet been tangled up by time and feelings and everything we didn't know how to say. She didn't say anything about it, just held the branch for a moment longer than necessary before setting it gently in the grass beside her. Next, she grasped the river stone, ran her thumb across the gold lettering, like she wanted to believe it, but didn't quite know how.
Trust,
she whispered, then shook her head.
Easier said than done.
My fingers curled around the compass in my hand. Yeah, I know the feeling. She reached for the paper tied with the lavender bow, then hesitated. Her fingers hovered like she was considering saving it for later. You're not going to leave me hanging, are you? I asked, aiming for lightness. She sighed, gave me that sideways glance I knew too well.
You and Tillie. Relentless.
Junie untied the thread and unfolded the note. Her voice was quiet as she read it aloud.
The heart knows the truth, even when fear says otherwise. Listen to your heart, my dear, and let yourself believe in what's real, even if it scares you.
She remained silent for a beat. Just sat there, eyes fixed on the paper like the words had cracked something open she wasn't ready to show. Her fingers tightened around the edges, knuckles pale, lips parted slightly like she might say something but didn't trust herself to speak. Her shoulders lifted with a breath that didn't quite steady her. Then she folded it again, slower this time, as if the paper was a sacred treasure. She tucked it back into the box with a reverence that made my chest ache.
Gee, thanks, Tillie,
she muttered, but her voice was softer now. No sarcasm, no annoyance. Just a hush of acceptance wrapped around a truth she hadn't quite named. And then she stood, chin up, spine straight, as if she'd gathered every splinter of herself and reforged it into quiet resolve. I wanted to reach for her hand, tell her she could still trust me, that I hadn't come here to smother her or doubt her strength, that I knew she was more resilient than anyone gave her credit for, that she was the willow branch, bendable, fierce, alive. And I'd never doubted her, that I'd come because the thought of a summer without her felt like losing the air in my lungs. I opened my mouth. The words crowded my throat, teetering on the edge of now or never. But I didn't say them, not a single syllable. Because even with a box full of magical encouragements and the girl I loved standing right in front of me, I was still me. Still hiding behind usefulness instead of truth. Still terrified that love wasn't an anchor but a doorknob, one turn away from goodbye. What if love didn't mean forever? What if it was an exit plan dressed in pretty words? What if handing my heart to Junie only gave her something to drop on her way out like my mom did? And yet, Junie had never walked away. Not once. Maybe that was what scared me most, believing in something that had never let me down, but eventually would. As I watched her walk back toward the firelight, the wooden heart warm in my hand, something quiet flickered inside me. What if she was the one who stayed and kept staying? And if I could stop using this heart as a shield, and finally offer it to the one person who'd been holding it all along, maybe I'd find out. Though she might just throw it at my head first.
Chapter 11. Junie. If the first 2 days of training were about bonding, day 3 was about survival. Literal, sweaty, lung-burning survival. Gretchen handed us the day's schedule after breakfast, and it might as well have been titled, Welcome to the Hunger Games, Camp Edition. First up, orienteering with compasses through dense woods. Then a fire-building speed challenge, followed by basic first aid under pressure, including carrying someone across a clearing on a makeshift stretcher. And just for fun, a timed obstacle course involving ropes, logs, and balance beams suspended over what Joe affectionately called the mud trench of doom. In other words, the perfect day to expose every single one of my weaknesses. We started with orienteering. Seth, of course, treated it like the forest decathlon, using words like trajectory and terrain triangulation that made my brain sweat before we even left the map station. Jordan moved like she was born in the underbrush, dodging branches and correcting people's routes with a pointed stick and a glare. Meanwhile, I got turned around 3 times, screamed when a squirrel rustled the leaves beside me, and had to use my inhaler halfway through. At one point, I ended up right back at the start and pretended it was an intentional calibration loop. Then came the fire-building challenge. Will crouched low over his setup, methodical and quiet, like he was solving a puzzle he already knew the answer to. Joe got his fire roaring in record time and high-fived Mariah, who had somehow managed to get a flame going with a single match and a hair flip. I'd bet money she cheated and used hairspray. I got mine to smoke a little, then sneeze itself out. I stared at the pit like it had betrayed me, my face burning with frustration. My fire fizzled, and so did my confidence. And then the obstacle course. Ugh. Ropes, logs, balance beams, the mud trench of doom. Joe swung across the rope wall like he was auditioning for survival hotties of the Boundary Waters. Will was slower but steady, analyzing each section like he was calculating wind resistance and potential splinter risk. Jordan bulldozed through with the energy of someone who ate adrenaline for breakfast. Me? I slipped on the first log and was nearly clotheslined by a baby sapling. Graceful as ever, I'd convinced myself I was ready, that my brisk morning jogs around Moonlit Lake had toughened me up. Ha. Jogging on gravel while listening to the Hopeless Romantics Anonymous podcast was not the same as hauling yourself through a mud pit with your dignity clinging to one squishy sock. By the time I reached the halfway mark, my arms were trembling, my legs had filed a formal complaint, and my lungs were writing an angry Yelp review titled, "This experience was not as described." I leaned against a tree, dragging in air like it was on clearance, and took another puff from my inhaler. My eyes took in the mess ahead, the rope net, the tire tunnel, the narrow log that screamed, "Welcome to humiliation." How was I supposed to lead kids through this? What if I couldn't even finish it myself? What if everyone was right? That I wasn't built for this kind of thing? That I was too soft, too wheezy, too idealistic? That my head belonged in books and daydreams, not mosquito-infested obstacle courses? I looked up just in time to see Will offer a hand to Jordan. She muttered a gruff,
"Thanks,"
then jogged off like she hadn't just sprinted through a gauntlet designed by a masochistic park ranger. Will looked so capable, grounded, someone able to handle anything without flinching. The kind of person who actually read the emergency instructions on airplanes and knew where all the exits were. And Joe, he stood at the end of the course, clapping like I was about to set a new world record. I could practically hear him shouting, "You're crushing it, champ!" His grin gleamed, so bright it practically deserved its own soundtrack. I shook out my arms, trying to summon strength from somewhere, anywhere, and took one more breath. And kept going. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Will. He was watching me, not with pity, not like he was about to swoop in and save me, just watching, steady, calm, trusting me to figure it out. And somehow, that meant more than if he'd jumped in to rescue me. I appreciated it, more than I could say. I'd like to tell you I powered through with quiet determination and silent grit. But no. More like I stumbled through with huffing, puffing, and the unsettling realization that my sports bra was now more decorative than functional. When I finally dragged myself over the last log, lungs burning, hair stuck to my forehead, and dignity somewhere back in the mud trench, I straightened up, ready to celebrate the fact that I hadn't died, but the others had already moved on. They were gathered by the gear shed, laughing about the next drill, water bottles in hand like they hadn't just survived the Thunderdome of outdoor education. I bit back the sting of disappointment, swallowing it like a mouthful of river water. And then I saw him. Will was still there, waiting, like he always had been. He didn't say anything, just met my eyes with a quiet smile. The kind that said I knew you could do it, the kind that didn't demand a performance or a punchline. Just pride and patience. Something in my chest gave a little lurch. Maybe I hadn't crushed the course, but I hadn't been invisible either. The rest of the afternoon, Will and Joe proved annoyingly good at everything. Will was all calm precision and quiet strength, carrying his end of the stretcher like it was weightless, probably while mentally reciting trauma protocols. Steady, capable, unshakable. Joe? Pure golden retriever on an energy drink, bounding between tasks, flashing that solar-powered grin, cracking jokes, and keeping morale at a solid 10. And then there's me. I tripped over a tree root and almost face-planted into the fire pit, saved it with a heroic stumble and a sound that could have been a wheeze or a war cry. Hard to say. It was humiliating. And weirdly illuminating. Watching Will navigate the forest, shoulders strong, brow furrowed, moving like a man who could survive the wild and build a hospital out of 2 sticks, did something to me. This wasn't backup plan Will. This was confident, commanding Will. The kind of man who made my pulse misbehave. And then there was Joe. Shiny, funny, easy. The rom-com fantasy with a grin that could melt a glacier. He made me feel daring and brought out a brave version of myself I'd always dreamed about, the one who laughed too loud and didn't overthink. Joe was the spark, the swoony highlight reel I thought I wanted. Will was steady, familiar, and suddenly setting fire to every definition of just friends I'd ever clung to. Joe dazzled, Will grounded, and I was somewhere in the middle, wondering what it meant that I suddenly needed both. I couldn't stop comparing them. And then when Will helped Danny during a team relay, catching her mid-stumble and offering a low, encouraging word that made her nod with respect, something shifted. Maybe the pine pollen was messing with my brain chemistry. Leaning against a tree, I took a puff of my inhaler. I was tired. Bone tired. The kind of tired that went deeper than sore muscles and scuffed knees. The kind that made everything feel blurry. My breath, my thoughts, my feelings. That had to be why it all felt so tangled. Later, I caught Will smiling at Mariah, soft and patient. That same smile he used on me when I forgot my inhaler or lost my phone in the freezer. And for a stupid second, my stomach did a triple axel straight into denial. Jealousy? No, couldn't be. He was the person who knew me better than anyone. And I couldn't afford to mess that up with feelings that barged in uninvited and refused to leave. I had a crush on Joe. He was the safe bet. I had a plan. Will wasn't part of it. At least, he wasn't supposed to be.
Chapter 12. Will. We'd been at camp less than a week, and already my patience was hanging by a thin rope. A fraying one. Junie wasn't just avoiding me. She was dodging me like I was some passive-aggressive mosquito. She laughed with Joe. She teamed up with Eli. She asked Danny for tea. But me? All I got was the occasional sideways glance and the silent treatment served up with a side of tension so thick I could have patched a tent with it. Which I deserved, I guess. But that didn't make it easier to watch her swoon laugh every time Joe winked. I tried to give her space. I really did. But it felt like holding my breath underwater, hoping she'd surface before I broke. Mariah, on the other hand, wouldn't give me space if I bribed her with coffee and a restraining order. At breakfast, she slid in beside me and asked if I liked strong or stylish women, then brushed my knee with a quick squeeze, like we were sharing more than syrup. I nearly choked on my pancake. Later, while I was refilling my water bottle, she sprawled across a sun-warmed boulder, slowly contorting into some kind of predatory pretzel, like she'd read a survival manual on how to stalk your prey through interpretive stretching.
Ever done hot yoga?
She asked, lowering her sunglasses in a move that probably worked on most men. I looked away, praying if I ignored her, she'd evaporate with the morning fog. But when I turned around, there she was again. I felt like I was being hunted by a glamazon with the subtlety of a goose in mating season. And suddenly, I wasn't sure if I needed hydration or an emergency extraction unit. I didn't even have time to recover before Gretchen clapped her hands and called us to circle up around the fire pit.
Next up,
she said, holding up a little woven basket,
is an activity we call Dream Catcher. Each of you will write down a personal goal, something you want to learn, overcome, or achieve this summer. Don't sign your name. When you're done, fold it and drop it in the basket.
There were a few groans and nervous chuckles, but everyone got to scribbling. I stared at my blank slip for a few minutes before finally writing mine. Once all the responses were in the basket, Gretchen gave the basket a dramatic shake and started reading the dreams aloud. Yep, that's right. Reading them for everyone to hear and figure out who wrote them. Why couldn't I have written something like, learn fly fishing? Gretchen read the first one.
Master the art of peeing in the woods without falling over or getting my jeans wet.
Laughter rippled through the group. Danny raised her hand to claim that one.
Guys have it made. You just don't understand.
Catch a fish without apologizing to it.
Gretchen raised an eyebrow and looked over her glasses.
Someone's got a guilty conscience.
Seth lifted his hand with mock solemnity.
I just think they deserve respect, okay?
Danny snorted.
You talk to fish?
Seth shrugged.
Only the polite ones.
Gretchen chuckled and read the next one.
Convince a bear to be my emotional support animal.
Everyone laughed and gestured to Joe. He bowed and said,
We all need someone to lean on, even if it's 600 pounds and covered in fur.
I muttered, so Joe likes his women to be hairier than he is. A couple of people snorted. Joe just grinned wider. Gretchen hesitated, glancing at the next slip like it might bite her.
Say what I really feel.
She read aloud. My spine locked up. I froze. Oh no, that was mine. And now the entire camp knew it. A few people glanced around. Mariah raised a brow, lips quirking.
That's mysterious.
But Junie met my gaze. Not mockingly, not surprised, just steady. And I looked away. My jaw clenched tight like it might hold in everything I'd never said. Gretchen pulled another paper from the basket.
Successfully start a fire using only flint and one dry pine needle.
That was Eli, of course, who raised a hand with quiet pride.
Minimalist fire magic. There's an art to it.
Good luck with that.
Gretchen nodded before drawing the next one.
Sleep more than 5 hours without waking up in tactical mode.
Jordan didn't blink as everyone turned toward her.
What? It's a goal.
I was secretly relieved I wouldn't be sharing a tent with her. I'm not too manly to admit that the woman scared me. Finally, Gretchen pulled out the last slip of paper.
Prove to myself I'm stronger than I think, stronger than everyone thinks.
I felt it land like a weight. Everyone went quiet. No one guessed right away. But when I looked at Junie, she was still staring at her hands, her lips pressed together. And I knew. Gretchen must have felt the shift in energy, because before anyone could speak, she cleared her throat and gestured to the basket.
All right, let's get moving,
she said.
We're clipping these to the trees. Your job is to retrieve one. Doesn't matter if it's yours, but help each other, support each other. Think of it as a metaphor and a physical challenge, helping each other reach our goals. That's a 2-for-1, folks.
Branches were soon dotted with fluttering paper like leaves of vulnerability. We spread out. Junie's was clipped too high for her to reach on her own. Joe offered to boost her. She shook him off, wanting to do it herself. She scanned the tree, assessing its climbability, when Danny handed her a log instead. She stepped up onto the log with surprising steadiness, her jaw set, hands shaking just slightly. She stretched, balanced, and grabbed the slip. Her fingers trembled as she pulled it down and climbed back down without help. Her eyes darted to me briefly, just once. That was all. But that one look said enough. Relief, determination, maybe even pride. She'd done it herself, and I couldn't stop the rush of warmth in my chest. I wanted to hug her. I wanted to cheer. Instead, I stayed still and let the moment be hers. After everyone retrieved their dream, Gretchen made an announcement.
For the next phase of training, you'll work in assigned pairs to co-lead a sample lesson. 1 week of prep, then we present to the group. Choose your partners. 1 teacher, 1 wilderness guide.
Before I could blink, Mariah was on me, literally. She hooked her arm through mine and leaned in as if she'd already booked the honeymoon suite.
Well, this is fate,
she purred.
You, me, a week of collaboration, and maybe even a little shared body heat if the nights get cold.
I thought of faking a twisted ankle, but she'd just stick tighter than pine sap on a hiking pack. Or worse, declare herself my round-the-clock nurse. I shuddered.
I hope you don't mind sharing your bug spray and your deepest secrets,
Mariah added, running a perfectly manicured finger down my arm and triggering every flight instinct I had. My gaze flicked to Junie, already walking toward Joe. My stomach dipped. She looked so sure, so gone. Of course. I'd have to watch them team up for the next week while Mariah hovered beside me in platform hiking boots, whispering moonlit canoe date innuendos and popping breath mints. Then Junie turned. Her eyes landed on Mariah and her clinging vine attachment to my arm. No scowl, no flinch. Just a slow, silent once-over that made it very clear she was not amused. Her eyes narrowed and her lips tightened with a lemon-sour look that warned, "Not today, Satan." For half a second, her gaze slid to me, enough to short-circuit every nerve in my body, then back to Mariah's overly familiar grip. And before I could make sense of the expression on her face, equal parts confusion, irritation, and something dangerously close to possession, she blurted,
"Actually, yeah, no, Will's with me."
She pointed at me like she'd just claimed the last donut.
"Yup, we're partners, definitely."
Relief slammed into me so fast it left me dizzy. The whole group paused. Even Joe blinked.
What?
Mariah blinked twice, then tightened her grip.
I don't think so.
Before I could respond, Junie strode over, grabbed my other arm, and tugged me away from Mariah as if this had been the plan all along. And Mariah had just missed the memo. Junie didn't look at me right away, just kept her eyes forward as we walked. Her hold on my arm was firm, decisive, certain, like she'd made a decision and wasn't about to second-guess it. My heart hammered against my ribs, trying to make sense of what had just happened. She'd picked me, over Joe. When we reached the edge of the clearing, she finally let go and crossed her arms in that stubborn, unshakable Junie way, daring the universe to ask questions. Or maybe daring herself not to regret it. I stayed quiet. Didn't trust my voice not to crack or say something stupid. Besides, my pulse was doing dizzying cartwheels as it was. Well, okay then. "Guess we're partners," I said, nudging her lightly with my shoulder, trying to sound casual when everything inside me was holding its breath.
"Guess so,"
she muttered. She still wouldn't meet my eyes, but I caught the faintest flush rising to her cheeks. Just a hint of pink. Just enough to make something crack wide open in my chest. And maybe it was the heat, or the residual magic of Tillie's care package, or the way her fingers had curled just a little tighter around my arm, like she wasn't completely ready to let go. But hope, stupid, stubborn hope, lit a spark in my chest anyway. Because she didn't have to pick me. But she did, and for the first time in days, it felt like maybe, just maybe, she still believed in us.
Chapter 13. Junie. Partnering with Will had seemed like a good idea in the moment. Correction, it had felt like a necessary action, a protective one. Mariah wasn't flirting. She was swarming like a mosquito that thought he was an all-you-can-eat buffet, persistent, whiny, and impossible to ignore. And apparently, immune to Will's bug spray. I couldn't just stand there and let him get Skeeter snared into a pairing he clearly didn't want. He was my best friend. And relationship rescue? That came with the territory. Or so I told myself repeatedly. But the truth? I didn't know if I stepped in to protect him, or because the idea of watching him spend the next week with Mariah made my gut twist and tighten, sharp and scratchy as a swallowed pine cone. Either way, I'd made my choice and had to live with the consequences, one-on-one time with my best friend while my heart rustled like a squirrel in a snack bag every time he was near. Probably just the camp oatmeal. Or the pine pollen. Romantic confusion could be considered a seasonal allergy, couldn't it? If only a puff of my inhaler would make it go away. I tried to ignore it. But as we sat side by side on a sun-warmed log, our knees brushing every time I shifted, I forced myself to repeat the same mantra. You did this to protect him. Not because being this close caused my stomach to do that stupid flippy thing. Definitely not because of that. We were supposed to be brainstorming ideas for the lesson we'd co-teach to the rest of the group next week. I wanted to focus. Really, I did. But then Joe walked by, shirt slightly damp from chopping firewood, and his arm muscles were putting on a flex-off that should have come with a warning label. He winked at me. My pulse hiccuped, but it wasn't the electric jolt I was expecting. I turned quickly, pretending the lichen on that log was the most fascinating thing in the forest. I'd crushed on Joe for months, so why did Will, doing absolutely nothing, mess me up more than Joe, the walking lumberjack fantasy? Will saw the whole thing. His jaw tightened just enough to be noticeable. Okay, I said too brightly, nudging Will's arm like it was no big deal. Maybe we should walk a bit. You know, get inspired by nature, stretch our legs, find our higher purpose in the foliage or something. Will raised an eyebrow.
You trying to ditch me in the woods or just hoping a chipmunk will give you a lesson plan?
Either would be fine with me, I said, brushing imaginary dust off my pants like it held the answer to life's questions. We wandered into the woods, a safe distance from the group, crunching through dried leaves and ducking under branches. The air was warm but breezy, laced with the scent of pine and last night's campfire smoke. I was thinking, I said, maybe we could do something with journaling and ecological observation. Teach the kids to really see the world around them, you know? Slow down, connect, reflect. Will nodded.
I like it. We could build in reflection prompts, sketching exercises, maybe even make our own journals from foraged materials, and maybe pair that with nature-based first aid. Show them how to recognize risks and treat minor injuries using what's around them.
I was just starting to feel confident again when my foot caught on a root and I went down hard. Ow! I sat up, inspecting my scraped knee. Will dropped beside me instantly.
You okay?
Fine, I said, though my knee was already red and stinging. Just sacrificed my dignity to the forest gods. He pulled out a small first aid kit and gently cleaned the scrape. Classic Will, always prepared to step in, steady things, keep control. If he could hold everything together, no one could slip through his fingers. I knew where that came from. I hated that he still believed love could vanish if he wasn't perfect enough. He paused just for a breath, his thumb sweeping away a speck of dirt with deliberate care. Like this wasn't about antiseptic or bandages, but about being the one who stayed steady when everything else wobbled. And that's when I noticed it. The tenderness in his eyes. The way his fingers brushed my skin like he didn't want to hurt me. Like he'd memorized every inch of my awkward, clumsy body. And wasn't the least bit fazed by it. A shiver ran down my spine. What was that? He applied a bandage with care and then looked up.
There. Good as new.
Except I wasn't. My mind had dropped its compass and wandered off the trail. Or was it my heart? Hard to say. Thanks, I mumbled. We kept walking. I tried not to look at him. Honestly, I tried. Then it happened. Will flinched and slapped at his side.
Ow, something stung me.
He yanked up his shirt to check, revealing a welt rising on his ribs. Then he pulled the shirt off entirely. My brain stopped. He wasn't trying to show off. He was just trying to keep a bee from setting up camp in his armpit. But still. Holy. Forestry. His torso was lightly tanned, broad across the shoulders, with lean muscle, and the faintest trail of hair disappearing into his waistband. And there, right over his heart, a tattoo. A willow branch, bent into the shape of half a heart. It wasn't just unexpected, it was disarming, personal, beautiful, in a quiet kind of way. What a strange thing to ink on your chest, and yet, somehow, it suited him. Soft strength, bending, not breaking, just like the one in Tillie's care package. How odd. I stared, pulse skittering. When did you get that? He didn't meet my eyes.
A while ago.
How had I missed this? My brain scrambled, flipping through mental snapshots of every summer and late-night study session, trying to find the last time I'd seen him without a shirt. Is that a willow? He shrugged.
Yeah.
Why? He shrugged, but his eyes held mine with a vulnerability I rarely saw in him. Why is it shaped like that? What does it mean? His voice dropped, barely above a whisper.
Not ready to talk about it. Yet.
Yet, one word, one opening, and it cracked something open in me. That tattoo wasn't random. It wasn't aesthetic. It meant something. And the fact that it was hidden beneath his shirt, over his heart. I wasn't sure if I wanted to cry or kiss him or run back to camp and pretend none of this was happening, because maybe I wasn't ready to talk about it either, whatever this was. The sting immediately appeared angry and swelling. He winced and I blinked, forcing myself to focus. I pulled my gaze away from his 8-pack and pecs. Don't you have something in your first aid kit for bee stings?
I do, but the best thing for it is a poultice.
He scanned the ground around us.
We need plantain leaves. I saw some along the path back there. They look kind of like spinach leaves.
We gathered a few and he handed them to me.
You'll need to chew them. It releases the salve.
Seriously?
Unless you want to pee on it instead.
I blinked, then saw the twitch of his lips. Nice try.
I'm just saying,
he said, grinning despite the pain.
Spit's the better option.
You're lucky I like you, I muttered, chewing awkwardly and applying the chewed leaves to his sting. My face was on fire. He hissed at the contact.
Wow, that stings.
Good. Maybe it'll shock some modesty into you. He laughed.
You're the one making homemade forest paste in your mouth and applying it to my ribs. Pretty intimate, if you ask me. Almost like kissing it and making it better.
My hands stilled. The air shifted. And suddenly I was aware of everything. How his breath hitched at my touch, the heat of his skin, alone in the woods, and he was half naked. The lights in my brain flickered and died. Our eyes met, just for a second, but it was enough to knock the air from my lungs. The space between us tightened, electric and humming, like the forest itself was holding its breath. His gaze dropped to my mouth, and oh no, I was noticing his lips, really noticing. How soft they looked, how close they were, how I suddenly, stupidly, wondered what they might taste like. A beat passed, then two, and my heart went full hummingbird in a thunderstorm. No. Nope. Absolutely not. This was Will, my best friend, the boy who once helped me detangle a frog from my hair. Not someone I should be thinking about kissing. Definitely not someone I should be imagining pushing me up against a tree, and this was Will, my best friend, the boy who once helped me detangle a frog from my hair. Not someone I should be thinking about kissing. Definitely not someone I should be imagining pushing me up against a tree, and I cleared my throat. Okay, well, that's done. I stood too fast, wiping my hands on my pants. I'm gonna go, check for ticks. On myself. Because of, science. And, self-care. Can't be too careful. He blinked.
Ticks?
Yes. I'm high risk.
You've been still for 10 seconds.
Exactly, prime tick attraction zone. I spun and practically jogged back toward the group, tripping over the same stupid route again. I didn't look back. Couldn't. If he was still watching me, I might actually combust. Once I was out of sight, I pressed a hand to my chest. What is wrong with you? Will was my best friend. He was not supposed to make me feel like this. Not with a touch, a glance, a tattoo I didn't understand but desperately wanted to. I took a swig from my inhaler and tried to catch my breath. From the woods, from the pollen. Definitely not from the way he looked at me. This needed to stop. I needed to pull myself together. We had a job to do, a lesson to teach, a week to get through. And Joe was the one I was crushing on. Charming, easygoing, perfect. Joe. Then why? My traitorous brain whispered. Did you choose Will?
Chapter 14. Will. The thing about getting emotionally steamrolled by your best friend is that you don't get a warning. 1 minute you're in the woods holding eye contact while she rubs chewed up leaves on your ribs, and the next she's sprinting away with the urgency of someone being chased by both a bear and her feelings. Arms flailing, logic forgotten, dignity optional. I spent half the night replaying it, the way she stared at my tattoo, the sharp breath she took, how her fingers trembled just slightly when she touched me. And then, the way she bolted. I wanted to believe I hadn't imagined it, that something real had happened between us, something electric and terrifying and long overdue. But then again, maybe she just remembered she'd left her common sense back at the lodge. Either way, I barely slept. And when I finally dragged myself to breakfast, I was greeted by two things. Neither of them pleasant. Oatmeal that had the consistency of wet concrete and tasted about the same. And Mariah, who showed up wearing a suspiciously matching outfit.
Hey, handsome,
she purred, sliding into the seat next to me. I choked on my coffee. You're up early. She batted her lashes.
I like to be prepared.
I wasn't sure if she meant for class or commitment, but I subtly angled my chair toward the nearest escape route. Today's training kicked off with behavioral management, and I briefly wondered if any of the techniques would work on Mariah. Then it turned into a storytelling session about the weirdest camper behaviors anyone had ever seen. Joe opened with a story about a kid who wanted to taste every bug he found.
Spiders, beetles, once a cicada. Said he was building up his immune system. I had to Google whether millipedes were poisonous.
Seth leaned forward, grinning.
We had a kid once who bear-hugged everyone. Campers, staff, trees, you name it.
Jordan muttered,
Was he training to be a koala?
Seth shook his head.
Turned out he just moved into foster care. His therapist believed he was trying to hold on to anything that felt safe.
The group was quiet for a beat until Junie leaned forward, her voice soft but clear.
That's exactly it. Kids adapt to survive. They're not trying to be difficult. They're trying to feel safe.
Gretchen held up a finger.
One more story before we move on.
Eli nodded.
I had a camper who refused to sleep, like full nocturnal mode. Built himself a bat cave under his bunk with blankets and a flashlight.
Mariah blinked.
Was he aspiring to be a vampire?
Eli shrugged.
Nah, he'd been through some stuff. Said he stayed up at home to protect his younger siblings. Took days before he could fall asleep without holding a flashlight.
Sometimes,
Gretchen added.
What looks like defiance is just survival dressed in a hoodie.
Junie nodded.
Behavior and emotions aren't problems to fix. They're signals. If a kid's acting out, something deeper is acting up.
She tucked her hair behind her ear and offered a crooked smile.
Sometimes the best thing we can do is teach kids it's okay to feel things, even big, messy things, like rage at mosquitoes or despair over soggy socks.
A few people chuckled. I might have stared a little too long. Her brilliance and compassion had always amazed me. But right then, I swear, she lit up the whole clearing. Danny stretched her legs out and reached toward the shared snack bag.
Eli, pass the trail mix, and don't you dare pick out all the M&Ms again.
I have no idea what you're talking about,
Eli said innocently, sliding a colorful handful into his cargo pocket. Seth pointed with a stick.
Let the record show. Candy theft witnessed.
Let the record show,
Danny countered.
That I'm watching you, Eli.
The group chuckled again, the tension softening around the edges. Then we had a session on learning styles. Gretchen explained the basics. Visual learners who need to see it, auditory learners who prefer to hear it, and kinesthetic learners who learn best by doing.
Most of us are a mix,
she added.
But understanding how kids process information helps us reach them better.
Jordan crossed her arms and nodded.
I'm a kinesthetic learner. Boot camp taught me everything I needed to know through push-ups, mud, and yelling. Still sticks with me.
Danny raised a hand.
I'm a visual learner. If I can't see it or picture it, my brain throws it out.
Eli added,
I learn best by teaching others. If I can explain it to someone else, it finally clicks.
Mariah stood up and struck a pose.
I, for one, am a movement-based learner. Observe.
She launched into what could generously be described as interpretive dance. I backed slowly into a tree and pretended to be invisible. Danny whispered,
If she starts doing the butterfly stretch again, I'm throwing her in the lake.
We have to keep in mind,
Gretchen said, glancing around the group.
Most of these kids haven't done well in regular school for whatever reason, and being out here where they can learn in a different way might make all the difference.
A few heads nodded. No one joked this time. The weight of what they were here to do settled over the group like a shared breath. Jordan grunted her approval.
Beats sitting behind a desk pretending algebra is going to solve your home life.
Well said, but interesting insight coming from the math teacher of the group.
Eli lifted his water bottle in salute.
We're basically emotional Sherpas of the wilderness,
Junie said under her breath. Joe elbowed her.
With better snacks.
Gretchen clapped her hands once.
All right, let's shift gears. Time to put some of that knowledge into action.
She scanned her clipboard.
Joe and Junie, you're up. Show us what happens when a camper goes rogue on a hike.
Joe gave an exaggerated salute and bounded to the front like he'd just landed the lead role in a wilderness soap opera. Junie followed with a mock serious expression that barely masked her grin. They demonstrated what to do if a camper went missing during a hike. Junie played the worried team leader, and Joe naturally played the overconfident rescuer, using a banana as a radio and rolling dramatically down a slope. Junie giggled like a schoolgirl. I pretended to find a splinter in my thumb just to look busy. It wasn't that I had something against her smiling. I just wanted to be the one making it happen. And then, finally, I got my moment. Gretchen called us together and announced,
Will, you're up. Show us how to not kill people in the wilderness.
Inspiring intro. I ran a quick demo on how to treat sprains using a shirt and twigs for a splint, how to recognize signs of dehydration and heat stroke, and how to calm a camper having a panic attack. I kept it simple, practical. No jokes, no flash. Just the stuff that could actually save a life. The kind of stuff you practice until it becomes instinct, because one day it might have to be. Halfway through explaining how to check for airway obstruction, I glanced up and saw her. Junie. Sitting cross-legged in the grass, pen forgotten in her hand, just watching me. Not like a friend. Like someone seeing something new, something she didn't expect. Our eyes met. My pulse jumped. Her gaze lingered just for a heartbeat or two, before she blinked and looked away like the sun had suddenly flared too bright. But it wasn't the sun, it was me. And for one impossible second, I allowed myself to believe she saw me. Really saw me. Afterwards, as the group applauded and Joe joked about me stealing his thunder, I kept glancing her way, waiting for another look, another sign. I got none. She spent the next session taking diligent notes and nodding like the social-emotional curriculum was the most fascinating thing she'd ever seen. I think she even underlined something. Twice. Mariah showed up again during partner drills, chirping something about how well our energy aligned. I nearly assigned myself to a tree just to escape. But through it all, one thought kept circling my brain like a vulture. Junie felt something, and she ran. Not because it wasn't real, but because it was. I could be patient. I could wait. But so help me, if Joe winked at her one more time, I was going to trip over a log and accidentally tackle him. With my fists. As the afternoon session wrapped, Gretchen paused to take measure of each one of us, then stood and tapped her clipboard twice against her palm.
All right, gang. One quick announcement before we break for the evening. After reviewing your initial lesson plans and seeing how well some of you are already working together,
her eyes did a quick sweep of the group.
I've decided to keep everyone in their current pairs for the duration of the summer.
There was a collective pause. Mariah's head whipped toward me.
Wait, what?
Junie made a strangled noise like a chipmunk had just leapt down her shirt.
We're what?
Her voice cracked. I didn't blame her. Gretchen smiled, oblivious or possibly evil.
Same partners rotating between student groups weekly. Consistency builds trust, people. You'll thank me later.
Joe gave a low whistle.
Looks like we're in it for the long haul, partner.
He bumped Mariah's shoulder. She was still glaring daggers at Junie, her jaw tight, smile tighter.
Delightful.
She dusted Joe's shirt like she'd claimed him. I didn't dare look at Junie, but I could feel the tension vibrating off her like she was attempting to telepathically rewind the week to get a do-over. Me? I just bit the inside of my cheek and stared at the ground. Focused on my boots. Picked at a stray thread on my cuff, anything but risk looking at her. Because if I let myself smile even a little, I'd blow my cover completely. And it was ironic, really, Gretchen assigning us long-term partners to help build trust. Trust was the thing I'd already spent years building with Junie. Slowly, carefully, quietly. And it was also the one thing I was most afraid of losing. But now, there was something else too. Hope. Wild, reckless, sharp around the edges, and completely out of my control. No matter how hard I tried to smother it, it kept rising. In every glance, every brush of her hand, every unfinished sentence. Hope was dangerous. It crept in where logic tried to hold the line. But for the first time in a long time, I didn't want to be careful. I wanted her.
Chapter 15. Junie. My impulsive streak had officially outdone itself. One knee-jerk decision to protect Will from a weaponized flirtation ambush, and now I was locked into being his partner for the entire summer. Not a week, not a lesson. The whole mosquito-bitten, sunburned, emotionally explosive experience. So much for casually flirting with Joe over marshmallows and canoe paddles. Not that I was bitter. Okay, I was a little bitter. Joe had flashed me that winning grin, clearly expecting me to be his partner. And for 1 second I'd thought, yes, my daydream was becoming reality. But then Mariah had clamped onto Will with the tenacity of a burr stuck to your sock mid-hike, and I just reacted. And now? I'd officially derailed every wild hope and plan I had for this summer, and possibly my entire emotional stability. 2 vans pulled into the clearing, kicking up a cloud of dust and teen angst. Will stood beside me, calm and steady, clipboard in hand. Meanwhile, I was bouncing on the balls of my feet like my blood had been replaced with hummingbird nectar. The vans rolled to a stop, and within seconds the doors burst open like we'd just uncorked a bottle of teenage chaos. Backpacks flew, voices rose. Someone immediately climbed a tree.
Welcome to summer,
Will muttered. Gretchen stood on a boulder and called for quiet, which took longer than it should have. Once the volume dipped below concert level, she split the kids into 2 groups. Joe read off the first 8 names. Those kids, already sizing each other up, trotted off toward the far side of camp with Eli and Jordan, while Seth and Danny followed behind with clipboards and a vaguely hopeful energy. That left the rest of the campers standing in front of us. Cue the real challenge. Before anyone could bolt for the woods or start a turf war, Will stepped forward, calm and grounded.
Hey, I'm Will, EMT, wilderness medic, and your go-to guy if something bites you and you don't know what it was.
I slid in beside him. I'm Junie. I'll be teaching science and helping you all connect with nature, your emotions, and hopefully not poison ivy. We're here to keep you safe, teach you some cool stuff, and maybe even have a little fun along the way. Joe stepped forward with his usual megawatt grin.
I'm Joe. If you want to learn survival skills, extreme sports, or how to dramatically escape a bear, I'm your guy.
Mariah waved as if being introduced on a talk show.
I'm Mariah. I'm an English teacher and your fashion-forward wilderness guide.
She sparkled in the spotlight, and I don't mean her personality. The sun hit her glittery eyeshadow like a signal flare. I adjusted my sunglasses. Joe moved forward, slinging a pack over his shoulder.
We'll be with you for a few days,
he said brightly.
Then we'll rotate to another group. So let's try not to scar each other for life.
We'll scan the group, slouching, scowling, radiating teen angst, like it was a group sport.
All right, campers. Time for your turn in the spotlight,
he said evenly.
Step up, tell us your name and what you hope to get out of this summer. Bonus points for originality and minimal eye-roll injuries.
Judging by the flawless execution already on display, we were in for a long summer. First up was a tiny girl clutching her backpack like it held nuclear launch codes. Long jet black hair looked like she'd styled it with a fork and a grudge. She wore black nail polish, heavy eyeliner, and enough attitude to curdle milk.
I don't share,
she announced, hugging her bag tighter.
Anything. Ever.
Her sharp eyes dared anyone to test that. Then, almost as an afterthought,
Lucy.
That's okay,
Will said smoothly.
We'll be sure to pass that on to the wildlife.
Lucy's eyes darted around, already calculating the nearest exit and how to call back the van. Then came Tyson. Broad-shouldered and tall, dark curls pushed back under a knit beanie, jaw set in a permanent scowl. His eyes were a stormy shade of "don't even try it," and the ink creeping down one arm looked like it came with a rap sheet.
Tyson,
He said flatly.
and my goal, not being here.
He folded his arms like that settled it.
But I guess I'll take quiet and nobody talking at me as runner-ups.
Great. Glaring, silent, resistant with a capital R. Yep, this was going to be fun. Vince leaned to Rudy and muttered,
"Definitely court-ordered,"
making Rudy snicker. Will shot them a glare and nodded to Tyson like that was a completely reasonable goal.
We'll work on the quiet part.
Rudy tumbled into the center of the circle next, all elbows and chaos. Wild red hair sticking out in all directions. Wiry build, grass-stained jeans, a grin that said chaos was his love language.
This is so cool. Do we get bunk beds? Is that a beaver? Can I make a fire? What's that smell? Do we have to forage for our supper?
Breathe, I said, holding up a hand. Introductions first. Questions later.
Right, sorry.
He sucked in a massive breath and barreled on.
I'm Rudy, and my goal is to build a raft. And maybe kiss someone by the bonfire.
Lucy muttered.
Ew, gross.
You'll be singing a different song after our fireside lip lock.
Rudy puckered his lips and waggled his brows. Lucy rolled her eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't get stuck.
In your dreams, Cap and cringe.
Devin lingered behind them, barely a shadow in an oversized hoodie. Chin-length dark hair tucked behind noise-canceling headphones. Blue eyes darting from face to face like she was memorizing escape routes. She flinched at Rudy's voice and shrank tighter into herself. I stepped up with a soft smile. "Hey, I like your headphones." She nodded, barely, then scribbled on a notepad and held it up.
Devin. Less noise, more trees.
Short, sharp, message received. Lexi stomped over next. Black combat boots laced to the knees, purple-tipped spiky hair sharp enough to double as weapons, winged eyeliner like warning signs, and enough "don't mess with me" energy to silence a room.
"Lexi,"
she said.
"And what do I want? A machete, and maybe some cool plant IDs, but mostly the machete."
Will coughed.
I admire the ambition, but how about we start with something less likely to land us in the ER? Limb reattachment is way beyond my job description. Maybe you can start with a butter knife and work your way up.
The next one in line snorted. Vince had medium build, shaggy brown hair, and a resting smirk that screamed, "trouble starter." His hoodie was torn at the sleeves, and his confidence came with a side of provocation.
"Careful, Lexi,"
he muttered.
"Wouldn't want you to slice through your own ego."
Lexi rolled her eyes.
"Watch it, tick brain. I'm not above using you for practice."
I redirected Vince with a look.
"Oh yeah, I'm Vince,"
he said, flashing a grin.
"What's my goal? To make it out alive and figure out everyone's weaknesses before the bears do."
"Charming," I deadpanned. Vince feigned shaking in his boots and then turned his grin on me. He elbowed Rudy.
"Hey, you think our science teacher and the medic are dating? Or is it her and Mr. Extreme Sports?"
Rudy gasped like he'd been handed top-secret intel.
Ooh, drama, excellent.
I gave them both a sharp look. Vince just smirked.
"Just trying to get a read on the vibe here."
Liam walked over like he was stepping into a protein bar commercial. Blonde, brawny, golden boy smile, and varsity everything posture.
"And I'm game for anything. Climbing, hiking, whatever. Just bring it on."
Sasha was last. Long strawberry blonde hair in a pristine braid, pale skin that probably hadn't seen a mosquito in her life, and armed with a color-coded binder like a weapon of mass organization.
"I'm Sasha,"
she announced crisply.
"And I'm here to earn my credits, raise my GP.
She slapped a mosquito.
If I don't get malaria while I'm at it."
She glanced around the cabins, frowning like she'd just spotted a rat wearing flip-flops.
"Those buildings look like tetanus waiting to happen. There's mold. I can smell it. Are you sure those roofs are up to code?"
Vince whispered to Rudy.
I give her 2 days before she starts drafting a camp improvement proposal.
Will raised his hand.
Don't worry, Sasha. You won't be sleeping in the cabins.
Her relief was visible.
You'll be sleeping over there,
he added, pointing to a stack of tents. Her face fell like someone had just taken away her spreadsheets. Lucy groaned.
Are we being punked?
Rudy whispered.
Okay, gang.
Joe said, satisfied like he'd just survived a small war.
Now that we know everyone's names and accessory choices, let's get moving before Mariah busts out scented affirmation stickers.
Mariah's face lit up.
Oh my gosh, I totally brought some.
Later,
Joe said firmly, hand up.
First the tour, then whatever sticker sorcery you've got planned.
Mariah muttered.
Sticker sorcery, says the guy who wears bug spray as cologne.
A ripple of snickers ran through the campers. Rudy grinned wide.
Ooh, shots fired.
Will glanced at Joe.
Don't worry, man. I hear Odedit is making a comeback this year.
We herded them across the grounds like reluctant sheep. Will launched into the safety briefing like he'd been born holding a first aid kit. Calm, clear, confident. Even Tyson was paying attention.
Who wants to pretend to fall into the river so we can demonstrate how not to rescue someone?
Will asked. Rudy launched into a dramatic fake fall.
I regret nothing.
Lucy rolled her eyes.
We all regret that.
After his demonstration, I caught Will's eye and grinned. He grinned back. Easy, steady, no agenda. Just Will. Reliable, grounding, familiar in a way that made my pulse do weird, traitorous things. Mariah sighed audibly and twirled her hair like we were at a middle school dance. Joe across the clearing tossed me another wink. Once that might have sent my stomach into cartwheels. But I was starting to wonder if he was flirting. Or losing a battle with an eyelid spasm. I'd spent so much time picturing myself with someone dazzling. Someone like Joe. But maybe I'd been looking for sparkles when what I really needed was something solid. Something real. Will lingered beside me as the kids wandered off to choose their tent sites. We heard Rudy attempting to convince Vince that bears could smell fear.
That went pretty well,
Will said, nudging my elbow. Shockingly, I agreed. No one cried, or threatened to run away. Yet. He smiled, then glanced toward the kids.
I think we've got a good group.
I nodded, watching Lucy disappear into her cabin with her backpack still welded to her chest. They're a little chaotic.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
I looked up at him, steady, warm, not even flinching when Rudy tripped over a log and kept talking like nothing happened. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Okay, maybe this won't be a total disaster. Will smirked.
High praise from you.
I bumped his arm lightly. Don't get cocky. But as we walked toward the lodge, side by side, something inside me unclenched, just a little. Maybe my summer plans were off track. Maybe Joe wasn't the sure thing I thought he was. But Will was steady. And despite everything, that didn't sound so bad after all. With my best friend by my side, maybe, just maybe, it wouldn't be the disaster I feared.
Chapter 16. Will. Cabin life had been a sensory assault. Snoring, farting, and Joe's nightly skincare routine. The tent was supposed to be my reward. Fresh air, quiet, escape. Instead, I got dripping condensation, a bird screeching at sunrise, and Joe doing push-ups 6 inches from my face. Sharing a tent with Joe, the human equivalent of a caffeinated golden retriever, challenged my need for stillness. He starts each day with push-ups, sit-ups, and a daily proclamation that today is for champions. Meanwhile, I'm still trying to untangle myself from my sleeping bag. At least his socks never match. I cling to that imperfection like a petty life raft, and while I'll admit the fresh air helped, it didn't exactly cancel out the rock lodged beneath my sleeping bag. My spine might never forgive me. Still, none of that mattered, because today was our first full day with the campers. Our first big hike. My first real chance to prove I knew what I was doing, and that Junie hadn't made a mistake choosing me. Junie and I gathered the group by the trailhead. She beamed at the kids, clearly in her element.
All right, explorers,
Junie said, clearly trying to summon enthusiasm for a group that looked about one wrong bug bite away from mutiny.
Today we're diving into the science of the natural world. I'll point out plants, ecosystems, photosynthesis in action, and why mushrooms are weird but fascinating.
Rudy flopped onto a nearby rock like the world had betrayed him.
Mushrooms? Are we learning science or planning a salad?
Lexi perked up, pulling a dog-eared field guide from her pack.
Do we get to identify fungi? I have a pocket guide. Never know when I might need a good mushroom.
Vince snorted.
Cool. You point out the mushrooms. I'll guess which ones are for tripping and which are for tapping out. Either could be useful.
Lexi shot him a look and muttered.
I know which one I'd give you.
Then she held up her guidebook with reverence.
Fungi recycle the dead, nature's undertakers. Pay some respect.
Rudy blinked.
That is the most goth thing I've ever heard.
Sasha waved a hand like she was hailing a cab.
Do we have to touch anything slimy? I didn't bring gloves. Or liability insurance.
Devin flinched when a twig snapped underfoot and hugged her hoodie tighter.
This place smells like allergies.
I think fungus actually thrives on awesomeness.
Rudy added, grinning.
Look, it's already forming on my shoes.
The group was fracturing fast. Grumbling, groaning, ready to bolt. Junie scanned the tense faces, then suddenly veered off the trail.
Okay,
she called over her shoulder.
Forget mushrooms, come here. I want to show you something even cooler.
There was a collective pause. Suspicion, reluctant curiosity. Junie crouched by a rotting log, waved them over and whispered like it was top secret.
Watch.
One by one, they shuffled closer, arms crossed, clearly preparing to be unimpressed. Junie flipped the log and pointed. Nestled in the shadows were two bright orange salamanders, motionless at first, then one blinked.
Whoa,
Rudy breathed.
Are those real? They look plastic.
Lexi knelt next to her, jaw slightly dropped.
What are those?
Junie smiled, crouching beside them, as if letting them in on a big secret.
Eastern newts. This is their juvenile stage, the EFT form. Super rare. Most people never get the chance to see one.
Sasha leaned in too, despite herself.
They're kind of cute, in a radioactive, glow-in-the-dark, lizard kind of way.
They secrete mild toxins through their skin.
Junie said casually.
So, don't lick them.
Rudy's eyes went wide.
Wait, we could have died?
Very slowly and not really.
Junie grinned.
But it sounds cooler that way.
Even Tyson drifted closer for a glance. Vince muttered,
Okay, fine. That was kind of badass.
Junie stood up, dusted off her hands, and raised an eyebrow.
Still want to go back to camp and miss the good stuff?
No one answered, but no one walked away either. Junie smiled, just a little. Gotcha. As we walked, I fell into step beside Junie. She'd point out a plant, and I'd follow up with how it could help or hurt you in the wild. The kids ate it up. This one's yarrow, I said, crouching near a patch of fringy greens. Stops bleeding, can be made into a poultice. Doesn't taste great, but it's better than blood loss.
I've got a cut,
Rudy announced dramatically.
Oh, do it. Yarrow me.
You have a paper cut from opening a protein bar,
Sasha muttered.
I don't think that counts.
Every wound matters,
Rudy replied solemnly, then added under his breath,
especially emotional ones.
I'm emotionally wounded by this hike,
Sasha muttered.
Everything's itchy.
Mariah took over a stretch of the hike with a poetry exercise. She threw her arms wide at a clearing.
Breathe in the beauty. Let the trees inspire your soul. Now write a verse that reflects your feelings about this moment.
Tyson muttered,
I'm allergic to metaphors.
Sasha glanced over at him and actually laughed, soft and surprised, like it slipped out before she could catch it. Then she straightened her spine and went back to writing, but her eyes drifted toward him again when she thought no one was looking. Lexi was watching, though, from the side of the trail, narrowing her eyes slightly. When Sasha leaned toward to Tyson, asking him a question, Lexi kicked a rock off the path a bit harder than necessary. Rudy proclaimed,
"Oh, bug bite on my leg, why must you itch like betrayal?"
Even Junie snorted at that. Lexi scribbled something quickly, then peeked over at Sasha, who was already composing with perfect posture and a frown of determination. Rudy leaned in to look at Lexi's notebook and got an elbow to the ribs for his trouble. Tyson, sitting a few feet away, glanced up from his sketchpad.
I like the line about the thorn bush,
he said quietly.
It fits you.
Lexi blinked.
You read it?
He shrugged. Didn't mean to, just saw it. It was good.
Lexi looked down, suddenly very interested in her boots.
Thanks.
Vince leaned toward Lucy.
Bet Sasha's poem ends in a resume bullet point.
At least she's writing something.
Lucy shoved Vince's notebook off his knee and snapped.
Some people don't need to rely on being annoying to get attention.
Come on.
Liam stepped between them smoothly.
Let's all try not to hurt the moss. That stuff's sensitive.
Deep, dude,
Vince said.
You gonna put that in your nature haiku?
The group energy was chaotic but fun. Devin stayed close to the rear with headphones on, while Liam and Sasha casually kept the group moving forward, though Sasha occasionally muttered under her breath about the inefficiency of open-ended learning. Meanwhile, Lucy kept swatting Vince with her water bottle every time he got too close to her bag. Lexi wandered a bit farther from the group, squatted near a plot of moss and poking at it with a stick. Tyson eventually inched a little closer, not close enough to startle, not far enough to ignore. He didn't say anything, just sat, watching the trees. After a long silence, Lexi muttered,
You're quiet, but not in the creepy way. That's rare.
Tyson didn't look at her.
You're loud, but not in the annoying way. That's rare too.
She snorted.
Wow, flattery and insight. Look at you.
He gave the ghost of a smirk.
Don't let it go to your head.
We stopped at a shady overlook for lunch. The kids sprawled out with their sandwiches, chips, fruit, and trail mix. Bags rustled as they opened their food. Then came the sound. Wheat! 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 Everyone froze. Lucy's backpack squirmed. Junie blinked.
Did your backpack just squawk?
Lucy clutched it tighter.
No.
Wheat! Wheat! Lucy, I said gently, you want to tell us what's going on in there? Or do I need to confiscate your bag and do a search? She sighed, defeated, and slowly unzipped the top. Out popped a fuzzy guinea pig with a tiny pink nose and big brown eyes full of panic.
Hazel's my emotional support animal,
Lucy said.
She helps me stay calm, and I knew you wouldn't let me bring her, so I snuck her in. But she's really quiet. Usually.
Rudy scrambled back.
You brought a rodent to camp?
She's not a rodent. She's family.
Lexi and Sasha shared a glance, half amused, half impressed. Vince tried to pet Hazel and got gently swatted by Lucy.
She's got stricter boundaries than my therapist,
Vince muttered.
Great.
Sasha sighed.
Now we have to share our tent with livestock.
Junie and I exchanged a look. Then we called a quiet conference with Joe and Mariah.
It's against the rules,
Mariah whispered.
She clearly needs the comfort,
Junie said. Joe shrugged.
We're in the woods. It's not like there's a pet removal service.
I nodded. I vote we let her keep Hazel, but she needs to own up to breaking the rules and accept the consequences. Everyone agreed, not that we had other options. We returned to the group with a unified front. Junie crouched beside Lucy.
You can keep Hazel,
she said,
but you'll need to do extra chores for sneaking her in.
Lucy nodded fiercely, holding Hazel like a life raft. The others were obsessed.
Can I hold her?
Vince begged.
If I find an emotional support chipmunk, can I keep it?
Rudy asked. Lexi found a spare lanyard to turn into a leash. Hazel waddled through the grass while the kids took turns feeding her carrot sticks. Tyson even cracked a small smile when she snatched up the carrot he tossed her way. Sasha muttered,
I swear, if she eats one of my granola bars, I'm out.
Liam chuckled softly.
Pretty sure she prefers carrots.
Joe crouched by the food pack, pulling out a mostly empty box of trail mix.
That's weird,
he muttered, frowning.
I could have sworn we packed more snacks this morning.
He glanced around the group, eyes scanning over backpacks and sticky fingers.
Might be worth checking how much is getting eaten, or stashed.
Sasha perked up, already reaching for her clipboard.
I can start a tracking chart.
Vince rolled his eyes.
Cool. Nothing builds trust like accusing everyone of snack hoarding on day one.
As the chaos mellowed, I found myself walking beside Junie again. She glanced at me, half laughing.
You think this is normal?
She asked. Nope, I said. But it's kind of perfect. She smiled and bumped my shoulder.
We make a good team.
My heart did the thing again. The traitorous, hopeful, stupid thing. Joe was somewhere ahead, joking with Vince and retelling the time he ran from a moose. Mariah was off to the side quoting a poem about sap being the forest's tears. But Junie was here, beside me, smiling like this ridiculous day might actually be a good one. And I realized I didn't even have to think about where to stand or what to say. With her, I never did. We had always just fit. Like our friendship had its own muscle memory. The comfort of her next to me? It wasn't new, but something was shifting. It felt different somehow. Hope. Dangerous stuff. But it was starting to feel a lot like joy.
Chapter 17. Junie. There's nothing quite like corralling 8 unpredictable teenagers through a forest to make you question your life choices. Again. Honestly, I should have just opened a smoothie stand or joined a monastery. The next morning, after our campsite was cleaned up, we rounded up the campers for another hike. This time to explore a waterfall and the winding river that fed into the lake. I tried to focus on the peaceful rush of water and the squish of my boots on damp earth. Anything to distract me from the fact that I was now contractually partnered with my best friend, and apparently developing feelings for him like it was some kind of summer camp romantic comedy, which it wasn't. Probably. This way, future environmentalists, I called, waving the group toward the river trail. Today we're talking rivers, ecology, and aquatic bugs.
And preventing forest fires,
Joe added, shouldering his pack like a man about to deliver a TED Talk in hiking boots. He paused at the trailhead, gesturing to the towering pines overhead.
Before we get into the watery stuff, let's talk about something dry. Really dry.
He picked up dry pine needles off the ground and then tossed them like confetti.
Like everything out here.
The campers groaned collectively, already sensing a lecture.
I volunteer with the wildfire crew during dry season,
Joe went on.
And trust me, you don't want to be the person who sparks a 5,000-acre inferno because you didn't douse your marshmallow stick properly.
Sounds like a great way to go viral,
Vince muttered.
Only if you want your nickname to be Sparky McFly,
Rudy added. Joe pointed at them.
Exactly. I don't think you should aspire to get famous as a Smokey the Bear cautionary tale.
He sobered slightly.
Also, in Minnesota, if a fire starts because of your negligence, you're on the hook for everything.
He paused to let that sink in.
Suppression costs, damage to property, fines. You could owe thousands, hundreds of thousands, or face jail time. Not exactly the kind of campfire story you want to go viral.
Lucy hugged Hazel to her chest.
Cool. One more thing to be anxious about. Love that for us.
So no flaming marshmallow swords.
Vince gave a mock salute.
Got it. You people are no fun.
Liam raised a hand.
So, should we be doing fire drills? Or just not lighting anything ever?
This,
Joe said, clapping a hand over his heart,
is why you have me.
Joe crouched to draw a quick diagram in the dirt, hands moving like a scoutmaster with something to prove. He launched into a surprisingly engaging explanation about fire rings, spark safety, water buckets, and the importance of never tossing anything flammable into the woods.
Even something like an orange peel can smolder if it dries out near a heat source. Fires don't need a big spark, just the wrong moment.
He looked around the group, making sure they were still listening.
Remember,
He finished.
just because it looks harmless doesn't mean it won't smolder or catch fire. Fires can start slow and go from 0 to apocalypse in under a minute.
Kinda like Lexi before breakfast.
Rudy stage whispered. Lexi gave him a death glare.
I smolder with vengeance.
Joe grinned.
I'd say that's a fire we definitely want to avoid.
The kids chuckled, the mood lightening as we hiked on. Packs jostled, boots thudded against the trail, and the scent of pine thickened as we dipped into a shaded ravine. A few minutes later, Vince slowed down behind me with a frown.
Hey, I swear I packed a full snack pouch this morning.
Vince muttered, digging through his day pack.
It's like my jerky vanished.
You probably ate it and forgot.
Rudy said. But the look Vince gave him said he wasn't so sure. We followed the winding path through mossy terrain, the sound of rushing water getting louder. I pointed out different plants and talked about erosion, ecosystems, and how every little part of the forest worked together. Will chimed in now and then with first aid facts.
That's jewelweed. Great for poison ivy or other rashes. Crush it up and slap it on.
Tyson mumbled under his breath.
Cool. I'll just add that to my collection of useless facts cluttering my brain.
Mariah launched into a nature-themed songwriting as another form of poetry. Vince burst into song about a lonely stink bug. Everyone laughed. Devon closed her eyes and clapped her headphones tighter to her ears. Sasha and Liam nodded politely while Rudy spun in slow circles, singing a ballad about unrequited love. Lexi lingered by the riverbank while the others scattered. When I glanced her way, she jerked her chin in a silent, "Can we talk?" "Sure, what's up?" She glanced around, lowering her voice.
I like someone. Like.
Oh. I blinked. Okay, who is it? She looked down, kicking at the dirt.
Sasha.
She hesitated a beat.
And Tyson.
Oh. Oh boy. And I thought my crush triangle was messy. Lexi's had extra corners. My eyebrows lifted. Okay, but isn't Sasha into Tyson? Sasha's hard eyes every time he grunted made that obvious.
Yeah.
Lexi frowned and kicked at the dirt.
I don't know what to do. Sasha lights up when Tyson's around, even when he barely says a word to her. And even though Tyson seems grumpy and aloof, he's actually pretty nice. Kind of like a hot ogre, if that were a thing.
Lexi laughed softly, then sighed.
I'm sure Sasha doesn't see me that way. She hardly notices me at all.
I hesitated. Instead of launching into advice, I let my gaze drift toward the trees. You know, once back in high school, I was crying in the hallway after getting rejected. Totally dramatic and humiliating. Splotchy face, mascara disaster, the works. Everyone walked past me like I was invisible, except one person. Lexi tilted her head. He didn't even say anything, just sat next to me and handed me a napkin from the lunchroom. It had a drawing on it. This ridiculous cartoon mushroom wearing sunglasses. It was during my mushroom obsession era. Underneath, he wrote, "In a world full of compost, be a rare mushroom."
I want a napkin like that. I'm fungi obsessed too.
Her mouth quirked.
Did the napkin message help?
Embarrassingly, yes. I kept it in my locker for the rest of the year. I exhaled a laugh, but something lodged in my throat. The truth is, I was too focused on the guy who didn't want me to see that the one who actually cared, the one who saw me, had been there all along. Lexi was quiet for a beat. Then,
"So what happened to the mushroom napkin guy?"
I shrugged, but my gaze drifted toward the trees, the memory of a mushroom doodle and lopsided grin tugging at the edges of my thoughts. I guess I kept missing him, even when he was right in front of me. Lexi didn't say anything, but her eyes were shining with something like understanding. And there it was again, that tiny, unwelcome ping in my chest. Because somehow I was still doing it. Still chasing the shimmer of what might be, while ignoring the solid, steady glow of what was. I'd told the story like it was something I'd outgrown, but the truth settled heavy and quiet. I hadn't learned a thing. Not really. I paused, My mouth kept going while my brain tried to catch up. The point is, you deserve someone who notices the real you, who likes you with bedhead and weird mushroom facts, someone who's there when you need them. Lexi snorted.
So, basically, lower my standards from emotionally unavailable heartthrob to someone who makes eye contact and doles out napkin wisdom?
Exactly. Go for the one who gets your weird, that's the good stuff. She snorted.
Truth.
I mean, not that I know anything, I added quickly. I could be the poster child for the romantically impaired. Lexi gave a slow, knowing smile.
But your advice still tracks.
I forced a laugh, hoping she didn't notice the way my voice wobbled. Because as much as I wanted to help her figure out her feelings, I was starting to realize I needed to figure out my own. As if summoned, Will wandered over, curiosity in his expression.
Everything good?
Lexi glanced at me, then nodded. Yeah, we were just talking about stuff. You know, relationships. Will looked at her kindly.
Well, I'm no expert in that, but what I do know is that sometimes the best way to figure someone out is just to be their friend first. Get close. See if they show signs they feel the same. And if they don't, at least you've got a new friend. That's better than nothing.
Lexi nodded slowly.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Will offered a small smile, gave my arm a quick brush with his hand, barely noticeable, and then turned to follow a few campers back toward the main group. When Lexi headed after him, I followed more slowly, still chewing on everything she'd said, and what I'd accidentally revealed. Mariah was off to the side, adjusting her sunglasses and pretending not to eavesdrop. She tilted her head as I passed.
That looked intense. You good?
I nodded. Girl talk? She smiled faintly.
Let me guess. Someone like someone who doesn't know they exist.
I blinked, basically. Mariah let out a low, knowing laugh.
Middle school, high school, adulthood, it never really changes. Not being seen is the worst.
I glanced at her, surprised by the edge in her voice. But people notice you. You attract more attention than anyone. She looked down, brushing a pine needle off her leggings.
Yeah, sure. They notice the lipstick, the hair, the laugh. But that's not the same as being seen.
She paused, then added quieter.
I used to think if I smiled enough, laughed at all the right jokes, dressed like I had it together, someone would actually look past it all and see me.
She shrugged.
Still waiting most days?
I didn't know what to say. I'd always pegged Mariah as surface level, glam and glitter and big energy. But now she just looked tired, insecure, real. And for a second I was thrown. I thought I was the only one who felt invisible when none of my crushes ever liked me back, or knew I existed. I hadn't expected someone like Mariah, confident, magnetic Mariah, to know what that felt like too. Before I could respond, Will's voice rang through the trees.
Hey, has anyone seen Devin?
My heart stopped. I spun around looking for Devin. She was right behind us. 1 minute she was there. One quiet kid. One missed glance. I'd been too busy giving unsolicited advice about love triangles and not noticing the literal lost camper.
She's not now,
Lucy added.
She was here just a minute ago. Then she just wasn't.
Tyson pointed to a patch of trees.
I saw her looking at the moss over there.
Will was already checking the path behind us where Tyson pointed.
She can't have gone far.
I grabbed my pack, heart pounding. We'll find her. I turned to Joe. Can you and Mariah get the others back to camp? Joe hesitated, arms crossed, eyes sweeping the trees like he could will Devin to appear.
Hold up. Let's think this through. If she's injured, we'll need someone with medical training.
His gaze shifted to Will.
Which means you. And if she panicked and ran deeper, we'll need someone who knows the terrain and can handle an extraction.
His chin tipped toward himself like the answer should be obvious. I know the terrain too, I said quickly. And I was the one she opened up to earlier. If she's scared, she's more likely to trust me. Joe's eyes flicked to my chest, then back to my face.
And your lungs, what if they act up out there?
I've got 2 inhalers. And will. I lifted my chin. I'll be fine. This isn't about me. It's about Devin. Joe studied me for a beat, jaw tight, before turning to Will.
You good with this? You two going in together?
Will nodded, firm.
If she's hurt, every minute counts.
Joe let out a breath, then gave a single nod.
All right, you two go. Take the sat phone and keep me updated. If you hit any trouble, anything at all, you call. Got it?
He pressed the phone into my hand. Then his focus cut to Will, sharp and deliberate.
And Will, it's on you to keep them both safe. Understand?
Got it,
Will said, scoffing lightly before taking off down the path. I slung my pack over my shoulder, adrenaline buzzing through my veins as we headed into the trees. We'll take the ridge trail, I said, adjusting my pack and trying to ignore the tightness creeping into my chest. My inhaler was in the front pocket, just in case, but I hoped I wouldn't need it. Panic and exertion made a terrible combo, especially when your lungs were the size of acorns and your thoughts wouldn't stop circling worst-case scenarios. Will and I set off, scanning the undergrowth, calling Devin's name. Each step felt too slow, too loud. I forced myself to breathe evenly, to focus, but all I could hear was the rush of blood in my ears and the echo of Devin's silence. Why hadn't I checked on her sooner? Why hadn't I noticed she was missing? I don't think she would have gone far, I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice, but it was there, threaded through every word, tight and brittle.
She probably needed quiet,
Will said gently.
Let's check the rock ledges by the ridge. She seemed to like the shade yesterday.
I nodded, swallowing the lump rising in my throat. 20 long, tense minutes dragged past, every second stretching taut, before we saw a faint trail off the main path, nearly hidden by ferns. And there, nestled into a shallow cave carved into the cliffside, was Devin. Headphones on, calm as anything, scribbling in her notebook. Relief hit me so hard it made my knees weak. I let out a sharp breath and dropped to my knees beside her. Devin, sweetie, we've been looking everywhere. She looked up and tugged off one headphone.
It was loud.
Tears burned the backs of my eyes. I tamped down the urge to both hug her and yell at her. I know she wouldn't tolerate either one. Okay, yeah, I get that. It's okay to need quiet, but you can't just take off. We need to know where you are so we can keep you safe. If you need space, just tell one of us next time. Deal? Devin gave a small nod.
Deal.
Will crouched nearby.
You okay staying put for a bit longer? I don't know about you, but I could use a breather before catching up with the others.
She nodded.
It's nice here.
She went back to her drawing. I looked up, letting out a sigh of relief. Everything was going to be okay. We'd rest here, catch our breath, and then head back to camp. And then I felt it, a drop of water on my forehead. Then another, and then the sky opened up and dumped a summer's worth of rain on us in 30 seconds flat. We scrambled to shelter in the cave as thunder rumbled in the distance, and sheets of rain turned the trail into a slip and slide. Devin huddled under her hoodie, watching the storm with wide eyes.
I don't really like caves. Too dark and creepy, but it's better than getting drenched.
She glanced at us, her expression unreadable.
I don't feel bad about having more time away from the group, though.
She tucked her knees up to her chest and rested her chin on them.
It's not that I don't like people, I like quiet better. I don't think I'm made for groups.
Groups aren't for everyone, I said gently, shifting closer. But you're part of ours now. You don't have to talk much. Just let us know what you need. We want this experience to be a positive one for you. She gave the smallest of nods.
I'll try.
Will stepped out of the cave to scout a bit and returned with a resigned shake of his head. He was soaked to the knees, hair dripping, and mud streaking his calves.
The trail's toast. Looks like we're stuck here until morning.
He glanced around the dark and dirty shelter.
This cave isn't exactly the Hilton, but it's safer than trying to climb a mudslide.
So we set up a makeshift camp with what we had in our backpacks: emergency blanket, granola bars, one flashlight. Devin curled up nearby, quiet but calm, headphones still covering her ears. Will and I sat just inside the cave mouth, close enough to feel the heat from each other's shoulders. Rain sheeted down beyond the opening, turning the outside world into a blur. For once, no one else was talking. No kids, no chaos. Just the steady pulse of rain and the quiet pull of gravity between us. If I turned my head even slightly, my cheek would brush his shoulder. I didn't. But I thought about it. A lot. A shudder moved through me as I let myself feel the weight of what could have gone wrong, and how glad I was he was here. I was so scared, I whispered, finally pulling out my inhaler and taking a deep, shaky puff.
I know.
He nudged my knee.
But you didn't freeze. You found her.
She was just sitting there like nothing was wrong.
She needed space, and she trusted herself enough to take it.
I turned toward him. When I was her age, I didn't even trust myself with a menu. He smiled softly.
You're stronger than you think.
I looked at him, really looked at him. He was rain-damp, mud-streaked, and beautiful in that quietly infuriating way that made my chest ache. Something shifted. Not just the steady way he watched me or the kindness in his voice, but the way it wrapped around something fragile in my chest and held it gently. Like he saw all the parts I tried to downplay. The fear, the doubt, the cracks I thought I'd hidden, and didn't flinch. The urge to kiss him hit like a lightning strike in a dry forest. Hot, unpredictable, and so wrong, it felt right. My pulse tripped over itself. My mouth forgot what to do. My brain screamed abort. My heart didn't listen. In fact, it lurched. This wasn't part of the plan. He was my best friend, my anchor, the one person I couldn't afford to lose. And suddenly, I wanted more, which meant I had to get away. So I did what any self-respecting, emotionally confused woman would do. I panicked. I need to check the perimeter.
In a cave?
Yes, for bats, or trolls, or, emotional clarity. He didn't laugh, just watched me, patient and knowing, like always. I stepped away, heart thudding, cheeks burning, and tried to remember how to breathe without making it obvious that I wanted to turn around and kiss him. How was I supposed to manage a full-blown heart crisis in a teeny-tiny cave with a snoring teenager and my extremely kissable best friend? I had no idea, but I was pretty sure no perimeter check could save me from that.
Chapter 18. Will. Devin snored softly in the back of the cave, curled up in her hoodie in full pre-hibernation mode. Junie was sitting cross-legged in the far corner, pretending to organize her pack for the third time. And I was planted at the cave's mouth, watching the rain trickle from the leaves in quiet apology for everything we couldn't say out loud. She'd bolted earlier. Not literally this time, but emotionally. She might as well have strapped on a parachute and leapt off the cliff. Still, she came back. Not all the way, not yet, but close enough to hope. She sat beside me, close enough that her shoulder pressed into mine. No words at first, just shared silence and the echo of water hitting stone.
I checked,
she said softly.
Still troll-free, but I think Devin might be part bear. That snore has subwoofers.
I chuckled, the sound low and worn. Yeah, I was worried we'd attract actual wildlife. Junie tilted her head toward me, her expression gentler now.
Thanks again. For all of this.
Before I could deflect with a joke, she added,
Especially for what you said to Lexi. You were right. About starting with friendship. Being steady. Always there.
I glanced over. Think she'll listen? Junie shrugged.
She's smart. She'll see what's in front of her eventually.
I swallowed. Then, quietly, will she? That's when she looked at me. Really looked. And the air changed. I couldn't breathe. Her hand landed on my chest right over my heart, like she needed to confirm I was real. Like she was checking if the feelings were too. I was pretty sure my heart was doing its best impression of a stampede through a thunderstorm. Our eyes locked. And in that one breathless moment, I saw it. Not confusion, not hesitation. Want. The same want I'd buried, disguised, swallowed 1,000 times. Written off as one-sided, but it was there. In her eyes, clear and unguarded, and it nearly leveled me. I didn't move. Didn't speak. I couldn't. Because if I so much as exhaled, I was going to lose my grip on the storm inside me. Every part of me screamed to close the distance, to finally claim the thing I'd been aching for all this time. But I held back, for her, because this had to be her choice.
Thanks for being patient with me,
she whispered.
I've always been a little slower than everyone else.
You're not slow, I said, voice rougher than I meant. You're perfect. And then she kissed me. No hesitation, no halfway. Just her. I forgot all about the rain pouring outside the cave. Forgot how to form coherent thoughts. Forgot every plan I'd ever made about taking it slow or not screwing this up. Because her lips were on mine, warm, soft, tasting faintly of chocolate and the vanilla lip balm she always carried, and I was kissing her back as though my life depended on it. She was my oxygen, and I'd been holding my breath for years, finally able to exhale. I breathed in her scent of wildflowers and pine. It reminded me of every adventure we'd shared. Her fingers curled in the front of my shirt, knuckles pressing into my chest like she needed to feel my heartbeat thundering for her alone. Her touch sizzled a path all the way down to my toes. My hand slid into her hair, wet from the rain, curling wildly, with a need to anchor myself to something solid and wild in mine. Her silky curls clung to my fingers in cool strands as I cupped the back of her head. Her skin brushed mine, soft and damp, and the heat between us was enough to burn through every cold drop dripping down my spine. She melted into me, her body aligning with mine in a way that was both electric and grounding, like lightning striking the earth and roots locking in deep at the same time. This wasn't a maybe, it wasn't confusion, it was clarity. She wanted me, not as a backup, not as the safe choice, as something more. Everything I'd been afraid to hope for, right here in my arms. The part of me that had been quietly waiting, watching from the sidelines all these years, rose up and said finally, I'd imagined this kiss 100 different ways. Under fireworks, on her porch, in the snow. But never like this. Never with rain dripping from my hair, her breath mingling with mine in a cave carved out of wilderness, and years of friendship trembling between us. For one perfect second, the world stilled. Her lips moved against mine in slow, aching strokes, as if rewriting every rule we'd ever lived by. And I let myself believe. Until she pulled away. Junie jerked back like she'd touched a live wire, eyes wide, breath coming fast.
Oh my gosh!
She gasped and she brought her fingers to her lips.
I just kissed my best friend.
She scrambled back a few inches, staring at me like I was both the solution and the problem.
I can't believe I ruined everything. Will, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
The words hit like a boulder to the chest. Each one chipped away at the moment I just held like a miracle. The kiss still burned on my lips, and now she was calling it a mistake. I wanted to reach for her, tell her it wasn't nothing, that it was everything, that I'd replayed it in my head 100 times before it ever happened, and not one version hurt like this. But I didn't. I held up a hand, forcing my face into something that looked calm even as my insides collapsed. It's okay, you're overwhelmed. It's been a long day. She looked horrified, hugging her knees.
We were stuck, in a cave, with emotions. That's like a hostage situation for feelings.
I laughed softly, even though it hurt. You didn't ruin anything. But a quiet part of me, the part that had waited and hoped and let itself believe, was already folding itself up and packing away the dream. Because if she thought that kiss was a mistake, maybe I was too. In a quiet, vulnerable voice, she asked,
I can't think about this right now. That was a lot. Can we just be us for a minute?
That one punched me right in the ribs. Everything in me wanted to say no. To tell her I couldn't unfeel something that had already rewired my entire world. But I knew that look in her eyes. Fear dressed up like logic. Her walls were going back up fast, and if I pushed now, I'd only make them stronger. So I nodded. Just once. If she needed space, I'd give her that, even if every part of me was already missing her. I swallowed hard, forcing out the words she wanted to hear. Sure, if that's what you want. It wasn't what I wanted, it wasn't even close. But I'd spent a lifetime learning how to protect the people I loved, even if it meant protecting them from me. She gave a shaky sigh of relief, but the way she twisted her hands in her lap said otherwise. She couldn't even look at me. I turned back toward the mouth of the cave, letting the silence settle between us. It mirrored the fog in the canyon, and my chest ached in places I didn't know could ache. Of course, she wasn't ready. Of course, she saw it as a mistake. And I just made it worse. Still, that kiss, it had been more than I ever imagined. Everything I'd hoped for. Not just because of how it felt, but because for a second, it felt like she saw me as more than her faithful sidekick, and wanted me too. And even now, heart bruised, pride wrecked, I didn't regret it. After what felt like hours, she edged closer again, not touching, not speaking, but near. Like maybe she didn't want to let go completely. Her presence was quieter now, steady, like something fragile she was trying to protect. As the sky darkened, we lay down side by side, not speaking. In the cool night air, she curled into my side, head on my shoulder. My arms wrapped around her like it was the most natural thing in the world, like we'd always fit together this way. No words, no explanations, just quiet forgiveness and the ache of almost. We drifted off like that, slotting together like puzzle pieces. When the sun peeked over the trees and scattered light across the cave floor, Devon stirred with a yawn and a stretch. She blinked at us, then at the drizzle-softened world beyond the cave. As we munched the last of our protein bars in silence, Devon glanced out at the view inside.
I wish we could just stay out here all day. Like, skip the rest of camp?
I almost said yes. The idea of staying in this secluded oasis, just the three of us, wrapped in quiet and mossy stillness, was more tempting than it should have been. Just one more day with Junie next to me before the real world stormed back in. But Junie shook her head, her voice soft but firm.
We can't. The group needs us. And you, Devon. You're part of the team.
Devon didn't argue, just nodded and went back to chewing. I caught the faintest smile tug at Junie's mouth as she glanced at me. For a moment, it almost felt like we were already something more. And maybe we were.
Chapter 19. Junie. I had one rule this morning. Don't think about the kiss. Which meant, of course, that I thought about nothing but the kiss. It spun through my head on an endless reel. The way Will looked at me, the gentle cradle of his hand on my cheek, the warm press of his lips on mine. The way my heart had exploded into 1,000 fireflies and then promptly collapsed under the weight of panic. Every time the memory surfaced, my stomach flipped and my cheeks lit up like I'd stuck my face in a campfire. I gulped my coffee in desperate swallows, trying to pretend everything was fine. Turns out sleeping in a cave isn't great for getting actual rest. Not because I was cold or uncomfortable. Will was basically a human furnace, and his arms had wrapped around me with the kind of quiet strength that made me feel safe in a way I hadn't expected. I could blame it on the lumpy ground, but that would be a lie. The problem was, every time I closed my eyes, I could still feel Will's lips on mine. And now, I couldn't keep my eyes off him. Objectively, he'd always been good-looking in a rugged, flannel-wearing, I have an emergency kit for everything way. But now, he was currently hauling gear and casually flexing like he didn't just emotionally detonate my entire nervous system 12 hours ago. And I was noticing muscles. When did he get so many muscles? And those broad shoulders? I'd cried on those, drooled on those during road trips, but suddenly, they were a whole different category of shoulder. I wasn't okay, and to make matters worse, he wasn't giving me anything. No weird glances, no awkwardness, just steady, capable will, like kissing me in a cave during a thunderstorm was a totally normal Tuesday. Maybe he had forgotten, or worse, maybe he regretted it. Not that I could blame him. I had told him to forget it. At the time, it felt like the only logical move, but now, forgetting wasn't working out. Not when I couldn't stop watching him like he was an unsolvable riddle with very distracting lips. The worst part was I couldn't even bring it up, because I was the one who'd panicked and scrubbed it from our shared memory banks. Now I was stuck in silent purgatory, watching him be all competent and kind and completely unreadable. The kids noticed something was off. I tried to stay focused. I really did. But when Sasha asked if trees could get depressed, I responded with something like, "Only when the crows spread vicious rumors and the mushrooms stage a mutiny," which made everyone laugh but elicited a weird look from Lexi. Other equally ridiculous gems I may have uttered that morning included, "Leaves change color because they're going through a glow-up and entering their villain era. It's a rebrand. And mosquitoes are the government's way of keeping us humble." I was batting 1,000 in the nonsense department. Sasha swatted at her arm.
I think I'm allergic to humility.
Vince grinned.
I think you're allergic to fun.
Liam, walking between them, calmly interjected,
I'm allergic to bees. Always keep an EpiPen on me. Let's keep moving.
Sasha muttered,
Look at these canoe seats. How do they expect me to paddle evenly when the equipment is so crooked? Mine leans left, and it's throwing off my balance.
Vince leaned toward Rudy and stage whispered,
She means emotionally.
Rudy choked on his granola bar.
If she glares any harder, she's going to color code my soul.
Rudy muttered. Liam chuckled softly.
Let's keep it respectful, yeah? Not everything has to be a performance.
You say respectful, I hear less entertaining. Let's agree to disagree.
Vince replied with a grin.
Some of us cope through chaos.
Liam raised an eyebrow, perfectly calm.
As long as your coping strategy doesn't involve setting anything on fire or emotionally wounding your peers, carry on.
Spoken like a future camp therapist. You taking appointments yet?
Liam gave a faint smile.
Only on Tuesdays. Payment accepted in trail mix and emotional honesty.
Lunch was winding down when Lexi pulled me aside.
So,
she said, arms crossed, eyes narrowed.
Did you finally take your own advice?
I blinked. What?
You know, choose the one who sees you, likes you as you are, that whole speech you gave me.
I opened my mouth, closed it, opened it again. She snorted.
Thought so.
I gave her a weak smile and escaped to refill the water bottles before my face combusted. The day blurred past in a haze of canoeing lessons with Eli and math puzzles with Jordan. The kids rotated through stations like mildly chaotic ducks. Eli taught them basic paddling techniques, while Jordan ran a survival-themed math relay, complete with logic puzzles and fake bear encounters. Vince accused Jordan of psychological warfare. Rudy begged for extra credit if he could scoop a fish out of the water with his paddle. Not that he had a chance because he managed to capsize his canoe during practice, screaming,
I died as I lived, loud and confused,
as he went in sideways. Tyson muttered,
You're in 6 inches of water, Splash Gordon.
Details.
Rudy coughed, flailing like a spastic seal. Will helped Rudy get back into the canoe, while I tried very hard not to fall for him all over again. Which was getting exhausting, honestly. Devon hesitated at the dock, her eyes fixed on the canoe like it might bite. Before anyone could coax her forward, Tyson reached out from his canoe and steadied the one closest to her. He didn't speak, just held it steady until she climbed in, notebook hugged to her chest. She didn't thank him, but she stayed. and Tyson let go without comment. I appreciated the way Tyson held the canoe steady for her. No fuss, no announcement, just quiet support. He didn't smile, didn't even wait for thanks. Just made sure she was in before drifting back into his usual silence. Grumpy exterior or not, the kid had decent instincts. The group's dynamics were becoming clearer. Lexi stuck close to Sasha and sometimes trailed behind, pretending she wasn't staring at her. Sasha, meanwhile, laughed a little too hard at Tyson's rare one-liners. Rudy was caught somewhere between trying to impress both of them and annoying everyone in the process. Vince and Rudy bickered constantly, but never strayed far from each other. When Vince cracked a joke about Sasha's waterproof personality, Lexi rolled her eyes and stormed off toward the canoe rack. Tyson followed a moment later, quietly offering her a granola bar without comment.
It takes everything I've got not to smack those two idiots.
She took the snack from him, eyeing him sideways.
You always this chill?
He shrugged.
Only when someone else is already fired up.
Lexi laughed just a little, but didn't hand the bar back.
Fair.
During a quick supply check, Jordan pulled me aside and whispered,
Are we low on snacks? I swear the peanut bars were full yesterday.
Yeah, I said, lowering my voice. Joe mentioned that yesterday. Either we underestimated the group's appetite or... We both glanced toward the campers. Vince was juggling crackers. Sasha was counting granola bars with surgical precision. Tyson stood apart, arms crossed, eyes on the tree line. I didn't finish the sentence, but I didn't have to. Jordan straightened, tapped her clipboard with mock authority, and raised her voice.
Okay, group activity time. This logic puzzle is about rationing food supplies in the wild. Totally hypothetical, of course.
She read off a scenario involving dwindling snack rations, camper head counts, and a dramatic supply drop from a fictional helicopter.
Shouldn't this be aligned with state math standards?
Sasha asked, frowning.
And your third variable contradicts the initial quantity.
Jordan couldn't restrain her eye roll, but I gave her credit for looking away before she did it. Vince tapped his finger against his lips.
If you divide 7 granola bars by 8 campers, someone's going hungry. I say we eat the weakest. It's what the numbers demand.
If I solve it, do I get more snacks?
Rudy asked.
If you solve it,
Jordan replied,
you get to survive.
Terrifying,
Vince said.
But fair.
Then to Sasha he said,
If you solve it, you get to alphabetize the paddles. I hear that's the top prize.
Your sarcasm isn't helping,
Sasha snapped. Liam leaned between them.
Hey, let's all survive first. Then we can realign the canoe fleet later.
Even though I tried to keep my distance from Will, we were still partners. We worked together seamlessly, but he kept things strictly professional, and I couldn't tell if that was because he was hurt or because he was respecting my freakout. Probably both. I thought about saying something, clearing the air, apologizing for the way I panicked. But every time I got close, the words caught in my throat. What if I made things worse? What if he said it was a mistake? So instead, I smiled too much and made weird jokes about leaf feelings. Classic me. Avoidance. My worst habit and most practiced art form. Joe and Mariah were with the other group now, which honestly felt like divine intervention. I barely registered Joe's flirty smile when we crossed paths at lunch. A week ago, it would have set off fireworks in my stomach. Now, nothing. Okay, not nothing. He was still objectively hot. But there was no pull. No spark. Not compared to... I caught myself staring at Will again. The way he smiled at Devon when she hesitated on the dock. The way he instinctively steadied Lucy and her guinea pig without making a big deal out of it. In that moment, something clicked. It was just like I told Lexi. I always went for the sparkly ones, the flirty smiles, the unattainable crushes that were fun to fantasize about but never real. Because real was scary. Real meant vulnerability. Real meant someone who could actually love me back or reject me. So I kept it safe, distant. Crushes on people who were never quite within reach. Joe flirted back, sure, but even that had been easy. Fun. If he'd seriously tried to pursue me, I would have run for the hills, because then I'd have to show him who I really was. But Will was different. Will had already seen all of it. The messy, the scared, the stubborn, the asthmatic panic attacks and the family meltdowns. And he stayed. Always. No matter how long it took me to catch up. I wished I had phone signal, just a single bar to call Sky and spill everything, or even talk to my mom, who always knew when I was spiraling and exactly what kind of tea to recommend. Not even a group text from my siblings came through to harass me. I was more confused than I'd ever been. And I had to figure it out alone. I wasn't sure what I was going to do about that yet. But as I watched Will smile at Rudy's ridiculous walleye impressions, something deep inside me whispered, maybe this wasn't the disaster I feared. Maybe it was the beginning of something real. Something worth battling my fear for.
Chapter 20. Will. After being kissed and forgotten in the same breath, a few missing granola bars shouldn't have mattered. But here I was, obsessing over inventory like it could explain why my heart still felt scrambled. Checking our stock of food was supposed to be a mindless task. I volunteered mostly because I needed something methodical to focus on, and also because Vince had just tried to turn a canoe paddle into a lightsaber again. Most of the main supplies were stashed in the metal bear boxes at each campsite, but snacks and overflow had been stored in our day packs for easier access during hikes. I scanned the checklist. We were supposed to have 3 unopened boxes of bars, 24 in each. There were 2, one of them half empty. I frowned. Maybe someone moved them? Or maybe the forest had developed a taste for peanut butter chocolate chip. By the time I returned to where everyone else was gathered, a subtle current of tension had started to ripple through the group. Lucy was muttering to Sasha, who was scribbling something onto a perfectly organized clipboard I hadn't seen her with before. Devon stood with her back to everyone, facing the trees, headphones on but slightly askew. Rudy had his entire upper body inside the food bin.
I'm just saying,
Vince said loudly.
If someone was sneaking snacks, it would explain the suspicious rustling I heard last night.
Suspicious rustling?
Lexi repeated, unimpressed. He nodded solemnly.
Outside the tent. Could have been a Yeti. Or someone with a serious granola addiction.
Tyson sat on a log, arms crossed, staring out at the clearing like he was calculating escape routes. He didn't respond, but his jaw was tight. Junie caught my eye.
You too?
She asked softly. I nodded, tilting the clipboard. We're missing at least a dozen bars and 2 bags of trail mix. It's not a huge emergency, but...
It could turn into one.
Exactly. Seth and Danny arrived mid-morning, bringing with them 2 duffel bags, a portable rock hammer kit, and what appeared to be a taxidermy weasel in a glass box.
Technically, it's an ermine,
Danny explained, setting the box down like it was a sacred artifact.
Found it last season during winter tracking.
Did it freeze like that? Won't he thaw in this heat?
Rudy said, pressing his nose to the glass.
Can we name him?
Already named. That's Professor Bitey.
Danny deadpanned.
Don't get too close unless you have really good insurance.
Junie gave me the kind of look only I would catch. Equal parts disbelief and resigned patience. I met it with one of mine, a little smirk that said, "You think this is weird? Just wait." She let out the sigh I knew too well, the one that meant, here we go again. And suddenly there it was. That quiet connection, the unspoken ease between us. Professor Bitey silently judged us both. After lunch, we split the campers into small, rotating groups. Seth had set up a mineral ID station loaded with rock samples and a travel microscope, because who doesn't take a geology lab hiking? Grateful I wasn't the pack mule, Rudy immediately announced,
If I find a magic crystal, I'm going to use my powers to turn Vince into a frog, or convince the snack bin to refill itself, for the greater good.
Seth launched into a lecture on igneous formations, and Rudy, shockingly, didn't interrupt. Danny herded the others on a tracking hike, while I stayed behind to supervise Sasha's food log and keep Vince from turning bungee cords into a death trap. Lexi tried to switch groups but didn't escape Sasha's raised eyebrow. Tyson lingered near Liam, helping repair the firewood bin, mostly by existing nearby. Junie eventually circled back toward me. There were faint shadows under her eyes, and her ponytail was slipping loose, but her expression was sharp, her eyes scanning like she was still mentally managing 6 tasks at once.
We need to say something about the missing food,
she said. I nodded. You or me? She hesitated.
Us.
I followed her to the center of camp. Okay, everyone, circle up. The campers groaned in unison, which honestly meant they were still functioning as a unit. Barely.
We've noticed some supplies have gone missing, not the main food from the metal boxes, but the extras that were packed in day packs,
Junie said, voice calm but firm.
No one's in trouble. We just need to be more mindful of group resources. If you've taken anything extra, no shame. Just let us know so we can adjust rations.
Silence, then Rudy raised a hand.
For the record, I may have a tapeworm. His name is Johann, but I haven't fed him, no matter how much he begs me to steal food for him.
Vince sighed.
Can we just be honest? We have one suspect, and I saw him sneaking around the storage shed late last night.
Everyone looked at Tyson. His jaw flexed once. Then again. For a second, I thought he might say something. Defend himself, deny it, snap back. But instead he stood abruptly, knocking his water bottle over without noticing.
Whatever,
he muttered, low and sharp. Just walked away stiff-backed, like the accusation didn't matter. Or maybe he'd already expected the verdict. He had that same look I used to wear, like the world didn't expect anything from you, so you stopped offering anything in return. I caught up with him at the edge of the woods. He stood still, arms folded tight, jaw locked like he was bracing for a blow. His shoulders were rigid, and his eyes stayed fixed on a distant point between the trees as if he looked hard enough, he might disappear into the quiet. I didn't say anything at first, just stood next to him, offering solidarity but not crowding him, watching the trees shift in the breeze. A chickadee flitted overhead. Tyson didn't blink. You didn't take anything, I said quietly. He inhaled, slow and sharp, but didn't answer right away. His thumb traced the inside of his elbow almost absent-mindedly, almost to tell.
People assume the worst. I'm used to it.
He didn't say it with anger, just flat resignation, matter of fact. Like he'd repeated that truth to himself enough times it had hardened into reality. That hit harder than I expected. He said it like it was just fact. Like being misunderstood was built into his DNA, and I knew that feeling too well. I used to be him. Alone, closed off, running on instinct and anger because trusting people never ended well. I flinched when someone looked at me sideways, waiting for the judgment I knew was coming. Back then, the only person who ever saw past that was Junie. She'd sit next to me on the curb in silence until I talked. She never asked for explanations. She just stayed. She still stayed. Even when I didn't deserve her. Even when I wished she'd pull me closer and she held back instead. The ache in my chest wasn't just about the kiss. It was about everything. Every quiet moment where I was almost enough but not quite. Every time I let myself hope she'd choose me, and then told myself not to. Tyson's silence wrapped around me like a memory I hadn't asked for. Cold and familiar. The kind of silence that used to cloak me like armor. I glanced at him. He hadn't moved. Just stood there, spine straight, arms still locked across his chest as if holding himself together. I rubbed the back of my neck, heat creeping up under my collar. That doesn't make it right, I said, my voice lower than I meant it to be. He shrugged, but it was more of a twitch than a gesture. His jaw clenched tighter.
Doesn't make it stop either.
He kicked at a pine cone near his foot, not looking at me. His mouth pressed into a hard line before a flicker of something flashed in his eyes. Hurt, maybe, or just plain exhaustion. And in that moment, I didn't see a rebellious teen or a possible suspect. I saw a kid who'd been let down too many times, and yeah, I saw myself. I wanted to fix it. For him. For me. For the kid I once was. But I didn't have the words for that kind of wound. So I just stayed. Right there beside him. Not trying to fix, just trying not to leave. Then Junie stepped into the silence, soft-footed and steady. She didn't speak, didn't ask questions, just stood beside me, close enough that her hand brushed my arm, steady and casual, grounding me in a way she probably didn't even realize. With that one touch, I wasn't standing in my past anymore. I was right here, in this moment, with the girl who saw me back then and still saw me now. My eyes lingered on her once again as she gazed out at the woods, brows drawn tight, lips pressed together. Worried, steady, brave in ways she never gave herself credit for. Oh, how I loved her. The thought punched through me with such clarity I had to catch my breath. This wasn't just a hope or a wish, a maybe or a someday. It was love, plain and certain. And love for me had always come at a cost, because every time I'd loved someone deeply, really let them in, they left. My mom, a few friends, even my dad in his own silent way. Loving people had never been safe. It meant waiting for them to change their minds. Expecting that once they saw too much of me, they'd decide it was easier to go. And then there was Junie, the one person who knew me inside out, who made me feel seen and safe and whole. And that terrified me. Because if I lost her, I wouldn't just be heartbroken, I'd be unmoored. She hadn't chosen me, not yet, maybe not ever, but she was here, with me, with Tyson. And for now, that was enough.
Chapter 21. Junie. I had a dream last night that I was trying to teach science to a raccoon in a chef's hat. He kept stealing my notes and running into the woods with them, yelling something about gluten-free granola. I woke up with a stress headache and absolutely no patience for reality. The group was already in a mood before breakfast, whispers, eye rolls, side glances. Lucy insisted someone had touched her backpack. Rudy accused Vince of sabotage by prank. Sasha tried to organize an official snack inventory and asked to see our camp supply security protocol. It was 6:45 in the morning and I was already plotting my escape, by paddle. I handed Will a camp mug of coffee and one of the cinnamon muffins I'd grabbed before the piranhas had descended. With our dwindling food supply, I got up early to make sure he got one. See? Just like old times. Coffee and carbs from your favorite delivery service. He smiled as he took them.
You always did show up with muffins at exactly the right time.
I bumped his shoulder. And I'll still bring you muffins when you're in med school. You think I'm letting you suffer through anatomy lab without sugar and moral support? Something flickered in his smile, something I couldn't quite place. But before I could ask, Rudy tripped over a tree root and spilled a whole can of powdered drink mix into the dirt. Sasha shook her head and added drink rations to her report. After breakfast, we split the kids up for morning rotations. Seth set up his geology station by the riverbank and gleefully launched into a passionate lecture about metamorphic rock formations.
Some of these layers are over 2 billion years old,
Seth said reverently.
And somehow still less rigid than your morning routine,
Danny muttered, handing him his water bottle. He took a sip, smirking.
Touché.
That one looks like a butt,
Vince said, pointing to a curvy rock. Seth blinked, then to his credit he rolled with it.
An ancient butt, then?
Rudy gave the rock a respectful nod.
Gluteus maximorphus.
Meanwhile, Danny led the other group into the woods on a wildlife tracking hike. She pointed out deer prints, coyote scat, and what she was 90% sure was a bobcat scratch on a tree.
See this claw pattern? It's curved. That tells us it's a feline, possibly a bobcat.
Sasha shivered.
Are we safe?
We're in its territory,
Danny said with a straight face.
You'll be fine. Probably.
Sasha did not enjoy the word probably. She took a full step closer to Danny, eyes wide, fingers tightening on her clipboard like it might deflect a bobcat attack. It was during the mid-morning snack break that things truly unraveled. Lucy opened the supply bin.
Where are the apple chips?
Rudy yanked out a box of crackers.
Didn't we have, 4 of these yesterday?
We're down.
Sasha tapped her pen against the clipboard as she checked the inventory.
7 granola bars, 2 cracker packs, and at least 1 sealed trail mix pouch since yesterday afternoon.
Vince raised an eyebrow and shrugged.
Maybe the bobcat needed a snack?
Seriously,
Lexi snapped.
can we not joke for 1 second?
All eyes turned to Tyson, who was standing a little too still near the edge of the group. Lexi folded her arms.
You've been sneaking off a lot. People notice. I just think we should know what's going on.
Sasha added.
And you're always quiet. It's suspicious.
Tyson stared at them both, blinking like he hadn't heard them right. Then his gaze hardened. Not angry, but gutted. He looked from Lexi to Sasha and back again, his jaw tight.
Oh,
He said softly.
it's like that.
His voice wasn't sharp, but it sliced just the same.
I needed space.
He paused for half a second, waiting maybe, hoping one of them would say something. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Neither did.
And snacks?
Vince offered, still trying to keep it light. Tyson's expression shut down entirely. His shoulders went rigid, fists curling at his sides.
Forget it.
His voice was flat, final. He turned and walked away. Too fast for casual, too slow for a full storm-off. But his spine was straight and his head high, like he had to hold it there or risk crumbling.
Well, he's been off on his own a lot lately,
Sasha said, her voice quieter now, almost unsure.
I'm not saying it was him, but it's weird, right?
I pinched the bridge of my nose. Okay, that's enough. Everyone take 5. Breathe. Don't accuse anyone else unless you have video evidence or psychic confirmation. Will stepped beside me.
Want me to go after him?
I shook my head. Give him space, but we should at least check the perimeter.
Snack thief perimeter check. Not how I thought today would go.
We started walking the trail behind camp, me, Will, and Liam, who offered to help and seemed genuinely invested in maintaining inter-camper peace. It was quiet, too quiet. Then we heard it, rustling in the bushes up ahead. Fast, chaotic rustling, followed by a weird snorting chuff and the very distinct sound of crinkling plastic. Will held out an arm to stop us.
What do you think it is?
I swear, I whispered, if it's a bobcat with a protein bar, I'm leaving this job and joining a monastery. Then, through the underbrush, emerged a blur of fur and chaotic energy, dragging a half-shredded bag of trail mix with the wild-eyed determination of someone who had just found the golden ticket to an all-you-can-eat snack buffet. Its fur was matted with crumbs. Its tail twitched with feral glee. We froze. It froze. Cheeks bulging like a cartoon bandit mid-heist. For a full second, nobody moved. It hissed, loud and unapologetic, and then waddled into an undignified sprint and launched itself up a pine tree like a furry missile fleeing the scene of its latest felony. Which, in all fairness, it absolutely was. Liam blinked.
That was kind of epic. A chubby trash panda on a mission.
Will turned to me slowly, disbelief in every syllable.
We let a kid take the fall for a snack-stealing raccoon.
I closed my eyes, stomach sinking. Oh my gosh, Tyson. The guilt slammed into me, hot and sharp and deserved. We hadn't pointed fingers, but we hadn't stopped them either. I'd stayed quiet when I should have spoken. And that silence, it hurt him more than words ever could. Tyson, who already wore the world's suspicion like second skin, had taken the hit. Again. Because we let him. I pressed my hands to my face and groaned. I feel like we're starring in some twisted woodland morality play. Will shook his head, lips twitching.
A lifetime of granola bar reparations. We better start a GoFundMe.
We walked back into camp in sheepish silence, Will holding the empty snack bag aloft like the world's dumbest trophy, raccoon-clawed and flecked with peanuts, as if to say, "Behold the true culprit." Lexi was the first to speak.
Wait, is that?
Our snack bandit was caught red-handed, I said, holding up the bag. Or, more accurately, black-handed with opposable thumbs. tiny, grabby thumbs, and a mask. Sasha's mouth dropped open.
It was a raccoon?
Probably the same one that's been knocking over the compost,
Danny added. She knelt beside the shredded bag and shook her head in awe.
Opportunistic little scavenger. That's life in the wild. Eat or get eaten, steal or get robbed. It's just nature.
Lexi's eyebrows rose.
So that masked rodent was just doing what nature intended?
Exactly. He saw an opening and went for it.
Honestly, I kind of respect it,
Rudy said. There was a long beat of silence. Then Tyson stood up slowly, brushing dirt from his hands. He didn't look at anyone, just stared at the bag in my hand like it meant something much heavier than missing snacks. His fists clenched once again before he shoved them into his pockets.
So,
he said, voice low.
You're telling me all the looks, the whispers, the accusations.
He let out a sharp breath, shaking his head.
And all along it was a raccoon.
Nobody spoke. I wanted to. My throat burned. My chest ached. I'd spent this whole trip trying to teach these kids that their voices mattered, and when it counted most, I'd lost mine. No. Worse. I'd locked it up and handed the key to fear.
You all turned on me, and you didn't even ask.
His jaw locked as he stared at the ground, shoulders tight like he was holding himself together with sheer will, because looking up might shatter something he couldn't fix.
Tyson,
Lexi started. He held up a hand.
Just don't.
He wasn't yelling. He wasn't crying. But something in his voice cracked just enough to make my stomach twist. He stood rooted, fists jammed into his hoodie pocket, shoulders locked like he was holding himself together with sheer will. Even Sasha, usually composed and clipboard-wielding, looked like she wanted the earth to swallow her whole. She clutched her notes like a life preserver, but didn't try to defend herself. Lexi stepped forward again, eyes glassy.
We messed up. I messed up. I thought...
You thought you knew who I was.
Tyson snapped.
And you were wrong.
Tyson's posture didn't change at first. Then his jaw unclenched and he exhaled, slow and controlled, like releasing pressure from a valve.
Fine,
he muttered, still not looking at them.
Just don't expect everything to go back to normal.
My peacemaker instincts surged, ready to step in, to smooth it over. But I held back. Let the silence stretch. Let the lesson settle. Because maybe they needed to sit in it for a minute. Feel the gravity of the situation. Finally, Liam, steady, thoughtful Liam, spoke.
We owe you more than an apology.
Tyson turned to him.
Then give me that. Not pity, not protein bars, just honesty.
There was a beat, long and full of rustling leaves, shifting feet, and kids looking everywhere but at each other. Lexi flinched.
I should have stood up for you. I knew it couldn't have been you. I knew, but I jumped on the blame wagon.
She paused for a beat and swallowed hard. Her voice dropped.
I was scared, and maybe jealous, and insecure, and apparently a terrible judge of raccoons. I'm sorry.
Sasha stepped closer too, her voice wobbling.
I cross-referenced everything, triple-checked, but I still got it wrong. I jumped to conclusions, and I'm really sorry.
Rudy scuffed the ground with his shoe.
Okay, fine. So maybe it wasn't you this time. Still doesn't explain the jerky that went missing Monday.
Vince just shrugged.
Could have been anyone. Still weird you're always off on your own.
No, it's not, Vince.
Lexi's voice sharpened.
We all need space sometimes. I sure want to get away from you whenever I can.
Here.
Lucy shouted, raising her hand along with Hazel's.
If this was a reality show, I know who I'd be voting off. Tyson would be safe.
Vince gave a half-hearted scoff.
Whatever.
Lexi wiped her eyes with the sleeve of her hoodie and then turned to Tyson.
Ty, I was a coward. I let everyone pile on because I didn't want to be the only one who believed in you. And the worst part, I did believe in you, but I didn't act like it.
She gave a soggy laugh.
And I think I need Sasha's clipboard to inventory all my regrets.
Tyson didn't say anything right away, but slowly, hesitantly, he looked up. And even though he didn't smile, he didn't turn away either. Devin, quiet as ever, stepped out from the sidelines and handed him a folded piece of paper.
Here,
she said, like it was nothing. Tyson opened it, brow furrowed. It was a drawing, in her usual scratchy style, but detailed and hilarious. A raccoon, wide-eyed and proud, clutching a snack wrapper like a stolen jewels. Scrawled underneath in Devin's sharp handwriting, Snack Bandit 1. Camp Trust 0. He held the picture for a long moment just staring at it. Then his mouth twitched, not quite a smile, more like the ghost of one. He folded the drawing with surprising care and slid it into his pocket like it was something worth keeping. A ripple of hesitant laughter moved through the group, awkward, too loud in places, like everyone was trying to pretend everything was okay again. But Tyson didn't laugh. He stepped back from the circle, hands deep in his hoodie pocket, eyes focused somewhere far past the treetops. Like the joke wasn't for him. Like the damage hadn't disappeared just because the punchline landed. The group's relief was loud. Tyson's silence was louder. Beside me, Will shifted slightly. His gaze tracked Tyson's every move with the quiet intensity of someone who didn't want to look away this time. And neither did I. The raccoon had been caught. The truth was out. But forgiveness? That was going to take longer. Tyson was still deciding if we were worth trusting again, and that would take more than a drawing, more than laughter, more than just today. Around him, snatches of talk began to flicker, uneven, like sunlight through storm clouds. Not enough to clear the air, but maybe enough to breathe again. Sasha dried her eyes, still laughing a little.
Okay, but seriously, we have to name that raccoon.
Suggestions flew. Robbie, Snackjack, and Rudy's dramatic favorite, Captain Snack Sparrow. The vote wasn't even close. Devin crowned the winner in her sketch, a raccoon in a pirate hat, granola bar in paw. I chuckled. This camp is officially a comic book crossover. Will shook his head in disbelief.
If I hadn't seen his stuffed cheeks and pudgy belly, I'd think he was just here for the drama.
Lexi smirked.
He is the drama.
Rudy launched into an impromptu song titled The Snack Heist, using a granola bar as a microphone and singing it in an exaggerated pirate accent. Vince beatboxed. Hazel squeaked backup vocals from Lucy's lap. Will leaned close and whispered in my ear,
You realize this group is officially unhinged.
I bumped my shoulder against his and smiled. We're a lovable disaster. Everyone laughed. Well, almost everyone. Tyson didn't join in. He just stood there, hands still buried in his hoodie pocket, eyes on the ground like the joke wasn't meant for him. Like the group had moved on, and he wasn't sure if he'd been invited along. The laughter faded into the rustle of pine needles and birdsong. Campers broke into smaller circles, drawing, journaling, passing out what was left of the raccoon-spared snacks. Devin sketched a new panel for her comic strip. But Tyson stayed by the tree, flipping through the drawing again, head bowed. Will stayed beside me, his arm brushing mine, solid, quiet, present. That was rough, I said, barely above a whisper. The accusations, the way it played out.
Yeah.
He rubbed the back of his neck.
We all saw what we expected to see, not what was actually happening.
I nodded, the weight of it heavy in my chest. It's scary how easy it is to get it wrong, to make someone feel unseen, or misjudged, or worse, alone. Will didn't answer at first, then,
I feel sick that we doubted him. Even a little.
I hate that it took a granola-obsessed raccoon to make us see it. I exhaled. Tyson deserved better than that. They all do.
We're still learning,
He said quietly.
all of us. Them. Us.
I looked out at the group, still fractured, still carrying what had happened. The air felt lighter, but not clear. I nudged Will's elbow. Some life lessons have to be harsh to sink in, thick skulls and all that. Some of us need thunder, betrayal, and a raccoon intervention before finally getting the message. He huffed a laugh, soft, not quite amused.
You got the message, though.
I looked at him, and for once I didn't look away. I'm starting to. He nodded.
I've always been good at waiting.
That should have been my cue, to step forward instead of holding back, to tell him I felt it too. But my courage was still catching up to my heart. And, true to form, I sidestepped hard conversations like poison ivy. Don't touch, don't itch, don't even look too close. Brave words crowded my throat, but courage and I were still on shaky terms. I wanted to tell him he mattered, more than he realized. But honesty has weight, and I've spent my whole life trying to keep things light, keep the peace. He knew that. Just like I knew his silence wasn't coldness. It was fear. Fear of choosing wrong. Fear of being left. We were both fluent and quiet, speaking whole conversations between the words we never said. But maybe, just maybe, it was time to learn a new language, before silence stole the one thing I couldn't afford to lose. So instead, I slid my fingers toward his, letting them brush his knuckles for the briefest second. Not enough to promise everything. Just enough to say, "Don't give up on me yet." His hand didn't move, didn't tighten. But his thumb turned, just slightly, against mine, like he heard the words I couldn't say out loud. And for now, that was enough. We didn't have all the answers. But as laughter flickered back to life around the fire, and Tyson tucked his sketch into his pocket like armor, I knew one thing. This wasn't over. Not for him. Not for us.
Chapter 22. Will. The air felt different the next day, lighter. The tension of the previous day wasn't completely gone, but everyone seemed less on edge or ready to snap. Junie and I had planned the day as a reset. Low stress, more observing than doing. But Eli and Jordan had other ideas. They followed up a morning hike with a full-on survival challenge. Not exactly chill, but it gave the kids something to focus on besides each other's snack-hoarding habits and unresolved drama. Jordan stood at the clearing, hands on her hips.
All right, recruits. Today we're covering essential wilderness knots. Why? Because rope is life.
She rattled off the slip knot, butterfly, clove hitch, and figure 8. Knots they'd need later to lash together tarps, branches, and possibly broken dreams, with such speed that Vince squinted at her.
Were you a pirate in a past life or something?
Close,
she said with a smirk.
Marines, try to keep up.
While the kids practiced on tree stumps, and each other, Eli quietly set up the orienteering course. Maps, compasses, and a series of clue cards we'd written the night before sent them on a scavenger hunt through the woods. Each clue led to a new survival item hidden along the trail. Flint and steel, a bandana, paracord, even a tin cup for boiling water. The final challenge? Use what they found to build shelters using branches, moss, and whatever else the woods offered, anything sturdy enough in theory to survive a thunderstorm. And Jordan's judgment. And the kicker? They had to work together. Junie split them into teams. When she called out the names on each team, Tyson's jaw tensed. He was paired with Rudy and Vince.
Seriously?
Vince muttered, not quite under his breath. Tyson didn't respond, just grabbed the bandana clue card and started walking. I caught Junie's eye. She didn't say anything, but I could tell she'd noticed too. And then, clipboard in hand, she grinned at the chaos.
This is going to be a disaster, isn't it?
Definitely, I said, but an interesting one. By the time we reached the trail, everyone was warmed up. The hike was quiet, well, relatively. The kids scanned the terrain, checking compasses, decoding riddles, and arguing over what direction east actually was. Midway through, Lexi slowed her pace and drifted toward a moss-covered rock just off the trail. Tyson sat there alone, yanking leaves off a clump of weeds like they had personally insulted him. Lexi crossed her arms.
You know that's poison ivy, right?
Tyson stilled, looked at the jagged 3-leaf plants, then at his hands.
Damn it.
Lexi rolled her eyes and scanned the nearby underbrush.
Stay here.
She turned back and said,
And don't touch anything.
She returned less than 2 minutes later with a handful of lanky green stems.
Jewelweed, nature's antihistamine. Will's natural first aid lessons come in handy after all.
Before he could protest, she crushed the leaves in her hands and pressed them onto Tyson's red skin. She gave him a slight smile.
Just be glad I didn't have to chew it up and spit it on you.
He recoiled.
Gross.
Right?
She shrugged, then added more softly,
We good now?
Tyson didn't answer at first, but he didn't retreat either. After a beat, he muttered,
Guess so.
It wasn't much, but for them, it was enough. Junie caught my eye from a few yards up the trail. We both smiled. She gave a little shrug that said, Kids are weird, but also kind of amazing. I nodded, because, yeah, they were. Later, we circled back to the clearing where the kids used their found gear and knot skills to build shelters. We timed them for efficiency and judged for functionality. One shelter leaned dramatically left. Another collapsed when a bird landed on top of it. A third somehow became a hammock, and not on purpose. Junie leaned toward me.
Should we grade on effort or artistic vision?
Depends, I said. Is the one shaped like a taco supposed to be a metaphor? She snorted.
Pretty sure that group just wanted lunch.
Then we came to the Three Stooges, Tyson, Rudy, and Vince. Their shelter wasn't the prettiest, but it held together better than most. Nice knots, I said, crouching to inspect a clever crossbeam.
That was Tyson.
Rudy muttered.
I'd have used duct tape if I had some.
Tyson shrugged, not looking up.
Rope's sturdier if you tie it right.
Vince grunted, tossing a stick aside.
Whatever.
Tyson could have snapped back, walked off, but he just kept working. Quiet, steady, solid. And that? That took more strength than all the smack talk in the world. The competition buzz faded as we headed back toward the river trail. The shelters were judged, the laughter faded, and our muddy group began the trek back. That's when Eli motioned for the group to stop.
Stay quiet,
he whispered.
Look there.
Tucked into the tall grass, barely visible, was a tiny fawn curled in on itself, legs folded still as a shadow. Devin gasped softly.
Is it okay?
It's fine,
Eli whispered.
When a fawn is this still, it means the mother's nearby, probably out of sight, maybe distracting predators or foraging. They don't abandon their babies. They come back when it's safe.
The group stood in reverent silence. Lexi reached for Sasha's hand without looking. Sasha didn't pull away. I held my breath. There was something sacred about the stillness, like the woods had offered up a secret. Junie knelt slowly, her hand hovering above Devin's shoulder.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Devin nodded, eyes wide.
But we don't touch. Just watch. Quietly.
She guided Devin back a step. No force, just steady presence. And honestly, if my heart hadn't already belonged to her, it would have in that moment. The way she moved, gently commanding. The way she cared, without smothering, without pushing. Just enough. Always enough. It wasn't just that I loved her, it was that I admired her. And it made waiting feel both impossible and completely worth it. Junie slipped on a patch of moss near a bend in the trail. I caught her by the elbow, steadying her before she face-planted into a fern. She grabbed onto my arm with both hands, wide-eyed and breathless.
Whoa.
Got you, I said softly. But I didn't let go right away. She didn't either. We were a few steps behind the others, just far enough around the bend that the rest of the group was out of view and earshot for a minute. The sounds of chatter and crunching boots faded in front of us, and suddenly it felt like the woods went still. Her hands were still wrapped around my forearm, her face tilted up toward mine. Her curls haloed in golden light filtering through the trees, and her cheeks were flushed, not from the stumble, but from something else. I plucked a leaf from her hair and brushed her hair from her face. Something flickered in the air between us, like the breath before lightning, supercharged. It was suddenly too quiet, the forest too still. I could feel her heartbeat through her fingertips, or maybe it was mine, racing beneath her touch. Her eyes locked on mine, and I saw everything she wasn't saying. Uncertainty, hope, fear. The same cocktail stirred in me. Her gaze shifted to my lips, and she licked hers. That quiet space between our bodies shimmered. It seemed like the world had paused to see what we would do next. I leaned in just a little. Not enough to scare her. Just enough for her to know, if she wanted to close the gap, I was right here. Her lips parted, just slightly. Her eyes didn't leave mine. The forest held its breath. My heart thundered in the hush.
Ach, I'm being attacked!
Up the path, Rudy's scream echoed through the trees.
It's a squirrel ambush!
Junie jolted, her hands flying off me as if we'd been caught doing something forbidden, which, in a way, we had. We caught up with the others in time to see something hit Rudy's shoulder. He spun around like he'd been shot by a sniper.
It's a chipmunk!
He cried,
with murder in its eyes.
Another pine cone came sailing in from behind a tree. He flailed with a shriek.
Help! It's coming for my snacks!
Another pine cone whizzed past his head. Vince chuckled from behind the bushes.
I'm testing your survival reflexes. You failed.
Vince!
Junie shouted.
You can't use small woodland creatures as cover for emotional sabotage.
Then Vince doubled over, laughing.
Oh man! Rudy's face! You actually thought it was a rodent ambush.
I have been betrayed by both nature and friendship,
Rudy wailed, diving dramatically behind a log and flinging a pine cone back in Vince's direction like a medieval insult.
I trusted you.
I noticed Tyson laughing under his breath, just once when Rudy shouted about betrayal. But when Vince made a joke about blaming the loner with raccoon connections, Tyson's expression shut down again. He didn't fire back, didn't flinch, just walked on ahead, eyes on the trail. Junie watched him go, her smile faltering for half a second. The wound was still there, but at least now it wasn't ignored. Vince casually tried juggling pine cones, but had them flying all over. Junie pinched the bridge of her nose.
Vince, I swear, if I find one more pine cone in my hair, you'll be on latrine duty for a week.
Vince wheezed with laughter.
Worth it.
I glanced at Junie, surprised, but not in a bad way. That was new. The old Junie would have laughed it off, played the peacemaker, tried to smooth everything into a joke. But this version, she wasn't afraid to call out chaos when it crossed the line, and somehow I liked her even more for it. Junie turned back to me, still smiling, but there was something else, the flicker of something unsaid behind her eyes. I didn't say anything either, hoping to hang on to the last thread of our moment. But my hand still ached where she'd held it. My heart did too. Junie shook her head, grinning.
Seriously, if one more rodent ruins a moment...
No kidding, I muttered, and let out a relieved exhale. She looked at me for a second longer, eyes soft. Then she returned to the trail. But even as the chatter returned and boots crunched forward, the echo of that almost moment stayed with me. Quiet, unresolved, and very much alive. Which was more than I could say for my odds of ever kissing Junie without being interrupted by rogue woodland wildlife. If this kept up, I'd be filing a formal complaint with the Rodents Against Romance Board.
Chapter 23. Junie. I wasn't sure when exactly Will had become more than my best friend. Maybe it was the thunderstorm in the cave. Maybe it was the kiss that melted my common sense into a puddle of hormonal goo. Maybe it was the quiet strength I'd always relied on, finally catching fire. Or it might have been seeing him shirtless with tattooed muscles rippling. Cue the hand fan. But once I'd seen him like that, really seen him, I couldn't unsee it. And now, I was in full emotional freefall. The kind of freefall where you question your life choices, forget how to breathe around him, and seriously consider asking a moose for relationship advice, which was super inconvenient since I was also trying to lead a group of emotionally complex teenagers through a fragile truce while pretending I wasn't thinking about kissing my co-leader every 12 seconds. We spent the morning doing reflective journaling and sketching under the pines. The tension from the previous day had eased. Rudy and Vince were still goofballs, but even they had dialed it down from 11 to a respectable 7. Liam sat cross-legged near the edge of the group, sketching stick-figure comic strips of everyone's worst wilderness fails. Judging by the laughter coming from Vince, He'd just finished one of Rudy falling out of the canoe. Lexi and Sasha sat close together, legs crossed, flipping through their notebooks. Devin sketched a raccoon mid-heist. Lucy let Hazel nibble on a granola bar corner before reclaiming it with a stern warning about cholesterol. And Tyson? Tyson sat a little apart, leaning against a tree. Not hostile, not sulking. Just quiet. Lexi watched him for a long moment before setting down her pencil. She got up and walked over, notebook in one hand, hesitation written all over her face. I tried not to watch. I failed. She stood in front of him, shifting awkwardly.
Hey, can we talk?
Tyson didn't look up.
If this is about snacks.
It's not.
She sat down beside him, not too close.
Indirectly, maybe. I already said I was sorry, back there with the group, but it didn't feel like enough.
He gave a half shrug.
You don't have to say more.
I do, though,
she said, voice low.
Because back then, I was scared and insecure and trying to look brave, and I turned that into judgment. You didn't deserve that.
He flashed her a glance, still guarded.
You barely know me?
I didn't, but I wanted to, and instead of trusting what I was learning about you, I let a dumb snack panic turn me into someone I'm not proud of.
He didn't speak, but the tension in his shoulders eased. Lexi kept going.
You're quiet, observant. You notice things no one else does. You keep watch over the group when you think no one's paying attention. You helped Devin into the canoe, and even when you were the one being accused, you didn't lash out. You just took it. That's strength, Tyson. Real strength.
Tyson scoffed, not quite a laugh.
Or maybe I just didn't see the point in fighting people who already made up their minds.
Lexi tilted her head, not backing down.
Maybe, but I think it's because you care more than you let on.
Tyson didn't answer. He just picked up a twig, broke it into pieces, and flicked them into the brush, like each one carried a thought he didn't know how to say out loud. She nudged his arm gently with her notebook.
You also have a dry, weird sense of humor. Your one-liners are top tier, and I may or may not have read your notebook and discovered that you write poetry that's better than mine.
He blinked.
You read my notebook?
She smiled, sheepish.
Only the stuff you left out on the stump, which for the record was an open invitation.
He rubbed his palms on his jeans.
You really see all that?
I do now. I just had to stop assuming the worst to see what was actually there.
He gave her a side-eye glance but seemed to be softening around the edges.
You're a weird one.
She smacked her notebook lightly against his leg.
Takes one to know one.
He didn't smile, but he didn't look away either. And when she leaned just a little closer, he didn't move. Eventually, their shoulders touched, then their hands. And they stayed like that. The scene before me could have been a camp brochure for emotional healing. And yet, my heart had decided to stage a full-blown identity crisis. I should have felt triumphant. The group was healing. The kids were connecting. Even Lexi and Tyson were inching toward something that looked suspiciously like hope. Vince eyed Tyson once and looked away. No jokes, no pine cones, just that awkward silence that says, "We're not there yet." Okay, so we weren't ready to celebrate just yet. Besides, I was too busy spiraling over a boy I'd known since the 2nd grade, a boy who'd carried my backpack when my asthma acted up, who memorized my inhaler schedule better than I did, even carried an extra in case I needed it. A boy who'd never once let me down, even when I didn't realize how much that meant. Will had always been there, and I'd always seen him, just never through the right lens. Until now. And now? I couldn't go back. I didn't want to. I wanted all of it. The quiet strength, the ridiculous wilderness metaphors, the soft smiles, the way he looked at me like I was all that mattered. I wanted him, but what if I was wrong? What if that moment in the woods, the almost kiss, meant more to me than to him? What if I messed it all up and lost the one person who was most important to me? I slammed my journal shut before it could mock me with more feelings.
Hey,
Lexi said, dropping down beside me like she hadn't just emotionally wrecked Tyson.
You okay?
Yeah, I lied. Totally. She raised an eyebrow.
You're doing that thing again.
Where you get quiet and twitchy and act like emotional honesty is a root canal.
I sighed. I don't want to ruin what we have. Lexi gave me a look that said she was debating whether I'd been dropped on my head as a child.
What if you make it better?
I blinked. She shrugged.
You told me to go for the one who sees me. I did. Now I'm telling you to do the same.
I swallowed hard. What if I'm not brave enough?
You already are.
Lexi smiled, nudging me.
Besides, you think Will doesn't feel the same? Have you seen the way he looks at you? It's like you invented oxygen. It's so obvious to everyone but you.
She twirled her pen like a wand and pointed it at me like she was bestowing courage.
Go on, talk to him. You know you want to.
I laughed, barely, and then I stood up. Will was by the tree line, fixing something on one of the trail markers. Of course he was. Always making things safer, easier, steadier. My feet moved before my courage could argue. One step, then another. And suddenly, I was standing in front of him. He looked up as I approached, smiled that soft, lopsided smile that made my knees consider giving out.
Hey.
Hey, I said. My voice wobbled. My insides were doing cartwheels on a trampoline made of nerves and bad decisions. I pushed forward anyway. Got a minute? We need to talk.
Of course.
I took a breath. I've been trying to ignore it. Pretend I could go back to just being friends. But I can't. I don't want to. His expression shifted, softened.
Junie.
I held up a hand. Let me finish. Please. He nodded. I've always seen you. But now I see all of you. And I don't want to unsee it. I don't want to go back. I want the future version of this, whatever this is. You and me. Not just as friends, but more. His eyes never left mine.
Junie,
he said again, and this time his voice broke on my name. Then he stepped closer.
I've loved you since you brought me a peanut butter sandwich in second grade and told me you'd be my backup family if mine ever disappeared.
I blinked. You remember that?
Of course I do. I remember everything.
I smiled. Then remember this. And I kissed him. His body shuddered as our lips met, and a rush of energy flowed from him to me, like something he'd been holding back for years had finally let go. His hands found my waist, steady and warm, while mine slid instinctively up to his chest where his heart was thudding hard beneath my palms. It wasn't a fireworks in the sky kind of kiss. It was softer, surprising, familiar and brand new all at once. Like coming home, warm, gooey chocolate chip cookies, a fire in the fireplace, and cozy, soft blankets, but better. The world narrowed to the sound of wind rustling the trees, the warmth of his mouth on mine, and the feeling of every question I'd ever had answering itself in that one heartbeat. I didn't even realize I was smiling until he leaned back just enough to look at me, eyes shining, and whispered,
That was worth the wait.
This time, no squirrels, no thunder, just the wind in the trees, and the man I'd always dreamed of. He'd been right in front of me all along.
Chapter 24. Will. The morning started with a scream. Not a subtle, startled yelp. A full-throated, banshee wailing, "We are under attack" kind of scream. I sprinted out of the tent expecting bears, fires, or Vince on stilts again. Instead, I saw Lucy tearing across camp at full speed, Hazel the guinea pig clutched to her chest like a tiny, fluffy football. Trailing behind her, bouncing and determined, was a skunk.
Pepe Le Pew is following her,
Rudy shouted from the nearest tree branch. Junie froze halfway through pouring coffee, blinking like her brain hadn't caught up with what her eyes were seeing.
Why, is the skunk chasing the guinea pig?
Lucy darted behind the fire pit, breathless and wild-eyed.
I didn't offer snacks, I swear.
Kinda looks like he's in love with Hazel. Can't blame him, but doesn't he know she's not a skunk?
Lexi leaned toward the fire pit and added dryly,
Love is love, though, right?
Hazel, for her part, looked completely unbothered, like she was vaguely considering diplomatic negotiations. The skunk just kept waddling closer, nose twitching, tail lifting ever so slightly, locked, loaded, and ready to assault us all. "Where is Danny when we need her?" I muttered, stepping between them. Isn't surprise skunk diplomacy literally her job? Junie squinted toward the trail.
She and Seth took Sasha and Liam to find that weird slime mold Seth was excited about.
Slime mold, I muttered. Great. We're stuck with live-action woodland romance, and they get a cool science field trip. My brain spun, trying to think of what to do. This was not in the training manual. Okay, Lucy, take Hazel into your tent and zip it shut tight. Everyone else just stay very still. Maybe it will get bored and leave. Vince piped up, crouching behind a tree stump like a dollar store ninja.
How about I leave a trail of crackers, luring it out of our sight? Maybe skunks love carbs?
Junie gave him the look.
If you feed it, it'll just come back tomorrow. With friends.
The skunk continued its tragic love story with Hazel until Lucy got her safely zipped inside her tent. The striped suitor paced outside the door for a few seconds, then gave up and waddled off through the brush like he had a broken heart and a playlist full of sad 70s love songs. We all stood frozen even after it disappeared into the woods. Just to be sure. Then, slowly, we let out a collective sigh. Hey, Rudy, I called.
Yeah?
Get out of the tree. You're not a koala.
I'm safer up here,
He shouted back.
I've seen cartoons. One spray and my social life is history.
What social life?
Vince added straight-faced.
Who knows, maybe a little Oda skunk could help?
Rudy grabbed a pine cone and whipped it at him, missed by a mile.
That's enough.
Junie clapped her hands.
Rudy, you can come down now, but if I see any more pine cones flying, I'll throw you both in the lake.
She narrowed her eyes at Rudy and Vince, giving them the kind of look that could strip bark off a tree. Once the adrenaline faded, the rest of the day moved in slower, steadier beats. Junie and I led an ecology analysis session, followed by a tracking challenge through the woods. The group felt settled. As settled as 8 teenagers with big feelings and no Wi-Fi could get. Tyson surprised me by volunteering to help lead one of the trail groups. He didn't say much, but when Rudy got overwhelmed by Sasha's rapid-fire questions about moss taxonomy, Tyson quietly redirected him to help scout for mushrooms. Small moment, big shift. He caught me watching him and shrugged like it was no big deal. I nodded back. He'd made a lot of progress in a short amount of time, and I was proud of him. In the late afternoon, Devin handed me a folded piece of paper as if it was a top-secret mission. No explanation, just a subtle push into my palm before she walked off. I opened it. It showed our group surrounded by pine trees, Hazel in the center with a tiny crown, and the skunk standing beside her holding a bouquet of wildflowers. Something about the way Devin saw the world, through wild sketches and deadpan labels, always made me smile. But this one hit something deeper. She'd captured the absurdity and the sweetness in one page, and I kind of wanted to frame it. Underneath it, she'd written, Hazel and her stinky suitor, a love story. I laughed harder than I probably should have, and Devin beamed from across the clearing. As the sun began to dip below the curtain of trees, Junie and I kicked off our fire-building lesson. The kids were making dinner over the flames tonight. Hot dogs, veggie skewers, and of course s'mores. Junie was glowing, confident, quick, sharp. Her spark lit up the whole group. We worked as a team like we'd done for years, swapping jokes and instructions, instinctively filling the spaces between each other's words like a duet we'd practiced and perfected. And for a split second, I felt it. The weight of the ink over my heart, that tiny mark no one else knew about. A quiet promise I'd made to myself long before this summer. A reminder that she'd always been my person, and always would be, even if I never got to say it out loud. Right around sunset, our rhythm got a speed bump. Joe and Mariah rotated back into our group, trading places with Seth and Danny, who took off for the main site to refill water containers and check in with the supply coordinator. Mariah wiped campfire soot off her silk sleeve with a sigh.
Next time, I vote for an air-conditioned book retreat.
Joe grinned.
Next time, I vote for fewer mascara emergencies in the rain.
This is waterproof,
she snapped, then added with a smirk.
Your survival skills, on the other hand, questionable.
Joe laughed under his breath, shaking his head as he headed toward the tents. I was halfway to the tents with our gear when I heard footsteps behind me. Joe sauntered in like he owned the forest.
Miss me?
He said to Junie, giving her his signature wink. Junie's voice followed.
Hey, Joe.
I slowed. I should have kept walking, given them space. But something in her tone made me stop behind a tree out of sight. Joe turned, playful as always.
What, no tackle hug this time? I feel rejected.
Junie laughed.
I did miss you. Mostly because I had to do all your work while you were gone. Your biceps were definitely missed.
Ah,
Joe said with a grin.
So I'm just a walking tool belt to you.
She laughed again, then hesitated.
Actually, there's something I wanted to tell you.
He waited, quiet.
I'm seeing someone,
she said, voice soft.
And I wanted you to hear it from me.
Another pause. Then Joe said, casual as ever,
Let me guess, tall, dependable, annoyingly modest?
Junie laughed under her breath.
Yeah, you knew?
He shrugged, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth.
I saw the way you looked at him. Hard to miss. The sparks between you two could be considered a fire hazard.
Junie exhaled, like she'd been holding her breath.
I wasn't trying to hurt anyone, I just didn't see it until I did.
Joe gave a short laugh, soft, not bitter.
And when you did, you didn't waste any time.
She cringed.
I guess not.
I don't blame you.
He nodded, then looked out toward the trees, plucking a pine needle and rolling it between his fingers.
You know, I have a strict rule about not dating coworkers, and I meant to stick to it.
He glanced back at her, eyes warm.
But if you'd actually been into me, you might have made me rethink a few things.
Her eyebrows lifted, caught between surprise and a nervous smile.
Don't worry,
he added quickly.
I knew it was never really about me, and honestly, I'm rooting for you two. Will's a lucky guy.
He nudged her shoulder.
You were never meant to be someone's almost.
Her throat tightened.
Thanks, Joe.
I gotta say, flirting with you sure made camp more fun. Sure we can't keep that going?
She laughed and swatted his shoulder.
It was worth a try.
He clutched his heart in mock injury.
I expect full credit if anyone ever asks how you two finally figured it out.
Junie tilted her head with a raised brow.
Okay, I'll settle for partial credit.
Then Joe added with a smirk.
Now go on, be in love. I'll just be here, dramatically throwing pine cones into the fire and trying to look rugged and emotionally available.
I couldn't see her face, but I didn't need to. I could feel the way she smiled, slow and full of something real. And suddenly, all the weight I'd been carrying lifted, because I didn't have to wonder anymore. She'd chosen me. Progress. Mariah made a show of helping me stack firewood, leaning a little too close, her perfume fighting the scent of smoke and pine.
I wrote a poem about longing and unspoken moments between kindred souls.
I shifted sideways to create some space, reaching for another log and stacking it with more force than necessary. Mariah?
You inspired it.
I straightened, wiped my hands on my jeans, and finally stepped into her line of sight, blocking her next move with the flat of my palm against the woodpile. Mariah. I turned to face her fully. I'm in love with Junie. Mariah's smile wavered.
Well, that clears up a lot.
I tilted my head, frowning. What do you mean? She glanced down, then back up with something quieter in her expression.
You were the first guy who didn't look right through me, who didn't want something from me. I guess I hoped that meant more.
I'm sorry, She squared her shoulders, lifting her chin.
Hey, unrequited love is a poet's playground, right?
I let out a soft chuckle, but Mariah's expression shifted, just enough to show she meant what came next.
Seriously. She's lucky. You're the real deal.
She gave me a graceful nod and walked away, her pride intact, but the weight of disappointment still visible in the set of her shoulders. It didn't feel good, but it felt right, and that had to count for something. A little later, I spotted Joe by the log circle joking with Rudy about ninja squirrels. Typical Joe. Effortless charm, easy laughter, center of attention, like it was second nature. I watched him for a moment longer than I meant to. It wasn't that I didn't trust Junie. I did. Completely. But Joe was the kind of guy who could talk his way out of anything or into anyone's good graces. I'd seen it before. I'd watched it happen. For a long time, I thought I didn't stand a chance next to him, but now I'd heard Junie choose me. And maybe for the first time, I believed it. So I nodded once to myself more than anyone and let it go. But a small part of me still braced for the next joke, the next flirtation, the next moment where I'd have to prove something, not to him, to myself. Joe might have started the summer with his flirty smiles and obnoxious winks, but the ending, that would be mine. By nightfall, the campers were settled in by the fire, scribbling their nature observations and reflection prompts. I slipped away for some quiet. I hiked the ridge trail for a few minutes alone. At the top, I pulled out my phone to check the time and blinked. I had a signal, 1 bar, but it was enough. B. 3 emails. 1 voicemail. A dozen texts from my dad and my med school advisor. I clicked through the emails. University of Minnesota, accepted. University of Chicago, accepted. Stanford, California, accepted. All 3, all incredible. All real. A ball of lead dropped into my stomach. I forgot to breathe. I hadn't even remembered to hope. And suddenly it was all here, laid out like a map I wasn't sure how to follow. Plopping down hard on the overlook boulder, I gazed out at the horizon. The sun was setting behind the trees, casting long golden streaks over the lake. This should have felt like a victory. It did. Partly. But the knot in my chest tightened the longer I sat there. I'd been so caught up in camp, in Junie, and keeping everyone else steady, I'd forgotten I had a future waiting too. Stanford was the best program. No question. But Minnesota was home. Minnesota had Junie. I could picture it. Weekends driving back from campus to see her, helping with camp events, stargazing in that ridiculous hammock she loved. But what if she changed her mind? What if this us was just a moment, a result of forced proximity and high stress? What if I stayed for her, and she didn't stay for me? I wanted to believe we were permanent, but permanence had never been something I could count on. That old fear reared up, sharp and familiar, because every time I'd let myself love someone, they'd left. My mom, friends, half the adults in my life. Loyalty had always been my way of staying useful, worthy, enough. I told myself Junie wasn't my mom, that this was different, and my heart believed it. But fear wasn't so sure. I stared at the screen until it timed out, itching to tell her everything, to show her that the future was here, real and waiting. Ask her what we should do, but I didn't. Because I didn't know what she'd say. Because part of me was still terrified she'd see the word Stanford and start preparing to say goodbye. Because I wasn't ready to make her choose, and maybe deep down, I wasn't ready to choose either. I closed the emails, slid the phone back into my pocket, didn't tell anyone. Not yet. Chapter 26. Will. The lake lay glassy and silver in the early light, the kind of quiet that made you feel like you were the only person in the world. I sat on the dock, coffee in one hand, phone in the other, reading the Stanford acceptance email for the 1,000th time. It still felt surreal, a dream in sharp focus. What I always wanted but never thought could ever happen. And now, I couldn't picture myself there, in California, alone. I could picture Junie, her hair a mess, smudges of dirt on her cheek, laughing mid-sarcasm while trying to herd campers like cats. I envisioned moonlit lake in the fall, in the snow, in all the seasons I wanted to live beside her. Maybe my decision had already been made. I just hadn't said it out loud. I should have told her days ago, shared the news, asked her opinion, let her in. We were a team. We'd always been a team. But I'd let fear get in the way. Fear of what it meant, of what I might be giving up, of what I might be asking her to risk in return. But sitting here now, the decision didn't feel heavy anymore. It felt right. And I couldn't wait to tell her. She was going to be so excited, for me, for us. I could already see her eyes lighting up, the way her smile took over her whole face when she was genuinely thrilled. I wanted that moment. I wanted her in it. I was ready. Finally.
Whoa, fancy email for this early,
Came a voice behind me. I fumbled with my phone like a guilty teen. Lexi? Shouldn't you be sleeping somewhere far away? She plopped down next to me, baseball cap askew.
Couldn't sleep, heard your footsteps and followed. I have questions. 1, Stanford, huh? Fancy. 2, does this mean you're leaving? 3, if yes, does Junie know? 4, are you going to be okay if she cries? Because if she cries, I cry, and nobody needs that.
I blinked. Legs,
I know. None of my business. But don't mess this up. You two are the closest thing we've got to real-life romance. Total life goals.
She gave my shoulder a little pat, then wandered off like she hadn't just set my nerves on fire and walked away whistling. I let out a breath and stared down at the phone, still in my hand. The subject line glared back at me like it knew what it meant. What it cost. My stomach twisted, the weight of it pressing against my ribs. I could already feel the echo of losing her before I'd even said a word. What if I messed this up? What if trying to protect Junie just hurt her worse? She'd be furious if she thought I was giving up Stanford for her, that I was sacrificing some big dream to stay. But the truth was, Stanford might have been a dream of mine, but it wasn't everything. Junie was. The life I saw with her here in this messy, wild, beautiful corner of the world, that was the future that kept me up at night. The one that made me want more. Not prestige, not palm trees. Her. Staying in Minnesota felt obvious, easy even, except for the part where I had to tell her. And if I did it wrong, if I told her the truth in the wrong way at the wrong time, I could lose her anyway. And I didn't want to hurt her. Ever. After breakfast was cleaned up, Eli gathered everyone in the clearing and clapped his hands.
Okay, who's ready to learn how to carry a boat on their head?
8 teenagers stared at him like he'd just said they were journeying to Mordor.
It's called a portage,
he explained, as if the word might suddenly make it sound fun.
It's part of any real wilderness trek. And yes, it's a little awkward at first, but I believe in you.
Vince raised his hand.
Question. Are we allowed to sue if the canoe gives us permanent neck damage?
Nope. Waivers already signed,
Eli said cheerfully.
But you are allowed to laugh when someone falls over, as long as you help them get back up.
He demonstrated how to lift the canoe with a partner, flip it overhead, and balance it across shoulders.
Teamwork is crucial. Balance, communication, and no sudden movements.
Vince tried to do it solo. He got the canoe halfway up, then tipped backward like a turtle in reverse. Sasha stood there with her arms crossed, probably mentally tabulating all the things wrong with this picture. Rudy and Lucy were next. Rudy took the bow. He immediately veered left.
Lucy, are you steering with your mind? Because I can't read it.
It's called coordination.
Lucy muttered.
You should get some.
Junie winced.
Do we help or film this for safety training?
I'll allow a short video, I said with a smirk. For educational purposes. Rudy and Lucy had just gotten their canoe balanced overhead when Rudy started humming a triumphant theme song and doing what could only be described as a celebratory portage shuffle.
Look at me,
He called out.
Canoe dancing is the future of wilderness fitness.
Lucy groaned.
Please stop before you break both our necks.
But Rudy, emboldened by his own rhythm, attempted a spin. One foot caught on a root. The canoe tipped sideways. Lucy dove out from under it just in time, but the entire boat, with Rudy dragging along underneath it, went skidding downhill, straight toward Vince.
Duck!
Someone shouted. Vince turned just in time to see a canoe flying at him like a missile. He froze, cartoon eyes wide with doom. Tyson rushed in, caught the nose of the canoe mid-swing with both arms, and stopped it inches from Vince's forehead. Silence, and then Vince let out a strangled noise.
Dude, I almost died.
Tyson adjusted the canoe calmly, braced it against a tree, and said without emotion,
Yeah, all because of a premature celebration dance.
Rudy popped up from the underbrush, twigs in his hair.
That was an artistic expression of triumph.
That was attempted murder via boat.
Lucy snapped, brushing dirt off her pants. Vince still looked shaken.
You caught it. Like, full action hero. Honestly, no one would have blamed you if you didn't.
Tyson shrugged.
Didn't want your brain matter on my boots.
We are forever in your debt.
Rudy clasped his hands dramatically.
Where do you want your shrine? We're thinking driftwood. Natural, rustic, regret forward.
Vince added.
With a plaque that says, he saved us, despite everything.
Tyson gave them both a long look and shook his head.
You two are exhausting.
Rudy beamed.
Exhausting, but sorry.
And impressed.
Vince added.
And grateful. Thanks, man. Really?
Tyson rolled his eyes, but his mouth tugged up. Just a little. Rudy scrambled to his feet, brushing off moss.
Okay, that was not my fault. The canoe was possessed.
Vince muttered.
Possessed by your two left feet?
A few more chuckles rippled through the group and the mood lightened. Eventually, they all managed a successful trip down the trail to the lake, some more gracefully than others. Lexi and Tyson were surprisingly efficient. Liam and Devin moved slowly but didn't hit anything. Vince and Sasha bickered the entire time but made it without injuries, though whether their canoe was still seaworthy after hitting all those trees was another question. Junie beamed the whole time, cheering them on, correcting posture and occasionally ducking a rogue canoe hull or paddle. She looked radiant, lit from within by something more than the afternoon sun. As the kids ventured out onto the lake, Junie and I took our time getting our canoe situated. You were amazing today, I said, watching her fuss over a tangled strap. She gave me a look.
I only got hit in the head twice. A personal record.
I stepped closer, brushing a pine needle from her shoulder. Not just with the kids, with me. That made her pause. She looked up, searching my eyes.
This summer, it's changed everything.
I nodded, words caught somewhere between my chest and my throat. For me, too. We stood in the soft breeze, the lake glittering behind her. I looked over my shoulder to make sure nobody was watching, and I kissed her. Slow, certain, full of every word I couldn't say yet. She kissed me back like she meant it. Later, we paddled across the water to catch up to the rest of the group. Junie sat in the front of our canoe, golden light brushing her shoulders, her curls tucked into a messy braid. I peeled off my shirt. It was hot and the sun was brutal on the water, and dropped it on the floor in front of me. I handed her a water bottle and the snack she'd skipped earlier. No mushrooms in this one. I know how you get. She gave me a look over her shoulder, suspicious but amused. I grinned. You had a phase, Junie, don't deny it. Mushroom sketchbook, mushroom earrings, your favorite Spore of the Moment t-shirt. Her laughter floated across the lake.
I was a quirky middle schooler with artistic vision and an appreciation for nature.
3 birthdays in a row, I said with a teasing smirk. Mushroom-themed.
Oh, stop.
She rolled her eyes.
You're exaggerating.
I just smiled at the water as I dipped my paddle in. I wish I were. She glanced over her shoulder, her eyes landed on my bare chest, and did a double take. Her paddle dipped sideways as she tried to recover her balance, cheeks going a little pink.
Okay. Now that you've gone full canoe model, can I ask about that tattoo again?
I chuckled, enjoying her fluster. You've seen it before.
Yes, but I've never gotten a straight answer. She squinted at my pecs.
It's a tree branch, right? I hesitated, the paddle skimming the surface, then nodded. A willow.
Wait.
She stilled, turned fully in her seat.
Like when I used to call you Willow? Back when we were little?
I met her gaze. Yeah. Her eyes softened, something tender blooming across her face.
Why a half-heart?
It's not finished, I said. My voice was quiet but steady. It's been waiting for the other half. Junie didn't say anything at first, just stared at me, wide-eyed, like the air had gone thinner. Then she reached back, her fingers brushing gently over the tattoo, barely a whisper of a touch, like she was afraid it might vanish.
Willow,
she murmured, so soft I almost missed it.
You were saving space for me?
Then she let her paddle rest across her lap. It twisted around and leaned in slowly.
You're such a softie for a wilderness warrior.
Don't tell anyone, I murmured, already smiling. She leaned toward me. I met her halfway in the middle of the canoe. And she kissed me. Not tentative, not teasing. A kiss that told me she understood, that she saw it all and still chose me. I kissed her back, anchoring us both to that moment. To this lake this summer, this quiet knowing that felt a lot like forever. That night, I sat in my bunk, the silence loud in my ears. A new email pinged. Stanford final reminder. Deadline approaching. I didn't open it. Just stared at the subject line, heart heavy with everything I hadn't said. I deleted the notification. I was sure of her. I just wasn't sure she'd still be sure of me. Once she knew everything, we needed to talk.
Chapter 29. Junie. Getting airlifted out of camp wasn't just off-plan, it was nightmare adjacent. The hospital stay? Oxygen mask, beeping monitors, Nurse Cheryl watching me like I might flatline. Mortifying. Waking up to find my parents whispering in the corner like I was on my deathbed? Yeah, that was a fresh new flavor of horror. The doctors called it observation. Routine, precautionary. Nothing to worry about. Except everything about it felt like something to worry about. The beeping machines, the sterile white walls, the way my chest still felt like it was being squeezed by a giant, wheezy python. And worst of all, Will. I kept flashing back to the moment I came to, his arms wrapped around me, his chest rising too fast, his voice shaking as he begged me to breathe. His eyes, usually so steady, were wild with panic. I'd never seen him look like that before. He'd held me like I was slipping away. And maybe I had been. I didn't know what scared me more, how close I'd come to the edge, or how much it had shaken him. But here I was, awake, alive, and smothered in motherly concern. Mom was sitting next to my bed like I'd been in a coma for weeks, gently tucking the blanket under my chin even though it was 80 degrees in the room. She'd braided my hair sometime during the night. Something tickled my cheek near my ear. I reached up and touched it. Was that a flower? Of course it was. A tiny daisy, woven into the braid like she'd done when I was a little girl. Mom, I rasped. I'm fine. Which was a lie. My lungs still felt like they'd been sandblasted and my ribs ached like I'd run a marathon underwater. You don't need to. She burst into tears.
Oh, Junie, sweetheart.
Her voice wobbled as she brushed a curl behind my ear and pulled the blanket up higher.
I really think you should come home. You've done enough. You've been through enough.
That's the problem, I croaked, my throat still raw. I haven't. Dad cleared his throat.
Your mother and I are just worried.
I know. I looked down at the white hospital blanket bunched across my chest, fingers picking at the thin, pilled fabric. But I have to go back. Their silence said everything. They didn't get it. They couldn't. But Will would have. At least, I thought he would have. Before he betrayed me. Before I found out the guy I trusted with every piece of me was a secret keeper. A non-truster. This camp, this summer, it wasn't just a job. It was a chance to be more than the girl with asthma. More than everyone's sick little sister. To be strong. Capable. I swallowed hard. The kids are counting on me, and I need to show them, show myself, that just because something goes wrong doesn't mean you quit, that you can fall and still get back up, that your worst moment doesn't have to be the end of your story. A lump rose in my throat. I pushed through it. If I leave now, it'll feel like everything I worked for this summer meant nothing, like I was right to doubt myself all along.
You almost died,
Mom whispered. But I didn't. I looked at her, eyes burning. Because Will was there. Look, I've trained for this. I know my body. I know how to manage it. I just lost my inhaler. They're lungs, not ticking time bombs. I paused, then muttered, Okay, fine. Maybe they are cranky little air sacs of doom. She didn't laugh. Neither did Dad.
And what if it happens again?
Dad asked gently. Then I'll have 6 inhalers taped to my body and the camp EMT glued to my side. Still no smiles. The doctor said I could be discharged once my oxygen levels stabilized, I added, trying to sound more confident than I felt. I've got a short course of steroids, a rescue inhaler, and 3 backups. She also said I could return to my usual activity, including work, as long as I avoid overexertion, check my oxygen levels a few times a day, and stay within sight of someone trained in emergency response, which, lucky for us, Will practically invented. I tried to smile, it barely landed. I took a breath that didn't quite reach the bottom of my lungs. Please, I said softly. Let me finish this. Let me be proud of myself for once. Even if I was broken in places no one could see. Even if the boy who had always been my safe place had crushed my heart. Even if I wasn't sure how to put all the pieces back yet. I had to try. I had to go back. After a long pause, Dad let out a breath and gave a tiny nod. Mom sighed and kissed my forehead.
I'll pack your extra meds,
she murmured, brushing a thumb across my temple like I was still 5 years old.
Just promise me you'll be more careful this time.
I gave her the smallest smile I could manage and whispered, I promise. Even if my chest still seemed bruised from the inside out, even if I wasn't ready, I was going anyway. I needed to finish this. Returning to camp felt like arriving at the scene of my own crime. My boots crunched along the familiar path, but my legs were wobbly and my breath came shallow. The air smelled like wood smoke and pine needles, so normal it hurt. Every tree looked taller, every root more twisted, every shadow a warning. The wind stirred my braid like it remembered me. What if I couldn't do this? What if I broke again? But I kept going. One step, another, back into the place I nearly didn't return from. Then the sounds hit me, first as noise, then as life. Campers shouting across the clearing, the crackle of the fire pit, Vince chasing Rudy with Professor Bitey, the camp's haunted-looking taxidermy ermine, and yelling something about personal boundaries.
Junie!
Lexi came barreling into me, arms flung wide like a hurricane made of hormones and over-sugared trail mix. She nearly tackled me, her backpack swinging wildly behind her as she threw herself into a hug that knocked the wind out of me all over again, but in the best way. Tyson stood nearby, arms crossed, but the relief in his eyes betrayed him.
You're not dead!
Rudy shouted, dramatically collapsing at my feet.
I was this close to giving up sarcasm. Cold turkey, like on purpose.
Sasha blinked at me, wide-eyed.
You look better than I thought. Less corpsey.
Thanks. I smiled, blinking fast. Lucy nodded solemnly.
Hazel led a vigil.
Hazel squeaked from her perch inside Lucy's hoodie.
More like a squeak fest,
Vince muttered.
But still, moving stuff.
I pressed my fist against my chest to ease the ache, not from the attack. From love, from embarrassment, from relief so sharp it felt like pain. I almost didn't come back, but I had. And they were still here, flawed, chaotic, and exactly what I needed. I missed you guys, I whispered, voice cracking around the edges.
You were gone 2 days,
Sasha said.
Longest 2 days of our lives,
Liam corrected. Before I could respond, I felt him. Will. His presence landed before he even spoke, a gravitational pull I didn't know how to resist. I turned slowly, and there he was, standing just a few feet away and looking like he hadn't slept in 2 days either. Still in the same shirt, maybe, rumpled, tired, shoulders tense, like he was bracing for a hit. The din of the campers faded into background static. They were still talking, but I didn't hear them anymore. It was just us. The air between us charged and fragile. His eyes locked on mine, blue, beautiful, and completely wrecked. He stepped forward slowly, as if to avoid spooking a baby deer, or a girl with a shattered inhaler and trust issues. Take your pick. And then, as if asking a question without words, he reached for my hand. The moment our skin touched, my whole nervous system staged a revolt. Heat surged up my arm like I'd grabbed a live wire, and every cell in my body started shouting, "It's him. It's him. It's always been him." I blinked like a fool, like I'd forgotten how to be mad. Which, no, absolutely not. His thumb brushed the back of my hand, gentle and familiar. My fingers twitched, almost curled back around his. Almost. But then I remembered the look on Lexi's face. The word, Stanford. And I yanked my heart into lockdown. I couldn't let myself fall again. Not when I didn't know if he'd be there to catch me. Not when I was still duct taping my emotions back together. How could I still feel like this? How could I be this furious, this betrayed, and still ache for him, after everything? How could he save my life and still hurt my heart?
I didn't think you'd come back.
he said softly, eyes dropping to the ground before meeting mine again. Neither did I said, trying to keep my voice level. It came out tight, brittle. He stepped closer, gaze sweeping over me like he was trying to memorize proof that I was really okay.
You shouldn't be walking around yet.
I'm fine. I pulled my hand away, the warmth of his skin vanishing too fast. It physically hurt, like peeling off something I still needed. His jaw clenched.
I just wanted you to be okay. I wasn't trying to upset you.
But you did, I said quietly, eyes still on the ground. By keeping secrets, by deciding for me, by thinking I couldn't handle the truth. The campers were still close, within earshot, but no one interrupted. Maybe they sensed it. Maybe they'd finally learned the value of timing.
Junie.
No. I shook my head. My vision blurred. I couldn't do this here, not with everyone watching, not with my heart cracked open. I need to get settled. It was the most neutral sentence I could muster. Then I turned before the tears could spill. Gretchen cornered me within minutes.
You've been cleared medically?
She asked, arms folded like she already knew the answer and wasn't thrilled about it. I nodded and handed over a letter and a mile-long list of conditions. I know the rules. I've got backup inhalers. I won't overdo it. And Will's stuck with me like a babysitter on a leash. Gretchen raised a brow.
He's the best one to watch you.
I guess if anyone's going to hover, might as well be him. I gave a half-hearted shrug, trying to play it cool. And yes, before you ask, I held up the portable pulse oximeter. I've got my portable tech and a full med kit complete with an oxygen and exertion journal, basically one wheeze away from being a NASA experiment. Gretchen didn't smile, but her expression softened just a little.
You're brave for coming back?
I'm stubborn.
Same thing.
That evening, as the sun dipped low and fireflies blinked into being, I sat outside my tent and stared at the stars. The air was cool, crisp, clean. The night was perfect. Too perfect. The kind of quiet that should have felt like peace. But inside me, everything was chaos. I wanted to march over to Will, grab his shirt, and demand the truth. Ask if he'd ever loved me. If he ever meant to tell me. If the whisper I thought I heard, "I love you," was real, or just a beautiful hallucination I clung to as the world dimmed around me. But I didn't. Because if I asked and the answer was no, it wouldn't just break my heart. It would rewrite our entire history. The kiss, the looks, the night he held me like I was his whole world. Every memory we'd built would splinter under the weight of that one word. And the truth? I wasn't calm enough to risk it. Not now. Not when just looking at him sent my pulse skittering and my face heating like I'd run a marathon in July. I couldn't walk into that conversation carrying a live wire of emotion and expect it not to spark. I needed time to steady myself, to make sure the words didn't come out like shrapnel. Because blowing up would ruin everything, and that kind of confrontation terrified me. Give me a cliff and a bungee cord any day. At least then I'd have a backup plan. So I did what I've always done when the ground starts to shake. I froze, let the quiet fall around me like a blanket, and pretended it was protection, not surrender. My chest ached, not from asthma this time, but from holding in too much. Words, questions, love that had nowhere to go. You survive, one breath at a time. One stubborn, aching, impossible breath at a time. Even if it still hurts to take one.
Chapter 30. Will. The morning air felt wrong. The same early bird calls echoed through the trees. Same clang of pots in the cooking area. Same campers rubbing sleep from their eyes and pretending to be tough. But the sounds didn't land right. Everything felt off-kilter, like someone had tilted the world a few degrees sideways and expected me to pretend it was level. Junie was alive. That should have been enough. It was everything, and still not enough. She was here, but not with me, not really. Across the clearing, she knelt beneath the pines, showing the kids how to weave grasses and wildflowers into rings and bracelets. Her movements were slow and deliberate, her fingers looping strands with practiced care. Her smile was something she had to put on rather than something that rose naturally from within. Maybe today would be different. Maybe I could fix things between us if I hadn't wrecked it beyond repair. I stood at the edge of the clearing, holding a cup of coffee I'd made just how she liked it. The steam spiraled upward between us like a barrier I wasn't sure I should cross. Still, I made my way toward her with careful steps, the cup warming my hand even as the rest of me ran cold. Each step a question, each breath a prayer. "Hey," I said, holding it out. "Thought you could use this." She accepted the cup with a quiet,
"Thanks,"
then shifted slightly where she sat, one hand bracing her knee. Her breath hitched just slightly. Then, like it was no big deal, she pulled her inhaler from her hoodie pocket and took a quick puff before slipping it away again. No drama, no eye contact, just survival, smooth and practiced. I set the pulse oximeter on the bench next to her coffee. "Humor me." She gave me a look that could have curdled milk.
"Seriously?"
2 seconds, Junie." Muttering under her breath, she clipped it on. 97%. Relief loosened the knot in my chest.
"Happy now?"
"Thrilled," I said, and for the first time all morning, meant it. Then she just went right back to weaving jewelry with a quiet kind of grit that made my chest ache. I stood there reaching for something else to say. Anything, but the words wouldn't come. "Did you sleep okay?" The words felt awkward in my mouth, too small for the weight behind them.
"Fine,"
she said. And that was it. No smile, no spark. Just a wall I didn't know how to climb. But I wasn't fine. And pretending that I was? Didn't feel like love anymore. It felt like loss in slow motion. I lingered a moment longer, waiting, hoping for something. A glance? A smile? Anything that told me the wall between us hadn't solidified for good. Then she turned back to Sasha and Lucy, like I'd never even been there. The heaviness dropped in my gut as I pivoted away, blinking hard before the crack behind my eyes could spill over. I'd carried her, saved her, whispered, "I love you," into her hair, and now I couldn't even earn a second glance. My feet carried me without direction, just an aching need to move, to breathe, to escape the suffocating weight of her silence. The farther I got from camp, the more the trees swallowed me up. It still wasn't far enough. She was alive, whole, laughing with the kids. And yet, I'd never felt further from her. The path climbed steep and uneven, winding through brush and branches that tugged at my clothes like the ghosts of everything I hadn't said. Every footfall was a heartbeat, loud, aching, relentless. How had everything unraveled so fast? By the time I reached the ridge, I felt like I'd run a marathon uphill while dragging my guilt behind me like a boulder. I dropped onto a flat slab of rock overlooking the ravine and stared out at the pines, standing like guards across the way. They didn't care that my whole world had shifted. Leaning forward, I braced my elbows on my knees and raked my hands down my face. She'd been mine, maybe not officially, maybe not forever, but I'd held her, kissed her, carried her, and she'd let me in. Now she wouldn't even meet my eyes, and I couldn't blame her. Not one bit. Going back to how things were? Impossible. Moving forward without her? Felt like learning to breathe with only one lung. And I couldn't survive another night sleeping 10 feet from her tent, listening to the sound of her breath, knowing I was the reason her heart was cracked wide open. Out of habit, I pulled out my phone. No real reason, just instinct, maybe desperation. Fully expecting to see no service? But instead I saw it. One tiny bar blinked in the corner of the screen. Barely a signal, but maybe enough. Hope surged like a gasp of air after being underwater too long. I scrolled through my contacts. Jasper? No, he'd make a joke and tell me to buy her flowers and serenade her with a ukulele. Not helpful. Storm? Reliable, but I didn't need a legal strategy. I needed heart strategy. Then I saw her name. Sky. Junie's sister. And the one person who might actually get it. I tapped her name and held my breath. It rang.
Will?
Her voice slightly winded.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, no, I mean, not really. I swallowed. My voice wavered. Junie's okay, physically. A pause. But she won't talk to me. I think I lost her. A long beat. Then calmly,
What happened?
So I told her. Everything. The hike. The missing inhaler. The way Junie collapsed. How I carried her and called for help. How I told her I loved her and wasn't sure she even heard me. Or if I said it like I meant to. She came to, I finished, and looked at me like I'd betrayed her. Not like the person who saved her life. Skye was quiet for a moment. Then she asked,
Do you really think she's upset because you saved her life?
I don't know. Maybe. I called the medevac without asking her. She hates feeling helpless. I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to stave off the headache rising behind my eyes.
Will.
Her voice was firmer now.
I'm sure Junie's not mad you got her to a hospital. She knows exactly how serious asthma can be. Probably better than you do.
My chest tightened. Then why won't she look at me?
You tell me.
She didn't soften the question.
There has to be more to the story. She trusts you with her life. So why does it feel like you broke something?
My throat went dry. I stared out over the ravine as the truth cracked something open inside me. Something I'd been holding shut for years. The word barely made it out. I didn't tell her about Stanford. That I applied, that I got in. I shifted on the rock gravel crunching beneath my boots. Just before the attack, she overheard one of the campers talking about it. I know it hurt her. Skye exhaled, like she'd been waiting for that to drop.
So let me get this straight. You love her, you saved her life, and then you kept the biggest decision of your future from her?
I winced. I didn't mean to. I just didn't want her to think I was giving something up for her. I didn't want to put that pressure on her.
But you took away her chance to be part of it,
she said.
That's not love, Will. That's fear in a hero costume.
Her words didn't just knock the wind out of me, they filled my lungs with something heavier.
Junie doesn't need someone to shield her from the hard stuff,
Skye went on.
She needs someone who walks into it with her.
That hit bone. All this time, I'd confused protection with love. Thought if I could fix every danger, I'd earn her forever. But love isn't a barricade, it's a bridge. And maybe the scariest part wasn't the thought of losing her. It was the risk of finally letting her choose. Even if that choice wasn't me. On the other end of the line, Skye let out a sharp sigh, and I pictured her pinching the bridge of her nose like she was single-handedly holding the world together.
Ugh. Men and their secrets. Max's secrets broke us apart too, and his were way bigger than yours. I really didn't think there was any hope of us getting back together.
Yeah, but you did.
We did. And if we figured it out, you two definitely can.
A beat. Then, more gently now.
She doesn't want someone to rescue her, Will. She wants someone who'll stand beside her while she rescues herself.
I let out a shaky breath. I know that. I do. She's the strongest person I've ever known. My voice dropped. But seeing her like that, blue-lipped, barely breathing, I lost it. I was 10 years old again, powerless, watching her fade and not knowing if I'd get her back. It broke something in me.
I get that,
Skye said quietly.
What you did came from love, but so does trust. And right now, she needs to know you see her not as a fragile girl you need to protect, but as someone worth choosing, as your equal.
I hesitated, looked down at the phone in my hand, the ridge at my feet, the place I'd come to fall apart. After Junie's attack, I opened the Stanford email. My finger hovered over the accept button. Later, I nearly declined, but I couldn't do either. A hawk wheeled overhead, free in a sky without choices, while I stood rooted like a tree that didn't know which way to grow. I don't want to make that choice alone.
Good.
I could hear the smile in her voice now.
You're catching on. Now go tell her that.
A beat passed. Thanks, Sky, really,
Don't screw this up.
she said, and hung up. I stared at the screen for a long moment. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of clarity, of something solid finally settling into place. Junie didn't want a hero. She wanted a partner. She'd always been brave enough to speak her truth, even when her voice trembled. And me? I'd been hiding behind silence and self-sacrifice, afraid of losing her without ever letting her choose me. But maybe love meant risking the fall. I looked up at the sky, the clouds just beginning to shift. Then I stood, because if I wanted a future with her, I couldn't wait. Not another hour, not another heartbeat. It was time to stop protecting her and finally start choosing her. And this time, I'd use actual words.
Chapter 31. Junie. I didn't cry when they loaded me into the helicopter. I didn't cry when I couldn't breathe or when I saw the look on Will's face that nearly broke me in two. But I cried when I came back. Not loud, racking sobs. Just silent, stubborn tears that wouldn't stop sliding down my cheeks as the trees came back into view, and the sounds of camp echoed up the path. I'd fought so hard to return, to prove I belonged. But now that I was here, I wasn't sure I had the strength to walk back into the place where I'd nearly died. The kids had cheered. I smiled and waved, because that's what you do when you're the girl who wants to be brave. But the second I stepped into my tent, the mask cracked. I sank onto my sleeping bag, legs trembling, lungs tight from the short hike up the trail. It wasn't a full episode, nothing like that. Just the kind of shallow breath that reminded me my body hadn't fully forgiven me yet. I pressed my hand to my ribs and waited it out, trying not to panic. I clipped the pulse oximeter onto my finger just to shut Will up in absentia. 93%. Fine. Not perfect, but not falling apart either. See? Not fragile, not broken. Just need to rest a bit. This was okay. This was manageable. I just wasn't used to feeling this weak. And I hated how much it scared me. Coming back had been everything I wanted. And also, the hardest thing I'd ever done. I lay awake most of the night staring at the canvas above me, watching moonlight shift through the trees. My body still ached. My lungs felt like they'd been scrubbed raw. But that wasn't what hurt the most. What hurt was seeing Will. The way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't watching. Like someone had carved out the center of his chest and left it bleeding. And I hated that I was the one who put that look there. And still, when he came by the next morning with a steaming cup of coffee and those tired, hopeful eyes, I'd looked right past him and mumbled, "Thanks." One word. That was all I could manage before I turned away. If I looked at him too long, I'd break. His presence still sparked something in me, familiar, electric, terrifying. I watched him from a distance that day. He didn't hover, didn't push. He just kept showing up, quiet, constant, steady. The way he always had. And it wrecked me. I wasn't angry at Will for calling the medevac. That was what anyone would have done, what I would have done. He saved my life. That wasn't the problem. What wrecked me was the secret. That he didn't tell me about Stanford. That he didn't talk to me. His best friend, the girl he kissed under the stars, the one who trusted him with her whole, fragile heart. He told Lexi. A camper. He told her first. And told her not to tell. And maybe that was the part I couldn't get past. Not the lie, but the exclusion. Like somewhere deep down, he'd already decided I wouldn't be part of his future. Like he was already halfway gone. I didn't want to confront him. Not yet. Not when I still felt like I was standing on a fault line, clinging to the edge, just trying to hold my pieces together. I wasn't angry. Not really. I was heartbroken, and maybe a little scared, because if I brought it up, it might break the last bit of closeness we had left. Because even now, after everything, a single touch from him made my breath catch in ways that had nothing to do with asthma. So I stayed quiet. Not because I didn't care, but because caring felt like the most dangerous thing of all. That night, I curled up in my sleeping bag and stared at the old photo I'd tucked inside my journal. Will and me at 10, grinning like idiots, covered in mud and bug bites. He had a Band-Aid on his cheek where I'd accidentally smacked him with a paddle. We'd been inseparable. A team. Always had been. Until now. I reached for my phone and scrolled through my contacts, pausing at Sky's name. I hadn't called her since the first week of camp. But if there was anyone who would understand, it was her. No bars. Of course. I sat there for a second, heart pounding, thumb hovering over her name. Around me, the tent was dark and quiet. Through the canvas, I could hear the soft rustle of wind in the trees, and from the next tent over, a chorus of mismatched snores. Very quietly, to avoid waking anyone, I grabbed my hoodie and my inhaler, unzipped the tent as quietly as I could, and slipped outside. Didn't want to explain why I was out hiking in the middle of the night. My boots crunched lightly over the pine needles as I made my way up the trail, toward the ridge. Halfway there, I had to stop and catch my breath. Not because it was steep, but because I wasn't back to full strength yet. The cold air scraped at my lungs, reminding me I wasn't invincible. I pressed a hand to my sternum and waited, heart pounding until the tightness eased. Then I pulled out my inhaler, took a quick puff, and held it in, hoping it would settle the stubborn squeeze in my chest. Then I kept walking. Slower, determined, one step at a time. The stars blinked overhead. The air was sharp and silent. When I reached the clearing, I said a silent prayer and checked again. One tiny bar, please work. I tapped her name. The line rang once, twice. Please be awake. Please be awake. And then I heard Sky's groggy voice.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the wilderness warrior herself, you scared the crap out of us, Junie.
I know, I whispered. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You're okay now, that's all that matters. But seriously, next time you want to get airlifted out of somewhere, maybe don't pick the middle of the forest.
I tried to laugh but almost choked on the lump in my throat. I needed to talk to someone. Her tone softened.
I'm here.
I'm so mad at him, I said. And I'm so not. She didn't ask who I meant. I told her everything, all my fears and angers and insecurities, about Will, about myself. I pulled my knees in close, the truth scraping out of me. Everyone thinks I was mad about the helicopter. But that wasn't it. I was hurt. Because when he kept Stanford a secret, it felt like he cut me out of our future, like I was an afterthought. Or worse, a liability. The words hung there for a moment, too heavy to follow. A breeze stirred the branches above me, soft and whispering, while an owl hooted from beyond the trees, low and mournful, echoing the ache in my chest. I pressed my forehead to my knees, blinking fast. This wasn't just about Will. It was about feeling left behind. Left out, like I'd been trusted with everything, except the truth. Sky's voice softened.
Junie, he didn't mean to cut you out. But yeah, he should have told you. About Stanford. About all of it.
I pressed my hand to my sternum, trying to quiet the ache. I thought we were a team. We've been friends most of our lives. And suddenly I'm the one he tiptoes around? Like I can't handle the truth? Like I'm something breakable?
Because he loves you. And he's terrified of losing you. That doesn't make it right. It just makes it real.
My throat tightened. I don't want to be someone he protects from the truth. I want to be the one he chooses to tell it to. I hate that he left me out of the biggest decision of his life, like I was just a chapter he was already planning to close. Sky let out a breath.
He's not closing the chapter. He called me yesterday, probably from the same hilltop. Sat on a rock until he got a signal, just to talk it through. He told me he said, "I love you," when he was carrying you. He meant it.
Tears slipped down my cheeks, leaving a salty taste in my mouth. I wiped my face with the sleeve of my sweatshirt. Then why didn't he tell me that? Why didn't he just say the words when I was awake?
Because he's Will,
she said gently.
And vulnerability is basically his final frontier. But he's trying, Junie. He's scared. But he's showing up. Not perfectly, but consistently.
I stayed quiet for a long moment. I just don't want him to think I'm some fragile thing he has to manage, I whispered, like I'm a project or a patient. I want to be a partner, someone he can trust with the truth, not someone he's trying to protect from it.
You are. But you've got to stop punishing him for being scared. You're scared too. You're not kids anymore. And if either of you wants this to work, someone's going to have to speak the truth first, even if it's hard.
I let out a dry laugh. Great. So I have to be emotionally brave and a wilderness survivor? What's next? Juggling fire while reciting my deepest fears?
You joke, but honestly, that might be easier for you than just saying how you feel.
Sky's voice went wry, laced with big sister judgment and smug amusement.
You're just as bad as Will, maybe worse. Remember when you dented Mom's car and drove around for a week with a strategically placed wreath on the bumper so you wouldn't have to confess? In July?
I let my head thunk back against the rock with a dramatic sigh. The stars winked knowingly above. I hate how well you know me.
And Junie, loving someone doesn't mean never needing help. It means letting them in. Letting them carry the weight with you. Not because you can't, but because they want to.
It just hurts. I barely got the words out, my throat tight. Loving someone this much. I feel like if I lose him, it'll kill me.
Then what are you doing pushing him away?
That landed like a stone in my chest.
What are you going to do to make it right?
She asked, gentle but firm. I swallowed. I think I have an idea.
Good. Go get him.
I ended the call and stayed there on the rock, staring at the sky until the stars blurred behind tears I wasn't trying to stop. Not anymore. Because maybe loving someone didn't mean you never got scared. Maybe it just meant you stopped running and started choosing. Tomorrow I was going to stop hiding. I wasn't broken. I was ready. And I was done letting fear speak louder than love.
Chapter 32. Will. I hadn't slept. Not really. I'd closed my eyes, sure, but the reel in my brain kept looping. Junie collapsing in the woods, the thump of the chopper blades overhead, the way her hand slipped out of mine when they lifted her into the air. And then last night, her standing there with that shaky smile, hugging the campers and acting like everything was fine when I knew she was barely holding it together. Or maybe that was just me. I watched the sun rise from the screen in my tent, then gave up pretending to rest. I pulled on a hoodie, stepped out into the crisp morning air, and made my way to the fire pit. The coals still glowed faintly, remnants of last night's campfire. I stoked the embers, added a few sticks, and set the kettle over the flames to boil. 15 minutes later, I was pacing camp with 2 mugs of instant coffee. Bitter, slightly smoky, not exactly a caramel macchiato, but it would do. The campers were still asleep. The staff tents were quiet, but I couldn't stop moving. She was back, alive, smiling, but not with me. I'd made it worse with every choice I made trying to protect her. Sky had been right. Safety wasn't love, and love wasn't fear. And if I wanted to be with Junie, really be with her, I had to stop making decisions for her and start making them with her. No more hiding, no more waiting. Today, I was going to tell her everything. I spotted her near the water, sitting on a log with her knees pulled to her chest, sketchbook balanced on her thighs. Her hair was loose, a soft halo of curls glowing in the rising sun, gold and wild and perfect. I stepped closer, my pulse beating in my throat like a warning. She heard me coming but didn't look up.
Couldn't sleep either?
She asked softly. I held out one of the coffees. Thought you might want this. Her fingers brushed mine when she took it. A jolt shot straight through me. How could one small touch undo me so completely? My eyes flicked to the pulse oximeter on the log, then back to her. One brow lifted in silent question. She angled the little screen toward me with a defiant grin, numbers glowing like proof. She was okay. I let out a slow breath I hadn't realized I was holding, relief softening the tension in my shoulders. She looked up then, eyes rimmed with exhaustion, lips pressed together in a hesitant line. Junie. My voice caught. I swallowed and tried again. Can we talk? She gave a slow nod.
Yeah, I think we need to.
I sat beside her, leaving just enough space for air, just enough for hope. I was wrong, I said, about all of it. Her brows pulled together. I pressed on, every word scraping past the fear still lodged in my throat. I thought I was protecting you by keeping Stanford a secret and calling the chopper. But that wasn't about you. That was me being a coward, scared of losing you, of you not choosing me. So I made choices for both of us instead. She blinked hard, lashes damp, but she didn't interrupt. I pulled out my phone and opened the draft email to Stanford. I almost accepted it. That night. I panicked and thought I'd already lost you. She gasped, sharp and audible, and her mouth gaped. But I didn't. Because I realized something. I drew a shaky breath, forcing the truth past the barricade of fear and failure that had kept me silent for so long. That's not a decision I want to make without you. She stared at the phone, then at me, wide-eyed, lips trembling. You're not something I have to protect, Junie. You're someone I want to build a life with, a partnership, equal. Tears slipped down her cheeks, silent and shining. I kept going, heart pounding in my ears. So here's what I'm thinking. You don't have to answer now, but you deserve to know your options. Our options. I pulled a folded paper from my pocket, a half-joke, half-plan I'd scrawled during the long night. 1. I stay here, go to med school in Minnesota. You take the wilderness school job if you want it. We build something here. She nodded once, absorbing every word. 2. I go to Stanford, you come with me. There are eco-education programs nearby. I did the research. Her brows rose slightly. 3. We go somewhere else entirely. I can apply to other schools and you can get a job there too, anywhere in the world. Or 4. I hesitated, then smiled faintly. I defer. We travel. Teach workshops, hug trees, sleep in hammocks. Whatever you want. I reached for her hand, voice low and sure. I don't care where we are, Junie. I just want to be with you. That's what matters. She stared at the paper in my hands, then back at me, her throat working.
You really thought this through.
Every version I could, I admitted, because the only wrong option was losing you. She traced a finger along the edge of the page, but didn't take it.
If we stay here, you'd give up Stanford?
Yes, I said without hesitation, because Stanford doesn't matter without you in it.
And if we move across the country?
Then we build a life there, together. No guessing, no half-truths. Her eyes shimmered.
That's what I need, Will. Not perfection, just honesty. No more protecting me from hard things.
You have my word, I said, my voice rough. From now on, you don't just get a vote, you get the first one. She took a shaky breath.
I wanted to hate you, after everything. But the truth? I couldn't. Even when I was furious, even when I felt betrayed.
The words shredded me. Junie.
You were my safe place,
she whispered.
And suddenly I didn't have one.
My throat closed. I wanted to reach for her, but I held still, letting her have this. You still do, I said, voice raw. If you'll let me be that again. She stayed quiet for a long beat, her gaze on the lake, breath hitching like she was weighing whether to let me back in.
I'm scared.
She whispered finally.
Not of us. Of losing myself in this. Of handing you my heart and wondering if you'll lock me out again.
I'm scared too, I admitted. But after everything we've survived, every storm, every silence, I believe we can learn to do this differently. Talk more. Trust more. Take it one day at a time. I believe in us, Junie, don't you? Her lips trembled, a tear slipping free.
I want to. I really do.
A laugh slipped out, part joy, part nerves. Then she nudged me with her shoulder.
You weren't the only one making plans.
I leaned forward, every nerve on edge. Wait, what?
I didn't know how to tell you,
she said, her voice trembling.
But I applied to a job 20 minutes from Stanford, not a wilderness school, something safer. It's eco-focused but based on campus. Somewhere I can breathe easy and still do what I love.
My chest tightened and then flooded with relief so fast it made me dizzy. A stunned laugh escaped before I could stop it. Are you serious? She smiled through her tears.
Completely.
That's perfect. That's more than I hoped for. My throat tightened. You still want a future? With me? Her eyes shone.
Every version of it. And there's one more thing.
She tugged the collar of her shirt aside and revealed a hand-drawn sketch, drawn in purple marker over her heart. A slender, imperfect sprig of juniper curled into the shape of a half-heart, with a replica of my willow half-heart tattoo on the other side.
Figured I'd beat you to it,
she said softly. I stared at the drawing on her chest. Messy lines and all, it undid me more than any real tattoo ever could. I reached out to touch it, fingers brushing over the marker lines, needing to feel it to believe it. I let out a breathless laugh. You thought you beat me to it, huh? Of course, she'd think she got there first, and of course we were both ridiculous and completely in sync. She tilted her head, smiling through her tears.
Didn't I?
I laughed, soft and amazed. Of course she'd claim her half of our story with a juniper sprig and a Sharpie. But I'd done the same thing. I hate to break it to you, I said, tugging up the edge of my shirt, but apparently Devon's been working overtime this week. Her eyes widened as she saw the matching heart, my original willow tattoo completing the heart with her juniper branch, drawn right over my ribs in the same bold purple ink. She gasped, hand flying to her mouth.
You didn't.
I did, I said, grinning. Right after the worst night of my life. I told Devon exactly what I wanted and she nailed it. Even used your favorite marker. I looked down at the drawing, then back at her, my heart wide open. This is temporary, until you're ready to make it permanent with me. She let out a soft, teary laugh, eyes sparkling as she looked from the marker, drawing on my chest to the one over her heart. Morning light glinted through the trees behind her, catching in her curls like fireflies.
That whole speech,
she said, voice thick with feeling.
The list, the coffee, this...
She touched the ink over my heart.
Was really good, actually. I might keep you after all.
I grinned, warmth blooming in my chest at the look in her eyes. Hopeful, steady, all in. So you're saying I have a chance? She slid her hand into mine, gave it a reassuring squeeze, and smiled through tears.
More than a chance.
I let out a shaky breath and lifted her hand to my lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles like a vow. My voice went low, unsteady with truth. It was always going to be you, Juniper. You've always been the other half of my heart. I just needed you to be ready to claim it. She launched into my arms and I caught her like I'd been waiting my whole life. She stepped back just enough to place her hand over my heart, and my tattoo.
Well, I'm claiming it.
I covered her hand with mine. And I'm claiming you. But this time, not as a protector or a fixer, or the guy who tries to control everything, but as your partner. Your equal. She leaned in, forehead resting against mine.
You always were.
The moment stretched, full of emotion and memory and promise. Our lips met, not in desperation, but in something deeper. In relief. In reverence. In the fierce, quiet certainty that we'd found our way back to each other. Her hands fisted my shirt like she needed something solid to hold on to. A lifeline. I wrapped an arm around her shoulders, the other cradling her jaw, my thumb brushing the damp trail of a tear she didn't try to hide. This was everything I'd ever wanted and never thought I'd deserve. Her fingers found the back of my neck, warm and insistent, pulling me closer until our foreheads bumped gently between kisses. We laughed, quiet, breathless, and then went right back to it. She kissed me with quiet conviction. No hesitation, no fear, just full, open honesty, pouring every unspoken word, every heartbeat of hope into the space between us. Her fingers wove through my hair, holding me tight to her, showing me I was hers. Apparently done pretending she didn't want this, didn't want us. And me? I was learning her all over again through each kiss. Slow, reverent, awed. She tasted like salt and coffee and something entirely her. My hands memorized the curve of her back, the texture of her curls brushing my cheek, the way her head tilted just slightly as she was rediscovering me too. We didn't rush it, didn't need to, because this wasn't about urgency anymore. It was about choosing each other, here, now, and for every day after. I would have stayed there forever, tangled in her hands, her breath, her steady, electric presence. Nothing else existed, just us, and the kiss that finally felt like home. Around us, the morning unfurled with sunlight streaking gold through the pines, a soft breeze rustling the leaves overhead. Somewhere down by the lake, a loon called low and haunting, echoing across the still water. The whole world was waking up. But all I could feel was her. Her breath warm against my skin. Her heartbeat steady against mine. Her love, real and fierce and finally here. And for the first time in days, or what seemed like forever, I could breathe. And for once, not everything was right.
Chapter 33, Junie. The last day of camp always hits different, not because of the dust or the gear explosion or the pile of lost water bottles, because of the goodbyes, and because this time, I wasn't just saying goodbye to a group of campers, I was saying goodbye to the version of me who thought she had to keep up or be left behind, the version who hid her fears and pretended she didn't need anyone, especially not him. But the truth was, I'd survived the cave, the canoe, the crush, and yes, even my cranky little air sacs of doom. And Will was still here. He stood across the clearing, laughing at something Rudy said, something about the traumatic re-entry into civilization after living like forest trolls. His shoulders relaxed, his face brighter than I'd seen it in days. Every few seconds his eyes found mine, not like he was unsure, like he just couldn't help it, like he still couldn't believe this was real. And maybe I couldn't either. The ache in my chest had softened. What was once pain had settled into something steadier. Peace, maybe. Love, definitely. The kind that settles deep after the wildfire clears. And I knew, even after everything, that I still loved him. I always had. But this time I wasn't holding back. I was ready to choose him too. I caught his eyes across the clearing and smiled, really smiled. And for the first time in a long time, I let him see everything. No mask, no walls. Something passed between us. Not hesitation, not regret. Something bright, something true. But before I could step toward him,
Group hug incoming!
Rudy barreled into Vince and Lucy, creating a 3-person dog pile that somehow included Hazel, the guinea pig, who squeaked as if this was not in her tiny guinea pig job description. I laughed and stepped aside just in time, heart still thudding from the look Will and I had just shared. Camper montage, cue the chaos. Lexi, Tyson, and Sasha had somehow become besties and were locked in a tearful, giggly triangle of inside jokes and shoulder bumps.
We're starting a group chat tonight.
Lexi sniffled.
No emojis.
Tyson warned.
Text only. Emojis are for cowards.
You sent me a crying panda yesterday?
Sasha said flatly.
It was a cool panda.
They all cracked up and hugged again, tighter this time. Devon, who hadn't worn her headphones in a week, handed out drawings, her face flushed with pride and nerves. Rudy's sketch was of him falling into the lake with arms raised like he'd just scored a touchdown. Lexi's showed her lifting the canoe like a boss. Lucy's picture had her holding a crowned hazel in her arms while a skunk and a raccoon bowed before her. Next, Devon handed me a drawing. It depicted me kneeling beside the fawn we'd found, bathed in soft pencil light. Ethereal, strong, whole.
You looked like a nature goddess,
she said simply. My throat tightened and I brought the precious image to my chest. I love it. When she handed Will his, I glanced over, expecting something hilarious. But her sketch showed the two of us sitting under a tree, our foreheads touching, completely still. Peaceful. Together.
Hope that's okay,
Devon mumbled. Will cleared his throat and blinked hard, his expression softening as his eyes fixed on the sketch.
It's more than okay.
Liam stepped up with a little carved medallion made of bark and string. He slipped it over Hazel's neck with quiet reverence.
Official camp mascot. She earned it.
Lucy's face lit up.
Look, Hazel, you got a promotion.
Hazel squeaked in what I could only assume was regal acknowledgement. Lucy moved Hazel's paw gently.
She's waving goodbye.
So brave.
Rudy wiped a fake tear.
So noble.
Vince rolled his eyes but didn't step away from the group hug.
I didn't sign up for this level of emotional growth. I want a refund.
Will grinned and clapped them both on the back.
Honestly, I wasn't sure you two would make it. But you did. You showed up, stuck it out, and somehow managed to keep us laughing. Proud of you.
Rudy gasped.
Wait, does this mean you like us?
I wouldn't go that far.
Will deadpanned.
But I'll miss you. What will I do with all this silence?
The van pulled up, kicking up a cloud of dust. The goodbye train officially left the station. One by one, the campers piled in, throwing out dramatic farewells like they were going off to war. Lexi leaned out the window, waving.
Don't forget us.
Never, I shouted. And then they were gone. The dust settled, the clearing quieted, and here I was, still standing, still breathing, still full of too many feelings to name. Just then, Gretchen stepped out of the lodge, clipboard in hand and a rare smile softening her face.
I just got off the phone with the board. They secured funding for another year, plus expansion, more age groups, more staff, new gear. They said the results from this pilot session exceeded expectations. Great job, everyone.
A quiet thrill moved through me. We'd done it. Not just survived, but changed something, built something. And the best part? I didn't do it alone. Will stepped up beside me, close but not too close. Supportive but not smothering. We stood together for a long beat, watching the trees sway and the empty trail settle. From the corner of my eye, I spotted Mariah walking toward the lodge, her arm looped casually through Eli's. She tossed her hair, giggled, and added a delicate limp that hadn't existed yesterday. Must have tripped and fallen for him overnight. I smirked. Well, that took a turn. Will followed my gaze.
Think he knows what he's getting into?
Nope.
Still rooting for them, weirdly.
Same. Will looked at me, fully, like nothing about this scared him anymore, and tucked a loose curl behind my ear. His fingers lingered, warm and steady, more reverent than cautious.
You wreck me, Junie,
he murmured, voice rough.
After everything, you're still here. Still you. Stronger than I ever let myself believe.
My chest ached, soft and full, the kind of ache that feels like coming home. I used to think needing someone made me weak, I whispered, twisting his sleeve like it could anchor me. But with you, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like breathing. Non-asthmatic breathing, that is. His jaw tightened, then eased, and his eyes shone with something raw and steady.
You've never been weak.
He said, low and certain.
I just...
His thumb brushed my knuckles. A quiet apology.
I didn't want to lose you, so I kept trying to protect you from things you didn't need protection from.
The words sank deep, settling in places I didn't know were empty. My chest swelled with something fierce and tender all at once, like my heart had finally unclenched after holding its breath too long. All this time I thought love meant not rocking the boat, I whispered, a shaky laugh slipping out. But maybe it's grabbing an oar and paddling through the storm, paddling no matter how much the boat is being tossed around. He smiled, small at first, then wide and unguarded.
So let's paddle.
He cupped my cheek softly, like it was the most natural thing in the world. With his thumb, he traced a slow, reverent line along my skin.
You and me.
We leaned in at the same time, just like always. And when his lips met mine, the world fell away. There was no holding back, no second guessing, just his lips, gentle and searching, like a question he already knew the answer to. His touch wasn't urgent, but anchored. His fingers slid into my hair, not to claim, but to cradle. My whole body tilted instinctively into him, like a tide drawn home by the moon. The scent of pine and morning dew wrapped around us. Sunlight flickered through the branches above, dappled and dancing, and a loon cried across the lake, long and low, calling out to love, with a response echoing through the trees. His mouth moved with slow certainty, as if he wanted to memorize every shape, every sigh, every yes I'd ever hidden inside. And when I kissed him back, the world didn't spin. It settled. Like everything finally made sense. Like the compass in my chest had found true north. I wasn't floating, I wasn't falling, and I was landing in him. With him. The kiss deepened. All that softness caught fire. He kissed me like I was oxygen, like he'd been holding his breath for years, and finally could breathe again. My hands tangled in the fabric of his hoodie, anchoring myself as everything inside me caught light. The heat between us flared, slow-burning, then combustive, then overwhelming. If we didn't come up for air soon, we'd set the whole forest ablaze. But I didn't care, let it burn, because it wasn't just a kiss, it was yes. It was always. It was finally. When we pulled back, his forehead rested gently against mine, our breaths mingling in the space between. My heart swelled, full and fierce. And then I laughed, quiet and amazed. Remember what Tillie put in our care packages? He nodded, lips twitching. Then he pulled something out of his pocket.
A juniper heart and a compass pointing to love.
I still have the river stone, I said, pulling it from my pocket. The word trust gleamed faintly in the sun. And that bent willow heart? She tied it with twine like it was nothing. But it's everything, isn't it?
It bends but doesn't break.
He murmured, brushing a thumb over my knuckles.
Like us.
I love you, Willow, I whispered, the words finally finding their way through the fear.
I love you, Juniper. And my heart always has been and always will be yours,
he said back. No hesitation, no secrecy, just truth. His grin softened as he added,
Guess I finally nailed that summer goal.
And then, as if the universe were reminding me of everything I'd almost missed, I thought about Tillie's oracle cards. Did I ever tell you about the cards Tillie pulled before I came here? I asked. Then I listed them one by one. Hidden in plain sight. Take a risk. Love will find a way. I thought they were about Joe, I said, shaking my head with a soft laugh. How blind was I? Will raised an eyebrow, grinning.
Joe? Really? My name was literally right there on the card.
He shook his head, then added softer.
Good thing love found a way.
I leaned my head on his shoulder, content and whole. Wherever we go from here, California, Minnesota, Timbuktu.
A joint decision.
Will lifted his little finger. I smiled and hooked my pinky with his, the same move we used for every childhood pact that really mattered. I don't care where we go, as long as we stay tangled together. The trees swayed, the dust hung in the air like magic. The summer whispered around us in echoes and laughter and all the wonderful chaos we'd survived. I might have joked that I was destined for eternal singleness, armed with inhalers, awkward timing, and a highlight reel of romantic misfires. Turns out I was just waiting for the kind of love that didn't come untangled when things got hard. The kind that held steady through every detour and meltdown, laughed louder, kissed softer. The kind that saw all my messy, broken pieces, and chose me anyway, wrapping itself around my heart until I wasn't just tangled, I was eternally loved.
Epilogue. Tillie. I adjusted my flower crown for the third time and tried not to think about how many glue-on rhinestones 4-year-old Sadie had used.
It's to match the festive vibe,
She'd told me, like a seasoned party planner with a clipboard and a mission. Who was I to argue with that level of conviction? The Rhodes family's backyard looked like something out of a storybook, one where the heroes had all earned their happy endings. String lights twinkled above rows of picnic tables. Music floated through the air, and the scent of barbecue clung lovingly to everything in sight. It was summer's last hurrah, and everywhere I looked, one of my matches was smiling, holding hands, kissing a forehead, or whispering something that made the other person glow. I'd done well. I reached for a slice of watermelon just as Sadie came skipping over, tiara askew, sunflower dress streaked with grass stains like badges of honor.
Guess what, Miss Tillie?
She announced, full of sparkles and secrets.
Mommy and Daddy are finally getting married. For real. And I'm gonna be the flower princess.
Sadie had taken to calling Storm Daddy ever since Christmas when Santa answered her wish. Oh, really? I leaned in conspiratorially. Don't you mean Flower Girl?
Nope.
She adjusted her tiara.
Mommy said I can wear a crown like a princess, so that makes me the flower princess. It's the law.
Serena appeared a beat later, all sunshine and flushed cheeks.
That was supposed to be a surprise.
Storm, one step behind her, pulled her close. He looked as broody as ever, but there was a softness in his eyes only his girls could summon.
There are no surprises with Sadie around,
he said. She's got your bold confidence, Storm, I told him. Serena smirked.
But she uses markers, stickers, and glitter pens for her subpoenas.
Jasper and AJ were already at the buffet table arguing over cheese placement.
That is not the good cheddar,
AJ was saying.
I brought the imported one.
Jasper grinned.
That's why I hid it behind the cupcakes. Strategy.
You're insufferable,
AJ muttered, but she was smiling. From the other side of the yard came a whoop.
Excuse me, attention please.
Raven whistled for everyone to quiet down and listen.
I've got something to say, and no, it's not a dramatic reading of Nash's wilderness poetry, though that's coming later.
Everyone turned.
Well?
She planted a hand on her hip and gave an exaggerated sigh.
Turns out spicy food and morning sickness do not mix. Ask me how I know.
Gasps, cheers. A shout from Jasper.
You're pregnant?
Raven rolled her eyes.
Yes, don't make it weird.
She rested a hand on her barely there bump, a small smile tugging at her lips as if sharing this made it real. Nash looked like someone had handed him the entire world wrapped in a bow. He reached for her hand as if he couldn't believe he was allowed to touch her.
I told him I just swallowed a watermelon seed,
Raven added.
He insists it was a forest gnome. Either way, there's a tiny human in there.
Then the chaos began.
Called it,
Jasper crowed.
I had money on that.
AJ smacked his arm.
You did not bet on your sister's uterus.
It's like you don't know me at all,
he said, wounded, then bowed.
Raven, you're going to be a terrifying mother. And I mean that as the highest compliment.
Honey and Rob hugged with joyful tears in their eyes.
Can you believe it, Rob? Our first grandbaby.
I caught Nash gently placing a hand on Raven's back, grounding her with a touch. They were a perfect pair, his steadiness, her fire. That baby didn't stand a chance. Rowan and Elle strolled over next, Rowan balancing a tray of AJ's sliders, and Elle looking effortlessly flawless in a silk jumpsuit that only she could make look both couture and picnic-friendly.
So, Elle?
AJ called over, curiosity bright in her eyes.
How's the boutique doing?
Ella's face lit up.
Better than I ever dreamed. We've had customers fly in from out of state just to shop. And last month, we were featured in Style and Substance magazine.
Raven's jaw dropped.
Wait, the Style and Substance? The one with the gold-foiled pages and judgmental headlines?
Elle nodded modestly.
They called the shop a hidden gem of eco-glam.
Rowan added,
We've actually had tourists planning their lake vacations around her boutique. Moonlit Lake might end up on a fashion map.
Jasper raised a brow.
Who knew a town known for socks and sandals would become a fashion destination?
Great.
Raven smirked.
Meanwhile, I'm rocking feral woodland troll with heartburn. Can't wait to see that on the runway.
Laughter rippled through the group, and my gaze drifted to the other picnic table. Sky and Max were talking with Rob, her eyes bright, his hand anchored at her lower back like she was magnetic and pulling away wasn't an option.
Phase 1 of the Lunaria Resort is nearly finished,
Sky said.
We're planning a soft opening by the end of the year.
Max added,
And a big wedding once Phase 2 wraps.
Honey sighed.
I love a big wedding.
Across the yard, I spotted Junie and Will swaying to the soft music drifting through the speaker. Her head rested against his chest, his arms loose and easy, like holding her was the most natural thing in the world. My heart bloomed. I remembered watching them dance together at the wedding reception months ago, pretending not to be in love, telling themselves it was easier to stay friends. And now? They'd survived storms and secrets and one dramatic helicopter evacuation. And just look at them, happier than either of them ever imagined. When the music shifted, they walked over hand in hand, cheeks pink and smiles soft.
We're heading to California in a few weeks,
Junie said, practically glowing.
Will starts med school and I just accepted a job at an eco school nearby.
She's going to change the world,
Will said like it was a well-known fact. Junie blushed, bumping his shoulder with hers.
That'll be your job, Dr. Tucker.
Only if I have a good study buddy.
You'll have the best,
she promised, lacing their fingers together. They shared a quick smile, and then Junie added softly,
We spent a long time talking about it. About Stanford, Minnesota, everything. It wasn't easy.
Her thumb brushed over his hand like an unspoken vow.
But we finally made our decision. Together.
Will's answering nod was slow, certain.
Every step,
he said quietly.
Side by side.
Junie laughed, then gently brought their joined hands to her heart, right over the bandage covering her new tattoo. Will leaned in to murmur something only she could hear. Whatever it was, it made her whole face light up, soft and certain. They looked at each other like love had never been a question, just a quiet truth waiting to be lived.
Let's not forget,
Sky said, raising her glass with mock solemnity.
I talked both of you off your respective emotional ledges and performed full-blown relationship CPR.
She jabbed a finger at Max without looking his way.
And you still owe me $20.
Junie and Will laughed, the sound warm and easy, before slipping away through the crowd. They moved toward the buffet, shoulders brushing, pausing to greet Serena and Storm on the way, then drifted toward the lemonade stand where Sky and Max stood waiting. The sun caught Junie's hair as Will bent close to say something that made her laugh again, bright and unguarded, like everything ahead of them was theirs for the taking. Honey turned to me with a soft sigh.
I'm so glad they finally saw what we've all seen for ages. You can't take much credit for them, Tillie. You weren't even anywhere near them all summer.
I sipped my lemonade slowly. Oh, I have my ways. Honey blinked.
Wait, what do you mean?
I lowered my voice to a stage whisper. Let's just say, I had a little arrangement with Joe Mahoney.
Joe?
Honey leaned in.
The very attractive, emotionally unavailable wilderness guide?
The one with the strict no fraternizing policy, yes. I grinned, but I convinced him to flirt with Junie, just enough to light a fire under Will's man bun. It worked like a charm. Well, minus the helicopter evacuation.
You manipulated a wilderness guide into fake flirting with your goddaughter?
I might have offered him some caramel rolls, but he countered with 2 batches of cookies and a future match. What was I supposed to do? Say no? I waved a hand like it was all perfectly reasonable. Besides, look at those 2 all lovey-dovey. I'd say the gamble paid off. Wouldn't you? Honey stared at me slack-jawed.
Tillie.
What? It's not like I haven't done worse. And look around. I gestured to the yard full of love. Would you not call this a worthy cause? She just shook her head and laughed.
So, all of my children have been successfully matched. What now? Retiring at the top of your game?
I looked out at my masterpiece. Rowan and Elle chatting with AJ about boutique launch parties and menus. Raven fielding baby name suggestions and writing them in Nash's poetry notebook. Serena resting against Storm's shoulder while Sadie explained the rules and responsibilities of flower princessing. Junie and Will tangled together like they always had been. Max and Sky tucked in close, talking quietly about ecotourism. This backyard was brimming with love, laughter, and a whole lot of happy endings, and my heart could barely contain it all. I stood for a moment, rooted, grateful, full to the brim with everything that mattered. No, I said. Now it's time to level up. Honey arched a brow.
What kind of level are we talking?
Something discreet, secret, stylish.
A cult? A secret society?
No. A book club. A romance book club, to be exact. Honey narrowed her eyes.
You mean matchmaking headquarters disguised as ladies reading spicy novels?
Exactly. I clinked my lemonade glass against hers. The moonlit Maven's Book Club. On the surface, we read paperbacks. Behind the scenes, we make magic.
And Joe?
I smiled. Our first assignment. She laughed.
You're unbelievable.
And undefeated. As the sun dipped low and fairy lights glowed across the landscape, I looked around at my collection of happy endings, tangled, chaotic, full of mishaps and hard-won joy, and felt the warm satisfaction of a story well told. But this wasn't the end of the story, just the start of the next chapter. Because love, like a good book, weaves a little magic through every mess and leaves you hoping for just one more page. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss the next series with Tillie's new book club secretly creating more love matches around town, starting with Joe and Ava in Love and Leave. Book 1 in the Moonlit Matches series.
You have just listened to Tangled, Moonlit Lake Matchmaker Series, Book 6, written by Kristeen Groth, narrated by male and female simulated voices. Copyright 2025 by Kristeen Groth. Production copyright 2025 by Kristeen Groth. If you enjoyed listening to this story, please leave a review and look for the next series set in Moonlit Lake, Moonlit Matches. All books and products can be found on the website, KristeenGroth.com.